You. We are live. 1 second. 1 second. Let me. Oh, God. I forgot to do that. Give me 2 seconds. Guess I can do this for now. Also, I messed with my camera settings, so let me know if it looks better or not. Give me 2 seconds. Almost done. There we go. Perfect. So this guy Archie playing. Who else is on? Yo, what up, Dink? Dinky or whatever your name is. Sorry, my bad. Yo, what up, Archie? Where's guy is my kicks, man? I always forget. I'm gonna play for a bit and then I'm gonna watch what is it, Central Reload, which starts at 2, I think. Let me look. Hi, hello, yo, what up, man? What's up, guys? How's it going? Let me look. Hello, where is it? My blinds. Do I change? I don't think I can. Whatever, we're gonna watch the Reload finals today too, once that starts. But for now, we're just gonna play some normal Battle Royale and chill. And then we'll be hopping over to the Fortnite broadcast to watch that. So that's the plan. And then maybe later tonight we'll play what's it called? Mega Chameleon, I think is what it's called. You live right now, Archie, or nah? Yo, what up, love? How's it going? Holy cow, this guy's stream is so delayed. Bro, this guy Archie is all the way in a game right now on a stream. And has storm sickness warnings. Yo, shout out you, man. Appreciate you being here. Alrighty. Where are we going? Mark something, Archie. Bro, Archie, I don't understand why you stream with delay, man. What is the point? Plus, that delay is insane. Holy cow, I'm not warmed up at all. Get rid of this explosive rifle. This thing is so garbage. Holy cow. Yo, Archie, maybe at the slurp truck. If you want. Alrighty. Dude, what is this song? Alrighty. Bro, I forgot how much gold there is at this POI. It's actually kind of insane. Nice little blue pump. Little galaxy demon. Wait, do I have this one? I don't even remember. Oh, I don't have this one, but I don't have any extractors. Yeah. I need to get some extractors today. Oh, person. Bro, I jumped out. I thought you were getting out. I'm gonna die. Holy. Let me back in. Let's dip. Go to a farther one. someone has self-res. I think. Nice. Oh, that was a bit rough. I don't know where I died. Oh, right here. Like, where's my loot at? Yeah, I threw you a big pot. It's right here. There's a guy down here. I saw him. Yep. Yo, if you should press a sub on YouTube, man. I never went live on TikTok. I low-key forgot. I'm stuck in a tree. There we go. Oh, they're bad. They're bad. Well, they're way the heck up there. I took fall damage like an idiot. Hit that guy for 70 or 47. What the heck am I saying? What the? I just got gold aura. Do I have this one? I don't even remember. Do I have gold aura? No, I don't. get 2 new ones this game alone. Oh wait, I want this just for the extra help. I feel like I have the wrong wheels on this car. Ooh, I saw that. Right up here. You see them? $46 on one. He stinked himself. 69 on that guy. Oh, I accidentally shot the boss. Gotta reload, he's running. I'm going in. I don't know where he went. I'm not gonna lie. Nice. $63 cracked. Bro, none of these guys have health. Oh, there's a mic right there. What the heck? Where'd my gun drop? Alrighty. We like big pots or something. Holy. Four people left. Us versus a duo. I low-key want to go down to this fishing hole. Gotta rotate this way anyway. Oh my god, I took fall damage like an idiot. Let me grab these swappers real quick. So I have them. Well, this is where we were. I'm gonna call this to see if they'll come. Oh, I saw that car. Was that you? Oh my god, they have a stupid stink though. I call it stink though, but it's not stink though. It's okay, one for 35. Where'd he go? Whatever, I'm just gonna go to circle. He impulsed out. Dang it, my tracking is horrible. Oh, what does this guy have? Everything in the world? Oh, what the heck? What in the heck am I reading on this person? Alrighty, well, that was a good game. I feel like I did nothing there at the end but be lost because that guy was just going and like all over the place. Alrighty, so we got 2 sprites that game. We got this gold one, and we got, what was the other one that we got? Oh, Galaxy Beam. Alright, let's see. Give me a second to go live on TikTok. Alrighty, there we go. Enable my notifications real quick. There we go. Sweet. Okay, claim some OG Battle Pass rewards real quick. And yeah. Do I just bring this boss right back in? Nah. Let's see what I need to level up still. Do you have any ones that are really close? This Gold Dream. Low-key, I think I'm gonna bring this in. Do you need Galaxy Grim? I think so. These are the ones I have. I think I'm gonna bring in this Gold Dream sprite for this next game. I need to literally get it one more level. Yeah, you can give me whatever you want. Give me added out. I don't remember. Add me if you don't have me added, and then request to join, and then I'll get you guys two in the lobby if you guys want to join. Can I trade you gold punk? Wait, what's the trade for though? Yo, if you guys are trying to join this lobby, add me, and if you don't have me added already, request to join. Got 2 spots left. I'm gonna start a game soon though, if no one does it, so I'll give you guys like literally a minute. I'm just gonna start a game if no one does. No one joins. Alrighty, I think I accepted you and sent you a party invite. Alright, but anybody else joining? Got 1 spot left. Yeah, I'll do that trade if you want. I'll do Galaxy Grim, I think. I've heard I have Galaxy Boss Sprite. Did I mark that one on my list? Yeah, I did. Okay. You have Gummy Boss? Nice. Well, we got like a little bit until got a little bit until the Fortnite reload thing is. Is that a YouTube stream that's on? Alrighty, where we going? Someone mark something. Alright. Alrighty. There's people coming here. Low-key hope there's no one over here. 'Cause I don't got nothing. Well, I have to go extract this because I don't have extractors at this time. Alright, we gotta head to an extractor and not die. Here's a mini for someone. Alright, let's go to the extractor up here. Our teams, hopefully we win the fights. Yo, what up, Mark? How's it going, man? Wait until they're friendly? How long do we have to wait till they're friendly? I just heard someone zip up near me. Behind or something like that. I brought a bush with us. Or with me. Footsteps. Knocked him. Crawl in the bush, I'll try to res you. Do you want to trade? Depending on what you have. Let me take that off. Holy cow, I forgot about that. Sorry guys, I left that on the screen. Whatever, I sent both of mine back to the lobby. Alrighty. Got him. Oh, I can't spell. I don't know. The problem is I don't have really extractors right now. So trading's kind of annoying. Can I get mod? No, that's not how that works. If you're in here consistently, yeah. Literally, don't just give out mod like that, man. Sorry. More people fighting north. Here, let's go for this. Anybody want a shot? Oh, that works too. Oh my god, I missed every shot. That person's one shot. Holy cow, I ran out of ammo. Oh, they were so bad. Holy. Yo to Max Tech. How's it going, man? Sorry, man. I cannot gift you. Yo, appreciate the follow, Leo the Gamer. Nah, I don't 1v1 people, man. Sorry. I just play the game and chill with people in chat. I don't do 1v1s. I'm gonna go to the spray chest real quick. Galaxy Fish, I think I have that one. Yeah, I have Galaxy Fish. Ooh, gunshots, people right here. Oh, I'm getting shot at. Oh my god, I'm getting fried. Dude, what the heck? I'm so lost. Gold punk? Do I have gold punk? Nah, I don't have gold punk actually. If you can join the lobby. I have one spot left, so anybody who adds me and my self-res, I forgot about that. Loki. It doesn't work anyway, bro. This game's so stupid, I swear. What's the point of having self-res in the game if it just doesn't work? What's my user? It's the same as my TikTok and Purple app. You see on the bottom of my gameplay? Right here. Crouching right here. Send me a friend request, guys, if you want added. Got one spot left in my lobby, though, for somebody. Whoever gets in first, gets in first. Just request to join. Bro, you're inviting me. Request to join. Don't invite me. What time does this broadcast start? 1:30, but I think it starts at 2, right? Yeah. I can't remember. Alrighty. Archie out here doing Archie things. Okay, I'm just gonna run back to this little. And hope I have time to run into the storm. Alright. $58. Oh my gosh. No. Of course, the self-res that works there, but it doesn't work in that last fight when I wanted it the most. Alrighty. Let's see. At least we got that out, I guess. Let me mark off that. I don't even have the regular version of this. Wait, that's actually kind of good. Players are marked when they attack you. Well, let me save that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I updated my thing. Yeah, I have galaxies. I have I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, but there's my sprite tier list, or my sprite list. I'm already up, but I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Alrighty, I'm back. You already up, man? Why did that take forever to pop up? Which sprites have I not found like at all? I'll look at that. I think I have every sprite but 2 in the game, I think. But then rarities. I still haven't found 2 of the new sprites. Actually, I don't think that one's out yet. Yeah, I got full lobby right now, guys. Sorry. Unless you guys want to play like customs or something like that. Yeah, they're not in the game, yeah. They'll come out what, like next Thursday? Wait, why am I not already dead? What the heck happened? I'm playing Battle Royale, and then maybe we'll play customs if we have the people too. But we may do reload customs because I don't think we have enough for Battle Royale. Alrighty. Do you want any sprites? I mean, I'll take whatever sprites people are willing to give me, but right now I got like a full lobby. So we may do some customs. Yo, up, Grave? How's it going, man? Do you mind asking something? I mean, what is it? Get a normal gram? Yeah, I don't have that either. Watch, it's gonna be like another 0 point. It's gonna be like another 0 point where it's like really rare. Where the normal one's super rare. I don't know why they did that with 0 point. Like, you can find the gold 0 point, the gummy, and the galaxy so much easier than the regular. Sorry, man. I don't gift people anything. You know how broke I'd be if I gifted everybody something? A punk gummy? Nice. I mean, I'll take whatever people are willing to give me, but I now have a full lobby, so that's what I'm probably gonna do. See if people want to do customs after this, like reload customs or something. Some solo reload customs to start. Because there's a lot of people here today right now. So might as well if people want to join that or not. Alright, I have decent stuff so far. I'll take that for some mobility. Is there a fishing rod over here? Nah. I said if you want to give me something you can, but I'm just probably going to do some custom games after this. The heck am I doing? Oh, am I glitched? I don't even know. Maybe glitched. Actually, no, I think I'm good, actually. What in the garbage? Oh, it's a second too late. Alrighty. Back. We worked for full shield. There we go. I think there's a guy shooting from right there. There was nowhere near us. It was all the way back. Ooh, burnt peanut. Trophy. I swear I've gotten more burnt peanuts than I have any other actual thing in the game. I don't know what it is. My burnt peanut spawn rate is insane. Did bro leave the game? Bro left the game. We gotta get our other teammate up though too. I don't know why bro left. I'm getting shot. Keep driving. Alrighty. get up to full shield real quick. Yeah, there's a duck I'm about to drop. Someone who wants to get full shield. There's a duck if you want full shield. Save extractions. There guys, one shot. Behind me. Wait, I dropped the wrong one. I dropped the burnt peanut on accident. Oops. Whatever. Oh my god, I can't hit a shot. I suck. Inside the safe area. I'm out of AR ammo. No. Oh my gosh. I just got fried. Give me a second. Do an emo, appreciate the follow, man. I don't know why I didn't hear any audio for that, but it is what it is. I'm gonna hit that rift. I need AR ammo. I can't do anything right now. Unfortunately. There's a fight going on down here. I'm gonna land up on this rock. Knocked one. That guy's one shot. Dead. This gives me health? Yeah, that's bad. I'm grabbing this AR, I can never find ammo for it. That's not what I meant. Oh my days. Bro, I'm just dead. Yeah, that was a bit rough. Where's that one? Yeah, whatever. What the? It was like freezing. It's a 2-tick, by the way, so be careful. I don't know if this is worth it, but okay. With it being a 2-tick. I can't pick up any of this. Oh, there's another med kit right there, but I got the time. And these are about to break. I can grief this dude's game at least. Never mind, I'm just actually garbage. Holy cow. Yo, flash me to the sub then. Those self-resing. There's no way he makes it out, bro. It's 5-15. Yeah. Bro was mid popping a med kit too, and I started shooting at him. I had to cancel it, so that guy I just griefed that dude. I'm happy at least I griefed somebody. I'm gonna do simple edit today. Alrighty. That's some fun fall damage. Oh, the gas station's just exploding. That's annoying. That guy's probably so annoyed with you right now. I would be. That is for sure. Ooh, you poisoned yourself. But you're lucky in a good spot. Except for that guy. Dang, people are dropping like crazy. Got 3 people left. You versus a duo, or yeah, duo. Nice. Look for that poison. Or stink, I should say. GG's. Holy cow. Archie with the clutch. I just left party on accident. Oh my god, why'd they switch the button? I swear they switched it. It used to be the opposite. I got used to it being the opposite, and then I... Request to join back? I don't remember your username, to be honest with you. Where's this other guy at? I don't remember his name. Sorry, man. I don't 1v1 people. What's that guy's name? Was it this guy? Alrighty. I don't know. There we go. Wait, what rank are you? I cheer now. Bro's elite. Why is bro sitting out? What is that noise? Well, that's the emo. What am I listening to? Ready up? Bro, what is this audio that's stuck on my screen? Dude, this is so annoying. Oh, I'm dumb. I know what it is. One second. You got a gold grim. I'll trade. I don't want to do trades right now. I just want to play the game. Bro. Plus, I don't have any trade things to make trades easier, so. That's the last one you need. Wait, do I even have gold gram? I don't even know if I have gold gram. I don't think I have gold gram. Nah, I just have gold aura. And galaxy gram. I don't have gold gram. But what is this comment, bro? What am I reading? Oh, sorry, James. I didn't see your message. My bad. We got probably gonna be my last game of Fortnite for a little bit because I'm gonna watch the reload finals. Let's go here. I don't go here a lot. You get drop. Alright, let's see if we can find a shotgun. Tree up on the hill. You got them all? Where's the one still up top? Yo, there's tons of barrels in here for you guys to heal. I need a shotgun. I have not found one yet. Ooh, ice cream cone though. I hit that guy hard. Was bro, that's just the way. Just I hate going up the stairs of this thing. Just chop the whole thing down. Maybe not. Wait, why does this thing not fall? Lame. Whatever. I give up. Alright, let's go push people. What does this guy do again? Loki, I don't want the hunting rifle. Someone else can have it. There's hunting rifle, purple hunting rifle right there. Someone's up there. I saw somebody. My bad. Nice. Ooh, chug chug. I don't want to carry that. I don't have room. Tell you. Not too bad. Not too bad. Oh my god, I cannot grab the shotgun. There we go. Pickaxe does more damage, but... Yeah, after this game, we're gonna watch the Reload finals. That should be really entertaining. Oh my gosh. $50 wide on that person, Archie. One sec, Archie, I'm healing. Oh my gosh. But why am I stuttering so much? I'm like actually stuttering. Alright, nice try. All right, this is about to start. I think we still have like 10 minutes though.
And Viv, how's it feel? Oh, it feels absolutely incredible, Zeke. If the last 3 qualifiers taught me anything, it's that we are in for an absolute show today. It's always so entertaining watching these qualifiers, and the fact that we are here at the last one with only 2 spots remaining should just make it that much more entertaining. And then, of course, me and Zeke, man, joined by Blake, that also just makes it that much more fun as well.
All right.
It feels great to be back here on the show, especially with so much on the line. Like Vivid was saying, there's only 2 spots left, and with so much top talent.
Bro, I like
still
mess
in
with
the
my
mix,
like camera
it's gonna be
settings.
a
I don't know
very
if it looks good
competitive
or not.
tournament today,
Hopefully
Zeke.
it looks better than what it usually
Oh, why would
is.
you say that, Blake? I'm already starting to get nervous for the duos. It's fine. We'll get to that in a second. First, obviously, us coming back to the Reload.
Oh, we got
Elite series.
13
if you're
minutes.
Not tuned in. Don't worry. We got you guys covered. We're back on the Reload Elite.
Yeah, we got time for another game, Loki. Yo, let's play a ranked. YOLO. Yeah, we got 13 minutes until that starts. So we might as well play another game. Archie, you gonna watch the Reload Cup or nah? Not Cup, but finals. Yeah, nice. Let's just go. Let's go the Ducks. I feel like going Ducks. I needed to play another duo. I think there's a duo ranked cup again today. If I'm correct. I need to play another game of that so I can get another game towards my what's it called? For some reason it won't let me play. Interesting. You restart your game and stuff? There's a guy in my building somewhere. Not sure where exactly he went. Nah, I needed to go to the requirements. I quit playing Fortnite for like a while and then I fell behind in the requirements, unfortunately. So I just have to play stuff again. I'm at like 3. I don't know. I feel like once you get it once, I feel like they should just let you be fine, but... Oh my god, I missed my shot. I should have built. an idiot. Or maybe I don't have that. Right on. Sunday. Yeah, I do. Okay, never mind. I want to play that. Then we need to play this solo on Monday. Is this Monday? Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see. We still got 8 minutes. I'm gonna queue and then use the bathroom real quick. Alrighty, I'm back. Alrighty, 6 minutes. If this queue goes on for a while, we'll just probably not. There we go. Yay. Alrighty. Here we go. We got like 5 minutes until the reload starts. About 5 minutes. And then we're gonna watch that. And then my plan is I'm gonna watch that. And then I'm probably gonna take a little break for a while. And then we'll hop back on later tonight. Probably do some Fortnite. Then some the Chameleon hide and seek if everybody's on. Hopefully everyone's on tonight. Play that. May play that anyway if not everyone's on. Maybe just do some public lobbies. Have you seen that game, Archie, or nah? It's pretty popular right now. Well, there's Fortnite drops right now. I'm getting Fortnite drops for watching my own stream. W. You need help, Archie? I never know when you need help or not, man. 'Cause you're good, okay. You not having a mic, it makes this game so hard to play sometimes. There's someone like right outside our building, I think. I just heard burst shots. Ooh, I'm getting fried. Oh, I'm such an AI. I've been lax, that's why I couldn't protect myself. Go for the reboot van. Guys at the reboot van. The guy you knocked, by the way. I'm gonna save our game. I'm gonna try to run. Oh my god, I was for sleep party again. Alrighty, anyway, good time because the thing's about to start. Alrighty. Let me turn the music off.
You gotta appreciate Blake showing up, looking for chaos here on the main show right now. Jacob, it's 8 games of Fortnite ahead of us. They just broke down all the teams that realistically have a chance to fight for the top spots.
Yeah, and honestly, even though they did break down our superstar teams, 2026 has shown us it's our underdogs time to play. If you guys watched Fortnite yesterday, Division 1, Liam and Veer off 100-point win. So we all have our stars, but I wouldn't count any of these underdogs out.
Yeah, you definitely can, especially when you start looking at the likes of a Scare and Queasy teams that are, of course, traveling over. Acorn and Bolts, you know, I was starting to think like most of these teams were at the land. They all got to perform relatively well. And Acorn and Bolts were the only team that was up towards the top 5, besides, of course, like you have your likes of, you know, the Peter Boss and Boyos. But, you know, as far as unqualified folks that are going to be fighting for it, we're just going to have to keep our eyes on them because it sounds like game number 1 is ready now.
Alrighty, game number 1.
We're We're here jumping into game number 1. It's 8 games, so buckle up. It's going to be a long day of Fortnite action ahead of us. One of the teams we're talking about, Higgs and Curve, immediately getting dropped right out of the gate. Dozier was able to get that elimination early, and these are the intricacies that we look at when it comes to reload. You see, they're not necessarily getting aggressive. This is a decent amount of space in the POI, but as soon as Higgs reboots back into the game, he got a reboot right above Curve, who is the alive player, and that allows Dozier and Tyler a little bit of comfortability to kind of either hunt him down or just continue looting out.
Yeah, there's a reason why reload as a mode is so loved from the Fortnite perspective in general, the pro player base, because you can take risks. You can do things that you wouldn't normally do in a BR. Dozier, you can see there, actually not only beats Higgs to the drop, but hits him with a little nudge in addition off to the side there. He gets the elimination credit there too, and Higgs is off to a very interesting start. I did notice in the feed though, it looked like the Reds might have fallen to the hands of Scare, so I don't know if there's some mix-up on who's landing where, or again, because it's the reload mode, folks are just thinking, hey, let's play a little bit of a split drop too, right? There are different types of strategies you can definitely put into place when you're talking reload the game mode.
Yeah, and I think this is here is another example of what you're talking about. You see Rapid on screen, but if you look at his loadout, he doesn't have any shotgun and no cold anywhere in the minimap. In fact, you don't see a single player in the minimap right now. That's because Cold and Rapid, part of their strategy and how they perform well through the first 3 qualifiers is these early game eliminations. We know they can pack a punch in the end game in those close quarters combats, but the recipe for their success has been in the early game.
And you got to think back to that second qualifier or so, Cold and Rapid. They were taking the time of actually farming teams out the sky. It's what allowed them to kind of take off and break away with points. So there are different, dynamics that will play out. And with an 8-game format, I mean, anything can happen. So we'll see who can actually keep their cool, break away with a strong lead, and then remain consistent. Sales invert right now, actually eyeing up Chimp and company. They don't seem to have a single clue that this team's nearby. They have plenty to work with, but Sales invert, kind of content with what's happening here. They're just going to go on and get on out, hit the super pad here. And look at that, they actually spot the duo nearby too, so they seem to have this entire drop on lock here.
Yeah, well, one team's kind of lurking, trying to set up plays. See Booga and Braids, one of them immediately going down. Noisy and Neo are using this opportunity to not let them actually reboot back into the game. They complete the wipe. They take out Booga and Braids early, and that's their 4th elimination of this game, and that's huge for a team like Noisy and Neo because now they have a lot of space around them. If they pull zone, they really don't have to do anything for the rest of this game.
Yeah, unfortunate. Talk about being one of the first teams to get full eliminated here now. That's a tough one to have to deal with. And, we're all fans of Booga, of course, here. Want to see him make it to these LAN events. Reload, as we all know as well, is one of the more fun tournaments to be a part of if you're a professional player. Because you get so much playtime on the actual stage, right? It's so much different than the regular BR experience. But again, we'll just have to see who the top 2 teams are going to be that end up breaking
I haven't watched much
here.
of these reload cuts.
It's going to take some standout performances. Let's be honest, right? The level of, a duo that's obviously in this lobby. I mean, when we started rattling off the teams that need to get qualified, they all sound like true contenders for the top.
Yeah, I think Zeke said it himself. If you look at that list without any context and you kind of think these are the teams qualified, you're like, okay, cool. These are the top teams on the region, but these are the teams that still need a spot. And some of that storyline, you think about a team like Reet and Cooper. You notice they're not in this lobby. It's not because they didn't qualify, Monsters, because they went on over to NA West. We'll see them in the finals, seeing if they can grab that spot later on. But that just goes to show how stacked this region actually is getting overall. And you see another one of our new teams here, Threats and Visuals. I know you mentioned possibly Threats going down early, but they have a little bit of an uncontested spot on the north side of the map, so that's kind of the luxury of our uncontested teams. If they do go down early, the chances of them getting back into the game and possibly getting a reboot because it's early in the game is very, very high.
Yeah, likely taking out the sky, maybe just taking a nice little gander as they were trying to get to their drop
someone
map.
Gets a 20 bomb,
Either
the
way,
points are
Mason
equal
knocks
to a
it out. He gets to
victory.
kind of tune in here. Seems like they're
Yeah,
being
but
held
it's not.
down
I
by
feel
a
like
player
20
up on
bomb
the
is
mountain.
pretty.
He's just got a lot to deal with. Not the
As
greatest
much
loadout
camping
to
as people
take
do
it
in this game, I
to
feel
the
like that's pretty
distance, but
hard.
Got that extra pizza party with them, so
Unless
things
someone's being
should
like
be A-okay
mad
here.
aggro, but I
You think about
doubt
the
it.
changes come into this as well, right? Like now kind of becoming a shield utility item. It does make it very interesting to stack up.
Yeah, I think the changes overall, to just all heals in this meta is just drastically different. You know, some of our previous qualifiers, you know, we had splashes, we have chug chugs, the slap pizza, we even had slurp juices at times. All of those accumulate into quick heals. You can stay in the zone, you can take fights, and you can heal up rather quickly. With the changes to the meta, not just the weapons, but the heals as well, you're gonna see less and less chances of teams being able to stagger themselves back, make those heroic plays because the instant heals aren't there. You have the med kits like you mentioned. The pizza does grant HP, but I think it's like 5 HP each, and then you have bandages. You can go ahead and hit the mending machines, but you've kind of taken away a whole strategy when it comes to this qualifier 4.
Take a look at Yamzo and Josh here. Talk about strategies. They're still staying inside the storm here. After pushing that other duo out, you can see they kind of take their positioning now, bring their heals with them. They're likely looking to buy a little
top
bit of
5.
time here.
I don't really know
They're in
every
no
single
rush to
person
leave
who's
the
in
storm,
this, to be
and
honest.
you really don't have to worry so
I've
much
seen like
about,
some of the big names,
well,
but I haven't
say,
seen
you don't have to worry about
everybody
storm
yet, so I
surge at
don't
all,
really know
really,
who's
right?
on
It's a
this.
completely
I
different
haven't watched much
dynamic
Reload.
because traditionally
I
it
don't know.
turns off when the 40-player cutoff is there.
I don't really know
anyway.
who
So
dominates
for
Reload.
them, it's just more of
'Cause I
trying
haven't-
to
to be
maintain
honest, I haven't really watched
consistency here
any
and
Reload
play for an end
tournaments.
game now, which is really interesting because it's a very different strategy than some of the other teams might be placing.
Yeah, it's not as easy as just kind of sitting there boxing up.
Because
You still
really
have to
the only
rotate
time I
to
have
zone,
time to
and one
watch
of the
a lot
things
of
about
competitive
Reload, which
Fortnite
is
is like
widely
weekends.
different than actual BR, is you see there's 12 zones, just
A
like
lot
the
of time
regular
I'm
mode.
on playing
But because
myself.
it's so stacked and we have the best players in all of NA Central on this, you usually don't get placement points until 10th zone, 11th zone, and especially that's where the meat of it is. And that's also where all the chaos is going down. So taking it just to that portion of the game is only step 1. And that's not even the hard part of the entire game. So I like how we're seeing teams like Rise and Curly, they're setting up position next to a launch pad because, again, with some of the changes to the meta, launch pads
these guys are
and the
on
way you
top of
can't
each
stay in
other.
zone are huge.
Yeah, most definitely. Coming over to Higgs and Curve, though. He had that first elim. Now we're watching them play box to box. Very curious to see how this duo plays out. This is, again, the first instances we're seeing for some of these newfound duos playing alongside in a little bit more of a serious environment. Granted, of course, the loadouts, the meta, everything's going to be a little bit different, right? The map's not going to be exactly the same, but at the end of the day, team dynamic.
Is this the
box-to-box
only
fight
map
plays
that's
out
in
as you know
for
it.
this tournament?
True and the same.
Right, they only do
Cold
this
and
map.
rapid. What better of a duo to test your might against if you're Higgs and Curve?
Yeah, just looking at Cold loadout there, you see he kind of has that heavy AR. He has the Morphite SMG. You know what that tells me, Monster? That tells me Cold had went down and got rebooted, because another one of the big changes in Reload is, depending on when you get rebooted back into the game, you kind of get a little bit of a loadout. You see Cold right there. He has that heavy AR. That means he was rebooted at one time or another. Luckily for him, though, Rapid was able to lock down a location, so he's not only able to drop back in, get a full loadout, but do so safely to put them in shape for the rest of this game.
Yeah, interesting. Rapid even goes there to go ahead and consume the pizzas just for that extra 10 HP in order to not use the Flowberry Fizz. Just really flexing how important it is to keep that for endgame, for taking high ground, rotating. There's so much you can do for that, even with a single tick. Ritual Agers, though, on the other side, coming off a little bit of an underwhelming land performance for them. They did manage in the end to pull through a top 15, but it was quite the dicey start. But can they kind of get it all together? You know, pro players have their ups and downs. They have their moments where, you know, you just come up short. Everyone's due for a bad tournament here or there, but now it matters most, given that there's just a couple of qualification spots for the next land here. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side are looking a lot more comfortable here at the Elite Armory.
Yeah, honestly, Muzz and Sphinx, of course they want to win. You want to line their pockets with just a little bit more money, but they are playing with a whole different pressure than the majority of our teams. In fact, there's only 4 teams that are playing with similar pressure like Muzz and Sphinx, because they already have their spot secured. And this time around, Muzz and Sphinx, they are contested by Acorn and Bolt, but because the POI is so big, that allows them the luxury to split it, at least in the early games. We'll see how things continue to shake out if Acorn and Bolt need some early game eliminations in the second half of the tournament. But as of now, they're just kind of content playing a slow and standard game of Fortnite.
Yeah, definitely shows that they're playing for the money, not the glory, not the highlights or the clips. They're just trying to pop off and continue to do
Well, I'm
well for
surprised these guys aren't
themselves.
getting shot.
Let's take a look at what we have going on here. Big rotates coming through like this. They're going to be able to have their pick of the litter right now of where exactly they want to position themselves. Likely to go for bit of high positioning. But no, instead they go down low, try to get some refarms going here, and recycle some of this building material and play the outer edge.
And this is the portion of the game right now. I would even include 5th zone, 6th zone, where reboots are still on. They are active, and you kind of get that pseudo loadout I was talking about. But Monster, where are you going to land if you go down and get rebooted? That's why 5th zone, 6th zone, even though you do have that second chance opportunity, you do not want to put yourself in a bad position to go down. And that's why you see Cold and Rapid, they're not taking that approach above all the covers, using shockwaves. They're literally on the ground, in the mud right now, just trying to get any bit of crevice they can feel confident with. And they're barely in at the edge of zone. You see they have the fizz, they have the launch pad, so if they play this perfectly, they can rotate and skip the next couple of zones with that launch pad fizz combination.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can tell they need that comeback, right? Trying to fight back for the materials there. We'll see how they end up faring off with the metal. Everyone swapping over to the metal, just given how the elite Armstrong plays out. Queasy for Scare. Update on the loadout. Things are looking pretty good across the board here. And they have those 6 shockwaves to work with as well. Here we go. Zone pops. Gonna push them back to the right side of the map here. Markers are already coming out. This is landing right on top of Rapid and Cold there. Early rotates coming through from Muzz and Sphinx. No surprises there.
I'm seeing a decent spread for most of the teams here. A good chunk of them already got essentially a good pull towards the front side of zone over towards Elite Armory. It's the one towards the back that you do still got to worry about. And if you kind of look at the loadout, 3 shockwaves in Cold. They have the 1 launch pad for Rapid. So just looking at the loadout, looking at where we're at in the zone, Cold and Rapid might need to get an elimination here, some sort of refresh the second half of the game, but they're in no rush to do that. Josh Diamzo, much better position, lacking some med kits, but overall they're maxed out with the fizz. They have decent shockwaves. They have a little bit of a rotation to go, but because they have those shockwaves, they can one-hop their way there just like this.
Yeah, this is a team that I'm really excited about. You know, I want to see
here's
a
where the
lot
game
more
starts
from Josh,
picking up.
meeting him for the first time at that LAN event, but hey, gotta get those early in-person game jitters out the way. So he's now gotten that experience under the belt. Talking about teams that are, again, needing to pick up the performances here. Ager's dropping a little early here, so Ritual's forced to drop this pizza party. They're gonna have to play what they can with a little bit of white heals that they do have now. And this is where we talked about zone 10 or so. Things are going to start getting really interesting here. Agers once again, unfortunately, gets caught on the rotate out the sky there. Looks like they were trying to Flowberry Fizz their way in, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Yeah, literally the last team to rotate in. Everybody looking back and trying to target him out. Agers able to kind of roll his way in towards the zone, hopefully trying to get some of those builds on over to Ritual, but I don't think he's in a position to reap any of that reward. Right now. Muzz and Sphinx looking down, trying to get space. They're the ones that are going to get all of that loot and all of the options as well, because you see Sphinx making sure to grab that launch pad here, going back in for seconds, and this is going to be a big tool in the tool belt of Muzz and Sphinx. You combine that launch pad with the fizz. So many other teams are going to do it, and that's how you bypass a lot of the chaos that goes down below.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up for success here in game number 1. It's going to save them a ton of material. Bolts, Acorn already on the move now, using the shockwave to get that stamina boost there. It's going to allow them to get a nice, perfect early rotate to the front side of zone. They'll be able to creep their way in here shortly. Other teams making a move now. More shocks coming out. Bolts just eyeing up the competition nearby, just trying to download what's happening all around him here as they're looking to prepare. Queasy, of course, looking to set himself up for the high ground here, staying true to the moniker and bringing Scare alongside of him. Scare's already had a couple eliminations there. He's second guessing himself. You saw a Ritual up there. Might have just rendered out of distance there for a second.
It's one of the benefits of the launch pad with the fizz. Up top, smooth sailing. Curve down below, though, going through a bit of struggles. Not even necessarily in the same box of Higgs. They're going to be separated, but Higgs is trying to put in some damage, force all the other teams out. They're probably telling each other, we'll reunite later. We just need to make it past this struggle here. Higgs is going to lead the charge, get to the front, allow for Curve to back him up. Cold and Rapid, same thing for them, but just a few less resources than we've seen on some of the competition so far. He's going in for an elimination on the Dozier, but gets cut short for the ramp. But persistence is there from Cold and Rapid. They just need to find the opening.
Not gonna lie, it's so interesting watching Cold kind of lead the charge there. You saw it was his decision to turn back and try to fight on the edge of the zone there for a refresh. Talking about teams rendering out a distance, looking up at the sky, of course, you have the Bolts and Acorn here, the latest to take the launch pad and float up to the sky here. Visuals and Braids are right underneath them, and they're almost trailing them, right? Trying to bait them to likely take the shots from Queasy and Scare, who, by the way,
Muzz goes
were
down.
contested. They were challenged a bit there. I'm curious about their mat counts, but jumping over to Muzz and Sphinx, already eliminations are starting to come through. Cold and Rapid end up picking up the first set.
Yeah, that's a big elimination for them. We saw the huge lack of resources. You even see it so. Rapid, the one that usually leads the charge, tarping. The bait and switch, Cold's going to go ahead and buy him time so that way he can heal up safely. Rise went down, Curly's by himself, and there's 18 teams still up, Monster. 3 teams need to go down
there
for
are
just
so
the
many
slightest
people.
of placement points, but there's 7 solos running around this lobby trying to hold on, make it 8 as Bochi does go down to Neo. Him and Noisy still wreaking havoc here, any chance that they do get.
Crazy. Almost a majority of the lobby is solo at this moment, but either way, you just got to stand up a little bit longer to start earning yourself some placement points. Meanwhile, talking about the high ground team, that material count is starting to run low. Cold finds another team by the wall. There it is, a full team elimination there. That's one of the duos that was in the lobby, so still plenty of solos left. But as I start to talk it out, Queasy ends up getting taken out there. Scare's left by himself. Enough and Salt actually end up fighting for the high ground here. And now Acorn and Bolts are thinking about it.
Yeah, you see them on that second layer. That's something that Acorn and Bolts do best. They just hide underneath them. They basically
There's
mirror
still
their
so
target.
many
That way they're
people
not
up.
an easy target, and they can safely move through and decide what they want to do. But a lot of the pressure from Enough and Salt are going to everybody else down below. Iamzo, Josh probably taking some of that pressure. But as they're getting distracted, Bolts, Acorn are going up. They're
What a
going for the
shot.
high ground. Said they were waiting for this moment. Bolts even hitting mammoth shots on the fly to secure that high ground for him and Acorn here in game 1, putting themselves in the driver's seat.
Resurgence of that mammoth
Dang,
pistol
his
in the
last
hands of these
cir-
pros are
last
just
circle.
so deadly. Let's see what Bolts can do here now, though. As they miss all their shots, they're actually out of material as well. It's Iamzo who's got the strong positioning up top, and even he has to concede it here in a second, but he bounces back to another little bit of high ground nearby. Meanwhile, Rapid's by himself. Cold finally gets eliminated there. Sales and Vert here jumping into the box, the opponents pushing everyone out. But what I'm seeing is all the teams we've jumped into, very few of them have any mats to work with.
Yeah, Sales even just dropping scraps,
Ooh,
hoping
Curly
Bert
go
can make
down.
at least one piece to work with. Bolts, turns, and burns, takes down Curly,
Bolts and
ends a
Acorn
huge
looking
solo run, but they
pretty-
lost their high ground
pretty
throughout
good right
all
now.
this. A necessary evil for them to try to stay alive. Sales goes down, Vert has to abandon ship. He can't be the hero if he doesn't have any builds here, and there's still players pushing in from all sides. They were contested up above, and now it's Josh and Iamzo on the high ground.
The only duos actually
Ooh.
left in the lobby right now, but no, as I
Bro got
talk, we're just
fried.
hitting everyone with the caster curse, game after game, round after round. But here we have it, Iamzo just trying to figure out, where did my teammate
Rapid
fall
goes
from?
down.
Who was it that put the damage down? And even he's left confused here. Acorn and Bolts are the only duo standing, but
Ooh,
once
Acorn
again,
goes down.
they get demolished by Iamzo. What is happening?
Back-to-back eliminations by Iamzo. He took high ground and he made sure to make it count. Now he's going against Neo and Noisy down below. We've seen them take out multiple teams. 9 eliminations so
Ooh,
far.
this is it
with
right
huge
here.
chunks of HP going out the
Dang,
window.
elite
Iamzo
wins.
dropping, taking the fight to them and taking game number 1.
So deserving as well.
Dude, that
They
in-game was
really fought
crazy.
back for it, and Iamzo clutching up the 2v1 when it mattered most. But even he, for a moment there, had to find himself, had to get his bearings back on the tracks there, because there was just so much going down there, Jacob.
I'll be
Yeah,
back. Give me one
Josh and
second.
Iamzo almost got taken down by Acorn. It was so close, but a team that already has their spot secured wins game number 1, Zeke.
Zoe? Hello? We just win a 1v2 like that casually in game number 1? Okay, Vivid, I don't even know. I'm not gonna lie, I was like, man, you know, Zoe, you really did all you could. Second place, pretty dang. Oh, you won. I forgot who Zoe was. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Good luck,
Really?
everybody. Good luck.
You forgot who Zoe was? Zeke, I mean, come on. These guys got 8th, 4th, and 2nd in the last 3 qualifiers. They were actually the 3rd most consistent duo in terms of placements, being beat out just by Cold and Rapid and Peterborough and Poya. But yeah, they kind of just won out in terms of the flip-flop that was kind of happening on the high ground. And after that, it was all she wrote. I mean, I know MDF was kind of feeling the hurt a little bit when he saw Josh kind of go down, but Iamzo still being alive, man. He can never count these guys out.
Yeah, and we saw that flip-flop on height. Like Vivid said, it looks like Iamzo and Josh took it at the perfect time. For a second there, it got scary with Acorn and Storm taking out Josh. It was the 1v2.
6
Iamzo
eliminations.
took the W. for game number 1, showing why they have that spot already secured in the Esports World Cup.
And that's what's interesting, right, Blake? Because if they are in the top, let's say 5, right, that is, now we're not looking at the top 2 to qualify. We're looking at the top 3, right? Every team that has already qualified, they're going to make that roll down 1 additional slot. So, wow, I'm just shocked. That was a crazy clutch out of Zoe. You love to see it. That was just game number 1. We are going to go to a break. When to return, we got to talk about more because there was a ton of things happening on the high ground. We'll see you in just a minute.
Alrighty. That was a pretty good first game. Got like 2 minutes till the next game. My nose feels like so stuffy right now. It's actually annoying. Dang, how fast did Peterbot die? I didn't even know he was in there.
Series game number 1 starts with a bang. Josh and Iamzo come out with a victory royale to start things off. Oh my goodness. There's so much to break down because high ground was just crazy. I'd love to take a look at the standings though, because after that victory royale, Josh and Iamzo are currently in first place. But as we mentioned right before the break, that little llama crown, that means they've already qualified. So now that top 2 becomes a top 3. If we stop the competition right now, this would be the top 3 to move on. But obviously 7 more games to go. Acorn and Bolts here. Wowie, wow, wow. They are looking to earn themselves that qualifying spot. 63 points out of the duo. Now, obviously at 3rd place, 6 elims is pretty good, right? But you know, Vivid, if we keep this consistency throughout the next 7 games, I feel like this is an easy qual, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The duo is already looking good, and surprisingly enough, kind of going up for the higher ground. You can see this is kind of when the mess started. We did see Queasy and Scare have a pretty solid foothold on it for the beginning of the moving zones, but as soon as it kind of entered that 11 zone is where all the duos started to go up for it. And Acorn and Bolts after that, even though they did, you know, kind of lose the high ground that they went ahead and secured, they did have to drop down and eventually did go down and get 1v2 there. by Yamza, but can you blame the guys? Yamza was kind of on one that game.
Yeah, and we talked about, are these players feeling the pressure today? And we said no. And Acorn and Bolts are showing that they have something to prove. They had a crazy qualifier 1, struggled in qual 2 and 3, and they're here in qualifier 4, showing up in game number 1, showing the potential that they have.
I loved seeing Higgs and Curve there in that first game as well, right? Super low front side of zone, keep pushing on, they're really trying to make a name for themselves here. And that was a pretty strong first game, right? It was a top 10 to 7th place with 6 eliminations again, right? So though this is just game number 1,
a lot of teams with 6
I have
eliminations.
to believe we're just going to keep this pace going, right, Viv? I just have to believe this is Higgs, this is Curve, we can qual.
Yeah, a lot of the times I like to favor some of the teams that do play these, kind of like front low or like low ground positions. Obviously, it is still being fought for. Like, we have some big name duos down there. Obviously, we're going to say like Cold and Rapid start to fight for that as well. But, the fact that we did just kind of talk about how chaotic high ground kind of looked, and the fact that Peaks and Curves are a duo that kind of are going to be playing that low to mid ground layers, and they're already doing pretty well. I feel like I would favor this duo just a little bit more than maybe I initially did, just because of how scary high ground looks.
Yeah, and I think we got to give credit. They only got 7th place, but 7th place is final moving zone, because we saw that final zone close and there were still top 10 teams. So getting that consistency in game number 1 is a great start for them. And if they keep it up, they're going to be on their way to the Esports World Cup.
Woo! And I obviously want to top my hat to Noisy and Neo in that game. 2nd place with 9 eliminations.
Yeah. Wow.
Man, I'd love to continue breaking this down, but I'm getting word. Games are ready. We're jumping right back into the actions of casters. Take it away.
Honestly, that was a good game number 1, Monster. Yamzo and Josh really setting the tone and the pace, contesting that high ground late in the game. But as you know, in an 8-game tournament series, it's the second half where things start to ramp up in terms of pressure. So let's just get right into game 2 and keep it going.
Yeah, I tend to forget how fast these games pick up and then close, and that's why we have 8 rounds of this ahead of us. This time, though, Higgs gets the touch base. Last game, he's saying, hey, Monster, give us a little second. Let me get down and situated. This time, he takes out threats pretty quickly, but Agers is here as well, so a lot of, I guess, influence here at the drop. Agers is going to find himself elimination. Curve has to play very smart here. Little does he know, Agers has got no backup, but better safe than sorry here. Talk about quite the mix-up as this all just went down that fast.
I thought it was just gonna be double contested over at Hostile Hold. You got Dozier's team, you got along with Tyler, you got Higgs and
Why'd they
Curve who
skip that?
kind of
They were
split
fighting.
off, and then you have Muzz. Muzz and Sphinx are literally on 2 different points of the map as of now, but Muzz already has a spot secured. Knows waiting until the last second to get eliminations can be good. You can make a run, but why not build yourself a cushion early? Already with this 1 elimination, Muzz is affecting the whole other side of the map. The big thing though, does Acorn and Bolts notice that Sphinx might be a solo?
I think this is really interesting from Muzz's side too, if you think about it, because all the commentary we provided game 1 for Muzz and Sphinx was, hey, they're qualified, they're playing very passive, it looks like they just want a shot at the money, right? But this is like a completely different tune here, and I think they recognize that as well, like you mentioned. But look at this, for Bolts and Acorn finding that early elimination here onto Salt. It's gonna be a nice pickup too, considering Salt and his teammate made it very far into last game, and they were playing pretty much, spoiler for some. Back over to Muzz, just fighting with no fear here. And he is actually popping off, claiming body after body. This is a big pickup, though. That's onto the likes of Scare. Obviously, Queasy's duo here, so Muzz has got to be careful. There could be danger nearby.
Yeah, this is, I feel like from what we've seen, it could be more. We've already seen at least 25% of the lobby land separate from their actual teammate in a way to try to get eliminations. And if you imagine, Agers was already in the feed taking down threats, so Muzz has some sort of a clue if he remembers that Ritual might be by himself. I saw in the feed that Poyo already got elimination onto Salt, so Enough might be by himself.
Good
And now
shot.
he's taking a 2v1 against Pete and Poyo. I do believe he lasted long enough to get his teammate back in the game. Yes, he did, but he's
Oh
gonna
my
fall,
God, the
and now
AFK
they're
thing.
getting put in the spin cycle.
Oh, there you have it. Last game. If you
I'm
missed
like,
them,
what's that
now
noise
you get
again?
to
I always
see
forget
exactly
that's
what they're here to
good.
do. 2 quick eliminations for Peterbot and Poyo here. Already starting to rack things up. Meanwhile, in the feed, though, Boji gets the best of Rapid. Booga gets the best of Queasy. So a lot is already unfolding here in game number 2, as the action seems to be picking up here. But hey, what we're noticing, though, Jacob, like we talked about in the last game, is that duos, full duos, aren't quite yet fully eliminated, right? So there are still all the teams in the game that basically have a chance.
Yeah, I believe in duos compared to, trios and squads. It's about a 12-second respawn timer, which gets cut down for every knock or
Peter
full
Bot's in
squad
there
wipe
now.
plus
He's, like,
elimination that you do
G'ing
get.
people.
So if your teammate does go down and you're able to get a knock, even if you can't clean up the elimination, that just gets him back into the game a little bit faster. And it's just all about surviving. If
Apparently
your
he missed the
teammate went
first
down,
game,
we saw
Peter Bot.
Bolts go down in the feed before.
He wasn't even
Acorn
in the first
surviving
one.
long enough. Peter Bot and Boyo, a kind of a different approach than we've seen some of the other teams doing so far. We're seeing solos venture out, try to pick up the eliminations. Well, Peter Bot and Boyo,
Now he's going
not
aggro.
being in game one, they have some time to make up, and they're doing it together.
Yeah, I like this. And not only that, they're not looking for solos, they're fighting full duos. They're like, what's up? What do you guys want to do? They are just taking the battle that
There's
anyone who
Booga.
wants to entertain them. Booga sticking around for a little too long. He's poking his head out, poking the bear here. And now Peter Bot and Boy have officially marked them out and have considered if they want to push that way. We'll see what ends up happening. Take a look here, though. Jack and Boji, we talked about that Booga fight. Well, it's Jack who kind of initiates here. Boji follows up, gets the finish onto Rapid there. And those are great points now starting to rack up. When you saw the leaderboard there after game number 1, 6 elims was our first place team. Really not that much, right? Considering it's a reload format, you can get so much more. So I like this early aggression from everyone.
Yeah, I think everybody, game number 1, it doesn't matter what format it is. It's kind of that feeler out type of game. How are the teams playing? Where are they landing? What kind of risks they're kind of willing to go for in certain situations. I think rather slow and tame game in game number 1, everybody is getting that similar idea. It's time to pick up the pace. It's time to get aggressive and really take control over their own destiny when it comes to this qualifier 4. You don't want to look back when you're in game 7, game 8, thinking, man, we should have just got more aggressive. 1 or 2 eliminations could have changed the course of our entire tournament. So I like teams doing that right out of the gates here.
Most definitely here. Well, start to zoom in here onto Chimp in 20's situation right now. Zone 3 here approaching. They're actually playing this nice and slow here, trying to see if they can catch an ambush, maybe someone unsuspecting rotating nearby, but there's just no movement here in the center map right now. Rise and Curly don't want to expose themselves too early at all. They're doing the exact same thing, just kind of looking around here, biding their time, waiting for endgame.
The only unfortunate thing is if you kind of look at the difference between Rise and Curly kind of sitting in this spot, hunkered down, they're not maxed out in terms of their loot and materials, but comparison to 20 and Chip that have 20 builds combined, that's a world of difference. So the longer they stay there, the harder it's going to be for them as the zone gets closer and closer, forcing the action with a lot of these teams. Dozier and Tyler, no eliminations this time around. They probably saw how busy their actual POI was this game, and they're just trying to take a slower approach, a more careful and calculated one.
Look at this. Talk about careful and calculated. Queasy just trying to take his time here. Still working his way through the zone, but you can see the opponents are sitting right above him, and Scare's going to take that unnecessary damage here from the rotate. Queasy's trying to see what he can do here to back him up with some shots, but just such a disadvantage having your opponent sit up on this bridge, and Threats is no stranger. This is actually where he shines best. He's got some exceptional aim here. The Mammoth pistol in hand too.
Especially since he's already upgraded it once. And that's one of those things you can kind of just see, even if you don't know where the shots are coming up, if at least 90 HP or more gets kind of chunked out for a player, a Mammoth or a hunting rifle has something to do about it. And hitting both of these players down below, Threats and Visuals are now getting the confidence to try to push on over. Queasy kind of stuck in a weird spot, trying to go ahead and make it to where that indestructible terrain is on the backside, and that way he can kind of find a way out of this position, because even if Queasy and Scare have to abandon each other, as long as one of them stays alive, that's a win.
Yeah, well, at least Scare and Queasy get hip to hip here. Visuals and Threats end up peeling back just a little bit. I'm assuming the zone revealed to them. They have quite some distance to go here.
Alrighty.
As do Bolt and Acorn now. The zone's going to continue to pull north, northeast. This is not going to be favorable at all for these teams. But hey, Bolts already has those 2 elims, so he's sitting pretty strong here. Going to go ahead and mark out Northern's duo there to the side, as Peterbot and Boyo likely playing the opposite side of that duo as well. Let's take a look what Higgs and Curver up to right now. Entering in from the Storm side. They've taken a lot of damage here.
Yeah, luckily for them, they don't got to rotate at all for this zone and possibly the next one as well. basically right in the center, give or take a few centimeters north or south.
I want to
for
just chilling
Higgs
in
and
storm.
Curve. They don't even necessarily need the eliminations. They had a little bit of a different strategy this time around. Higgs did get that one, trying to go for early aggression. Unfortunately enough, it didn't last for long, but Curve was able to stay alive to get that reboot back into Higgs and put them in a good spot here. And you can see why them and a bunch of these other teams are trying to lock down a spot inside of the zone. It's only the 5th, so reboots are still on. But just like I said in that last game, Monster, where are you going to land? What loot are you going to get? So going down here can put a huge damper on your game.
It's getting a little nervous for a second. I saw someone moving in quick on the zone there. Peterbot and Boyer were moving, but just a team floating on by for some new positioning. And even there, things are starting to get pieced together here for Peterbot Boyo. Looking off in the side, you have Muzz and Sphinx. Looking a little hurt. The fact that they haven't healed yet seems to have had a little bit of a desperate early game so far, and the Storm not treating them very nice.
Ooh, those
Scary
guys are
Queasy
right
still
there.
opting to play deep into the Storm here. They got to be careful with that Storm sickness, and also the lurk here from Enough and Salt, who are beating out the bandages right now. But they don't get seen, so they're just going to go ahead and use these themselves. So a couple of chug barrels there too, so it should be just fine to bounce back and get back into this game here.
Yeah, if they have enough gold, they got that mending machine. They probably took some patch-ups right there. It might have been cheaper to do the med kit, but timing is everything here, especially since they know Queasy and Scare already bypassed them on this rotation. The longer you go, the more teams that could potentially kind of hold you out from one zone to the next, though. You're seeing half, or at least a good portion of the zone is open water on the north side. The western side has the mountain as elevation changes. There's a huge dip in the middle. The east side, something similar. So this zone, honestly, if you're not prepared for it, have your IGL strategically trying to figure out what rotation you're going to make. This one's going to be terrifying.
Here we go. This is where we're starting
This
to
is a pretty
get
tough zone.
game's starting to get interesting.
I'm
A
not
little
sure
bit
I'd
Indian
want to
here
be
soon.
caught anywhere in the near term of the valley of this kind of layout here, but this is where Yamzo and Josh feel comfortable, kind of opting to be a little bit low here, not over committing to one side nor the other, depending on, of course, where the next zone pulls will determine a lot. Some are actually opting to stay inside the storm there too.
Who you got
Overall,
winning this game, Archie? I have
seems
no
to be
idea. It's way too
everyone
early.
here is just going to be looking to buy their time, right? There's 19 duos still standing here. Things are going to start heating up very quickly once we get into that zone 8 and 9 final movings.
You see majority of the teams kind of stacked up on the left side where that mountain range is. And that's for good reason, because if the zone pulls back on over to the west, the teams that did not position there are going to have a hard time having to use their shockwaves or their launch pads or even crash pads to try to get up that mountain. Everybody else is already there. And if it pushes away towards the north, towards the east, it's just one shockwave from the top of that mountain. So they're prioritizing a future position instead of just trying to get somewhere that has less and less
Holy
players kind
jumping.
of stacked around. But in a few seconds here, Monster, reboots will turn off. So all these eliminations going in the feed, you better hope they go ahead and reboot before that timer doesn't allow them to.
Yeah, just a couple seconds now. And here we have it. Reboots are officially shut off. So things are going to play much more standardly here and now. No more room for error. Bolts and Acorn go for a quick rotate here.
Bolts.
Ooh, little mistake there.
Oh,
little
we're off
bolt
for
up.
bolts.
Bolt's gonna be forced to use a shockwave. But either way, Acorn pretty much pauses things down, waits for his teammate here. Look at this. This is cutting across the water, so it actually is going just about the worst place it could have gone, to where most of this wasn't in land for the early rotate. So you have to have shockwave off of the high ground and across this lake here.
And interesting enough, I think Threats and Visuals might have been one of the only teams that positioned on this north side, kind of predicting it would go over towards the water. But as soon as it does, you saw the lay of the land. So many teams immediately shockwave over. They use their crash pads to try to cover the distance. Peterbot and Poyo, a few seconds ago, were one of the teams that were trying to emerge as the high ground leader. Muzz and Sphinx, though, this is a team, they don't necessarily go up for the high ground unless they have a clear-cut and
rotation
open opportunity.
fights.
They like running these mid layers, finding perfect eliminations, and then catching
Peterbot
teams off
on
guard.
high
So Peterbot and
ground.
Poyo, they have to watch out for that, and so many
That's
other teams
interesting.
using shockwaves and launch pads to try to take away this high ground.
Well, we saw Queasy and Scared last game try to go for high ground early. Didn't work out. Peterbot and Boyo looking to mirror that same situation, but execute a little bit better. We'll see what they can do. They're entering in, keep in mind, with pretty much max material, so it doesn't get better than that. But once again, 20 teams
that's
pretty
a
much still
interesting
standing here. This is
circle
a
pool.
very, very much contested lobby right now. All the good teams are still in the game here. Peterbot Boyo, no resistance right now, but look at how everyone is kind of favored onto that side because they rotated in from there, and it's actually going right back across the water where the majority of the lobby actually just came from.
Yeah, typically I think this is disastrous, the open water, the land, but as you said, that's literally the exact location. So there could be some builds to utilize in that direction. And I think that's why Agers and Ritual, they have a decent spot in zone for now. They know other teams are going to have to shockwave and rotate in front of them, and that's what they're going to use to try to get some damage, hopefully pick up some sort of elimination before they themselves are forced to have to rotate forward. Boji does go down, essentially leaving Jack by himself on this rotation. You see Cold, Rapid, they're getting ready to use that launch pad. They don't want to have to go through this 8th zone and fight for their lives.
I like this. I like this play a lot. I think this is the smartest thing you could do. All the other teams are thinking the same exact thing because the terrain's really interesting. Not only is
cow,
it cutting
tons
across
of
the
people
water,
in the air right
that
now.
water, the majority of the players shockwaved across it anyway. So it's completely open terrain. Anyone who sets up early down there is likely going to get targeted off of some fresh builds, but Queasy, Scare want a touchdown first. Muzz and Sphinx end up getting the first little bit of land there as well. But it's Peterbot and Boyo who've opted to
that was
stay
a lot of
low
people.
and just target all the teams
Surprised no one
here
got
in the
fried.
distance. They still want to keep fighting for this high ground here, really trying to bully up. I like it. They got it.
Here we go,
Yeah,
though.
it's a huge investment of resources, though. Ninth zone, a little early from what we've seen from game number 1. Teams trying to take it in the 11th and 12th zone to try to disrupt all the plans that they have going on. But you can see Curve was able to get another drop on a Noisy, but not able to reap the rewards just yet. Not even fully clean up that elimination. Sphinx is going to
seems
actually
to
steal
have that
that one away.
RPG.
Iamzo gets one onto Mason of his own. So already
RPG
you're
could be
seeing
huge.
duos being separated left into solos.
Who are
And
winners
for
of last
Iamzo
game
trying
are
to
a
go over
little
the
low.
top, get stuffed with a big shot, but at least he's able to survive and get to the front side of the zone, which is huge.
Yeah, this is crazy too. This is the first time we're going to see Boyo on high ground with a rocket launcher as well. That RPG is devastating from up above.
Yeah,
So
high ground with an
this
RPG
is going to be a
is
very
insane.
interesting endgame now. Cold and Rapid playing the mid-ground layer right here. Zone's going to continue to pull Eastern, so they will have to fight their way through these teams, but just the pressure they're laying down alone has forced those teams to give them
really
the
low.
layer for free now. Meanwhile, on the ultimate low, Muzz and Sphinx are playing the front
Dude, the
side
fact that
here.
they have an
already
RPG
fighting
on
through.
high
Hicks and
ground
Curve
right now
looking
is
to join them as well,
insane.
repeating their positioning from the last game too.
You can see with those early game eliminations, they were able to kind of set themselves up with loadout. We saw them kind of
Ooh,
stack
Peterbot
themselves
went
forward
down,
with
though.
a little bit of a splat, dropped down to 1
he rocked
HP.
himself.
I saw it in the background for Booga as well. This one with Peterbot going down puts a lot of pressure onto Poyo, but what we've seen through recent weeks, even months, Poyo is one not to be messed with. He shoots another rocket, not able to connect, but he's pushing players further and further down below into one
Polio's about to
another.
go down.
I'm pretty sure he rocketed himself because there's no way Peterbot took his own self-fall damage there. So something went wrong with the RPG, but it's Queasy and Scare
That's
who
rough.
took control of the high ground
They
once again
low-key
here.
choked
I
that.
think Queasy's just trying to make a statement here on NA, showing that they can win games. That's all that
That's
they
a
want to do and
rough
prove right
game.
now. Oh, look
for
at this.
Peterbot.
Ritual loses Agers there in the box. He has to scramble out now. Gets caught by another team there. They don't quite know here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Ritual needs a refresh or something to keep him in the game here, but he manages to slip his way out of there too.
I'm not sure how he's able to survive all this, but with 17 HP, he still has a dream going right now. Even Shockwaves, but he's quickly running out of builds. Acorn and Bolts as well. With little material left, they instantly have to Shockwave to the front. Muzz, though, Sphinx, different plans, 2 more eliminations. They got a refresh. Buzz, right now, is controlling that full front side of the zone, but Booga and Braids. Booga's another one. He's splatted
Holy
down to
cow.
1 HP. Braids keeping him alive, and for good reason. They make it into the top 6.
Well, there you have it. 6 elims for them as well. So talk about a comeback story here in game number 2. But look at the consistency now. Coming in for Cold and Rapid, jumping them up to near 100+ points. Bolts, though, still in the game. Finds more eliminations. That's going to bring them up to 7 now.
Muzz and Cold and Rapid, that's crazy in
just chopping
Acorn's
things up,
down,
making it
I
look
see that.
nice and easy for them as they're in full control and very healthy as well.
Ooh,
but have they
Cold
met their
goes
match here? Cold,
down.
though, unfortunately gets put out. Muzz gets put out as well. And it's all up to Rapid here to try to make something big happen. But Sphinx with a great shot from the side here. This is all Sphinx builds, and he of course manages to get the full cleanup.
Yeah, you don't have those instant heals, have to keep on moving forward. Salt and enough out of nowhere so far. 5 eliminations. We saw multiple teams on the high ground, but they are going to be the last one standing up above. Sphinx gets an elimination onto Braids. Big shot onto 1, and now he has the high ground, trying to turn the tables the best that he can, but enough in Salt. They concede the elevation. They're saying, hey, if you want to win this fight, you're going to have to come down to us. Heal off is not possible, but Salt goes up, trying to distract Sphinx, but I'm not sure it's actually working because he's down to just a sliver of HP, but Sphinx fighting with every fiber of his being. Somehow the zone doing some of the work, getting the knock onto Salt, shockwaving up. He knows he needs the Cypher to stay alive. 2 ticks left, and Sphinx gets cut short along with Buzz. Enough and Salt clutch up to take game 2.
And we've seen Enough and Salt do very well in the end games.
Yo,
here.
Archie,
They
I'm gonna
did good
close
in
my
game number 1.
Fortnite
They do
because of
great in game number
AFK
2.
time.
But what a
annoying.
close game there.
You can
Sphinx
just
with
join
the
the Discord
hero
call if you
play,
want.
trying to go for the high ground. Very well executed, but in the end, I am Enough. And Salt the 3x there. Zeke, take it away.
Oh man,
That was a crazy game.
oh, you fly from the air, you send a shotgun shot, and you think, all right, it's cool. I'm about to get a little help. Nope. It's still looks second place still pretty good. And Blake, this is big, right? Salt and Enough getting themselves a victory royale as a duo in a chaotic game. It's got to feel awesome.
Yeah, Salt, obviously an up-and-coming player. He got
Just join
top
a
10
Discord
in
call.
back-to-back solo series, now showing what he can
I
do
think
in a
this one-
duo game mode. Actually, my ex-duo, so it's good to see him out there getting his first victory royale and his first reload finals.
Listen, Blake, I mean, you were telling me and Zeke, you know, what was going on behind the scenes. This is actually now multiple times over the course of just these 2 games. We have seen this duo going up for the high ground. You gotta tell the people what you told us, man. Go on.
Hey, I was talking to Salt before this. I was like, hey, man, go out there. You got this. Play confident. He's like, we're going for height 8 out of 8. And what happened the first 2 games? We saw them on height, both of them, and they take the
There we
victory
go.
royale in game number 2. So it's going to
You
be
just joined on
really
your
interesting
phone.
to see if they can keep up this pace, this momentum that they have going into game number 3.
Yeah, love to see it. Obviously, there's a bunch of big name duos going up for the high ground, so they do have a tall task ahead of them. But I mean, obviously, so far
I go
it
to
is
the winners,
working
and then
out
I just
perfectly.
throw on
Obviously,
the
first game
the
they did get cut
replay.
down a little bit short, but second game
Mm.
works out, like I said, perfectly as well. They pick up the VR, and obviously it's going to switch up the standings a lot.
for the
We'll
stream.
have to see very shortly, Zeke, if it's going to be enough though to put them in that top 2.
Well, your delay is
We'll have
insane.
to see, Viv. We'll have to see. 105 points.
Yeah, I
is
thought it
quite
might
a
have
bit.
performance
But we'll see
issues.
after this short break. Don't
but-
go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just make it like a
Back
10-second
with
delay
Reloaded
and see if
Series.
it does anything.
True. The only thing's memory, but it doesn't take a lot. Just around 500. And
You could also
MB.
just disable the main screen. Disable preview. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got that.
It helps if you turn off the preview.
That's oh, it's stuck in this bun. Yeah.
Bro, your name is way too long, by the way. I don't think anybody's ever gonna find your channel.
Yeah. I should change it to Archie. Again.
Yeah. Also, you need to turn on like VODs and stuff. Because I think you have VODs disabled there now.
Okay. Here we go. Let me try to find it here.
It's in settings, by the way. If you go to in your dashboard, if you go to settings and then stream, it's like VOD settings and stream rewind. Holy cow, I can't speak.
Thank you. Summer.
You know what you could do until you get your mic fixed or your mic settings fixed or whatever. Make another Discord account on your on like so you have two, and then you can join a Discord call with your phone and use your phone mic, and then have your audio on through the other account on your PC in the call. So that way you could just do that way. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So you can
Yeah, I
just
was
like
wondering.
you could just mute your actually you don't even need to do that. You just literally just have so your audio comes through your PC so you can hear, but you're just using your phone mic. It's better than having no mic at all, like especially for like streaming.
It's true.
And
Yeah, I was wondering because I
if
know.
you're not playing with people, you literally can just have your other account added and just be in like a call with your other account, like, and if you're not like, when you're not like in a Discord call with other people, you know. It's
Yeah.
pretty easy to do. Someone used to do that. I forget who it was that I knew. Hi, how's it going? Yo, what up, man? Alrighty. Dude, my stupid earbud cord is like getting so wrinkled right now. It's driving me nuts. I'm I'm just watching the tournament right now. I'm not even playing Fortnite right now. I think if he got that thirst off, I think he would have been a little bit better off there at the end.
Yeah.
Disruptor, Jacob, and that's what we're seeing
He
here
didn't
now.
like.
Yeah, already 2 games have showed that
It was
high
the
ground,
shield,
no matter
right?
what
He
zone
still
it
had
is,
shield on
never seems
from
to
height
be
or
safe. We
storm.
know Acorn and Bolts go for it. We saw them almost get it, but unfortunately it's
Yeah, I
enough
think so.
and salt that are pulling off. And I said it to
He's
start
like,
the show.
he hit him and I heard the
2026
shield
year of
crack.
the
And he's like,
underdogs.
oh, he
Just
had
as
shield
salt
on.
and enough are gonna have to hold on. Game 3 is ready. Let's see if they can do it.
All right, Jacob, this is the last qualifier. These games go by pretty quickly, but those points jump up even faster. If you blink, you missed it, because all of a sudden now we have Acorn and Bolt holding the crown here, and all they have to do is maintain that lead. You know, my biggest highlight for them was obviously that they
You
played
find
so
the
well
thing I
at
was
the
talking
lane.
about?
All things considering, they are clearly
The
one of the
VODs?
No,
stronger duos in the lobby.
I
This
was
reload
looking, I
mode
couldn't
is just
find it.
playing into their favor. But
You're on your
give that
dashboard,
a
right?
second jump in with Higgs here.
Yeah.
Back to back now, losing to
You see it
Dozier
says
on the drop
settings,
this
like
time.
under
Not as many other
monetization or
teams in the mix
moderation
here as
and
Muzz's Figs
viewer
have
rewards.
decided to mix things up themselves. No agers
Oh.
either. That was kind of a crazy game to drop
Moderation.
there.
Underneath
Moderation
moderation says
setting.
settings.
Don't
Go,
show that
click on
sometimes
settings
the
and
early
then
game
the drop down
antics
menu
may
for
not
streaming.
necessarily always be the best
Scroll
decision. You
down
see Jack in the
to
feed taking down
VOD
Rapid,
settings
Bolts
and stream
straying
rerun.
far away
And
from
just
his
turn
actual drop
on-
spot along with Acorn. There's a lot of space there, so
Turn
no
on store pass
necessarily too
badcast
much to
and
worry
then always
about. But he's
publish
inching
VOD and
closer
then
and
stream
closer to
rerun.
Salt
Turn
Up,
all
who's
those
currently
on.
the second place team. Right behind they themselves, who's in first. He's ready to take a full-on fight, but a lot of that damage going on to Bolt, and it's not slowing down anytime soon.
Make
but
sure clips is
back-to-back
enabled too,
shots.
because you don't
The
want clips
Sentinel
on.
pump is going to take down
It's
Salt.
just
You already see
below
he has
that.
one upgrade on that more fight Sentinel, looking for another.
Just a statement elimination. Bolts, take a look from his perspective. What all was happening here? He had already picked up an Elam right before this, then finds Agers, then hunts down Salt there, but unfortunately the momentum.
What the heck just
Jump
happened
in
to
and
the
they earned themselves a
broadcaster
few
audio?
points.
What the heck?
You see I am enough there in the distance, just waiting. Peterbot though, thinking about hunting him down. Yeah, they had the marker almost perfectly there, Jacob.
Yeah, just knowing exactly where he's
Peter
at,
Bot already
hearing all
getting
the
kills,
noise,
man.
seeing the fights, and now you see they basically get almost a fully upgraded more fight Sentinel there if they do want it. But the action's not slowing down. Jack was able to get that first elimination of the game, I do believe, onto Rapid. Now they get their possible second one onto Vert next. Sales, you kind of see him on the outskirts, just trying to stay alive. 12 seconds is all he needs to get Vert back in the game.
You gotta give Jack and Boji their respect. They continuously show up in fun eliminations here. They haven't quite earned the placement points is deserving of them, but they definitely have had their fair share of good fights go in their favor. Jumping back to Neo and Noisy though, this is a team that has been consistent all around, but Noisy has to stay alive here and now. Booga and Braids have a chance here to actually send his team back to the lobby if they can find them sooner rather than later, but they're giving them a little too much time to recoup here.
I don't know why they're not
Situated.
trying to
Booga
push
trying to
him.
move in to support Braids here for the Elan. There's so much to pick from because Braids somehow held this all down by himself, by the way. And Neo and Noisy, you have to think about it, playing phenomenally well when it comes to these early game fights.
Yeah, and I know we talk about the loophole all the time, the
Ooh.
mythic drum gun. You don't want to end up in the box with Braids. He's going to spray through just like that. Noisy's
That
going to go
mythic
down.
drum gun's
Braids not taking
insane.
a single scratch, and you can kind of see why they weren't getting aggressive at first. Booga wasn't necessarily
That's gonna
there.
be huge
Neo
for
had
them.
respawn. I saw on the mini map that Booga was toying with the idea of maybe chasing him off, but with the new cutting the mechanic glider of that, it's much harder to take these people out of the sky if there's trees and different terrains into the mix. But Northern Caliper, no strangers to finals either. I do believe they had a top 10 performance in one of the qualifiers, just unfortunately fell a little too short. But it's all experience at the end of the day, especially now that they picked up that elimination on to 20.
Very nice Elam there. Caliper kind of looking off in the distance, trying to figure out what he wants to do to support this fight here. Chimp's looking for an angle. Northern has his vision a bit blocked there by the trees, so not exactly
Look at
excited with
ways to rotate. It looks
prospect
like
of finishing the fight on the layer that he was on. But look at this, even as Chimp's teammate ends up loading back in, he gets taken out immediately. So this is a desperate situation to be in. Northern doesn't even realize, neither does Caliper realize that Chimp is by himself.
still early game though.
Either way though, he manages to somehow sneak out of there. 20 gets back in the game. They have a chance though to still stay in this game and hopefully bounce back here shortly.
Yeah, it's just having Chimp and 20 reunite is going to be tough. Because I talked about, you know, when you go down, you get rebooted, you spawn right above your teammate. Well, if you're in zone, you spawn inside of the zone, not necessarily outside it. So 20 is not going to have too much of a
Ooh,
chance to try
Peterbot
to
trying
close
to
the gap and get back to Chimp. Especially
take
more so
out
now,
Chimp.
went from one team hunting to a second, which is Peterbot and Boyo. And you know how they played. They
And he
make sure
will.
they clean up every single scrap. And there goes
It's
the
good
elimination
cycle.
onto Chimp. I will say there is a silver lining,
Yep.
though, Monster, because it's going to better the chances of Chimp and 20 finally being able to reunite once he gets rebooted back in the game.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna get
Peterbot
both
looks
sent
good right
back
now.
to
He
the
has a
storm line.
good amount of
Peterbot and Boyo, their timing impeccable right now. As they've
pizza,
shown up
and he has
time and time again
the
here,
gold
fine teams
gatekeeper.
just in desperation and shambles.
Yeah.
See what Salt ends up managing to make happen there as he's on the outskirts. On over to Rise and Curly here. Just taking the pick of the litter here for the loadouts. They found some leftover loot. And they go. Found
think I
heard
themselves
about
Boji and Jack here.
Nice little angle there for Jack. Puts on a good amount of damage onto Curly, actually.
Really got
Not
hit
bad
pretty
for
hard.
being that far back, and Rise also takes a fair amount of damage here too. So Jack and Boji putting him on the back foot here in this fight.
Yeah, very good damage on Rise and Curly initially. Separating them for a few seconds. Unfortunately, with the numbers game 2v1, that opportunity goes right out the window. They're unable to
Rise
capitalize.
gets
It's going to
hit.
allow for Rise and Curly to try to shockwave away, but from one team to another, they run into Rapid and Cold on the other side, so things will not get any easier for Rise and Curly. You see they're burning through
Rapid's
their
getting
materials here, just trying to stay alive, but
hit
I
pretty
will say
hard.
the focus have switched just a little bit from Boji and Jack, trying to target out Rise and Curly. They do land some damage on the Rapid instead.
It's just like a crazy fight going down now. It just went from like, all right, nice little 2v2 to, wait a second, this is pretty messy now. Cold and Rapid want to get their get back as well.
Looks like another team maybe joining the mix.
This is actually costing everyone a fair bit. Not to mention there was just an airdrop landing there, which Rise and Curly, I believe, took advantage of.
Maybe
So
not. They're
those
just
extra white heals
flying by.
fall into their favor. They get the fresh shockwaves, and they're off basically as the winners of this exchange somehow. Where Cold and Rapid
Dang,
end up
everyone
being the
just
ones that fall
dipped.
way behind. As I don't think they had the same type of whites, but look at this. Peterbot, Boyo, they found Chimp before. Seems like they find him
Dang,
again,
Chimp's
and they're
getting
just farming him
farmed.
for points at this time. Meanwhile, Boyo gets Agers as well, and I mean they are just racking up. They're making up for that game one miss.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate because we've seen them take out Bolts, we've seen them take out Aegis. Peterbot Poyo, just like 3 other teams, already have their spot secured. So they're essentially playing Disruptor and not letting any free plays go down as Acorn gets attacked, 43 HP, trying to stay alive over towards Leak Experiment. There's a whole nother duo up above that is going to be Cold and Rapid hunting for these eliminations. And honestly, Cold and Rapid haven't have the best start to this game here. So they're still probably fighting for a loadout that they feel confident taking with them to the end game.
Yeah, most definitely. Just a single Elim, even all that scrappy battling back and forth here. Only one
Gatekeeper's the
Elim
meta.
to show for it.
Gatekeeper is good. That was a good
Could have
gun when I
both
was in the
holding
game.
down their own here. Meanwhile, Josh
Yeah.
and Yamso listening to all this go down. They are actually the gatekeepers of the edge of the storm here. Now, I'm thinking if they knew what teams it were, they wouldn't even be moving this soon here, but even if they get to the next zone early, they'll still have a lot of visuals here to look back in onto these teams here. We'll see how it ends up playing out. Muzz and Sphinx once again early in the storm here, finding themselves somewhat out of position, but look at this, it's not for no reason. They were waiting for Noisy. We can't even see the tags going down there, but Muzz ends up finishing the deal there.
Yeah, Muzz and Sphinx, you guys are wondering what they're doing here at Elite Armory. Not every drop spot has this benefit, but they do have launch pads around their drop spot. You see them in their inventory. They're tossing them further and further back the zone. And I know you're wondering, what is that crazy? No, they're throwing it closer and closer towards their launch pad. So when it does get to the 5th zone, when it does get to the 6th zone, they're going to use that fizz, use the launch pad and med kit before, so they can safely rotate
About to be
away
mid-game.
from all these teams that we've seen already kind of, I wouldn't call it zone
Where it gets
camping,
good.
but overstaying their welcome for sure.
Yep.
Just like Acorn and Bolts, they take down, I believe, both Noxy and Mason, and that's going to be our first team out of the game.
Really
Dang,
tough. These
the
teams are
first
starting
team
to
just
heat up
got
now.
eliminated.
5 elims, this pretty much early into the game, right? We're only zone 6, not even close to what we've seen for the stacked zone war looking end games. So quite a distance to go, but teams are starting to rack up some serious points here.
Game 3, have a good game here for Enough and Salt. Start to build that cushion, back-to-back end games. Kinda see
108
they're only
points
up
for them.
5-1 though against Cold and Rapid, a team that they don't even have to necessarily worry about in terms of qualifying for EWC. Below them, you have Josh and Yamzo on 90 points, another team that they don't have to necessarily worry about. So as long as Enough and Salt play consistent games, they might not even need high elimination games like we have seen some of the other teams go for.
Yeah, they're really being carried by their placement points right now. Look at this, RPG in hand for Queasy. Not a lot of ammunition though to work with the shotgun, but there's plenty here. So we're starting to look at the zone though. This is starting to look like most of the teams have already made their rotates in.
Yeah, a few late rotations still coming in the backside of the zone, but you can see why everybody's playing so safe. 6th zone, moving into the 7th, which means this is the stage of the game that reboots will turn off. So even though there's about 30 seconds left, you don't want to go down here, especially where the zone currently is. You might be able to fall down into chiseled cubes, but if the zone moves over towards the eastern side of the map, good luck getting out.
Burton Sales got some serious eyes on a few duos here. Like their positioning probably the most right now is their dead center as well here. Just waiting for this next zone to pop here.
This is where it's gonna start
Good to
getting
see the duo
entertaining.
Together. Here comes the next big moving play here. Already though, teams are starting to get a move on it. It's going west and south now, just outside the Chisel Cube. Peterbot Boya going with the early crash pad here from the outskirts, trying to be one of the first to get up and into this positioning here for the high ground. I wonder if they're going to go for it and really kind of hold it down, but maybe not after losing all this material here. This is costing them a fair bit. Peterbot even giving them a little bit of extra room to work with here on the backside there, just as a safety retreat measure.
Peterbot overslept for this
Got
tournament.
that
That's why he
double
missed
edged
game
sword
1.
Rotating early. Peterbot and Pollo doing just that because you see Chiseled Cube, basically the Grand Canyon with how much space
Both
they
of
have
them
underneath,
overslept.
but huge mountain ranges on each and every side. So you want to be one of the first teams up the hill, allow you to look back, be a little bit more comfortable on this rotation. Curve and Higgs basically having to wait for other teams to rotate by. That's Josh and Yamzo, but somehow they overtake them with that shockwave on that rotation. And this is why I'm thinking up the side of this hill, quick, fast, in a hurry should be the name of the game, because as soon as you get there, you have the luxury of being able to look back.
Yeah, definitely want to get in position. This is what Peterbot and Boyer were trying to accomplish. They did it a little too early. It seems like the team with the best positioning was Cold and Rapid before Peterbot and Boyer actually just landed on top of their
Does
base
he even
and
have
took the
Gold
high
Grim?
ground.
I
Already
don't know.
starting to flex up their positioning here. Cold and Rapid can, in theory, edit this down.
Watching the
but
reload finals.
probably won't be worth it given how low they are right now.
Wait, when is the land for this? Do you know?
Oh, this is a terrible rotate for them too.
I know it's
The
soon.
majority of the lobby does get a
Global.
little bit of a max pull here, so it's all about how you play the hand
I
that
don't
you're
know.
dealt. For Golden Rapid, quick damage, make them
Let's
box
search it.
up. Allow for one less team to tag
Lands
you
are
as you make
sometimes
that
hard to
rotation
watch,
over,
though,
but you
'cause
see
you-
Golden Rapid quickly
sometimes depending
separates,
on where
having to
the
utilize
lands
another
are at, they're just
shockwave. While all
early in
that's
the
going
morning.
down, Bolts and Acorn can do nothing but watch Peterbot and Poyo start to build towards that
Yeah,
high
Bolts
ground.
just
It's
got a
been game
free
after game
kill.
after game, they're going for it. And right now, Bolts and Acorn, instead of being distracted by that, they find that elimination onto Vert. It's only a knock though, so his teammate is still in the game.
Yeah, barely there. But either way, that was like a nice little refresher. You know, he didn't have much. They only got about 200-300 material count off that, but it's still plenty to keep them nice and capped now. So Bolts and Acorn are set up really pretty here. 6 elims as well, so pretty
August.
much a
That's cool.
really good momentum-driven.
Dang, so they're just not gonna. They
Brazen
play
League
this
still
and then
have that
they don't do anything
Mythic
until
drum in hand
August.
as well. Very dangerous loadout
Yeah.
there.
That's kind of
Check that's
crazy.
Bolts and Acorn. Look at this, elevating themselves up and over the lip here, adding pressure.
You think with
Eyeing
this
up
being
the
the
soft eye.
finals
You gotta be
to
careful not
qualify for it,
overexpose
it would be
themselves.
sooner.
Bolts can make a play at any
But I think the
moment here.
Pro-Am's
They
coming
just
up, that's
try to
why.
play for those mats there.
Like
They're just
the
trying to keep
content
themselves
creator
completely capped off here.
Pro-Am.
They'll likely be going for a big high ground play. We'll keep eyes on them.
I think
but
that's in
Yeah,
Peterbot
those
July.
are
are the team to look out for right now.
Yeah, you can see them even kind of like chopping off one direction as the zone pulls back in the other. Poyo getting another elimination, 6-1 up the game, playing catch up, playing it perfectly. Spot
So
on
this
Higgs,
one's
Kerr
for
rotating over,
20,000
good
for
damage there.
first.
But instead of shockwaving on over,
That's-
you see he has
that's
a
a lot of money.
grappler instead. He
Yeah.
uses that to get to the front side and try to connect. And this is where Poyo is going to stay back, try to make sure nobody flanks for free, letting Peterbot do exactly what he wants on the front side of the zone.
Yeah, it looks like Yamzo took down Rapid as well there, so already dismantling starting to take place here. Buzz and Sphinx still sitting at 2 elims right now. Not on the low ground as we've seen them in the previous game, so game 3 playing a little bit different here. We'll see if they end up switching things up and pretty much committing up to the mid layers. Higgs and Curve back to the original strategy, playing to the ultimate low sides. See a quick movement here. A lot of pressure coming in from Peterbot and Boy up top, and Sphinx. Muzz getting greedy here as they continue to inch their way up. But I think the high ground team already knows what these guys are thinking here.
Yep, and everybody else just trying to go ahead and use that launch pad, threats visuals, ritual agers. They have the option to try to land on high ground, especially if they're distracted just like that, but they're just going to try to find their spot safely in that mid layer. Queasy and Scare, same thing, but they're taking a lot of pressure from all angles, but they're working their way up the side of that mountain. Scare goes up, tries to contest. Shockwave coming out from Pollo, trying to play defensively, stop them
Pollo's
from
trying to
pushing up
keep
higher
height.
and higher, but Queasy is not giving up. There's good damage onto both Peterbot and Pollo here. They could go down in just one shot, but it looks like Queasy and Scare are going to concede that height.
Yeah, it's crazy because as good as Queasy may
He's
be,
playing
a
crazy.
champion
Nobody plays
level player, when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo on their region, you just get to see the difference. You can see
This is going to be a
they
full
will
watch
do
party. You're
what
going to be
they
playing.
want,
I'm going to watch
especially
this.
if
I
you want
played
to
earlier
grind.
before
He
this
goes
started,
backboard
and
again,
then
he
I'm going
just
to watch this, and then I'm going
can't
to take a
put his
break
ego
for a little
aside.
bit, and then I'll be back
Ooh,
on.
they end up paying for it, but in the end, they do trade out Pollo
Ah,
there too.
like,
As Salt and I am enough.
I don't know
Take
how long of a break I'm going
advantage
to
of
take,
the
but I'm going to take a
chaos
little
there
break,
as
and then I'll
well.
be
And
back on
once
later
again,
after this tournament's
their
over.
timing is incredible.
This is my
They are
plan
the
right now.
team with the high ground here, and they're looking to go for back-to-backs.
Yeah, that's the second game in the row. They take high ground while they're fighting it out. Peter, Pollo, Queasy, Scare, but it's enough and Salt that are going to be the last one standing up above. But on this mid layer, you got Bolts going crazy. 5 eliminations, 2 more for Acorn. We know how big Acorn can go in the tightest of moments, but Bolts right now is being eaten alive by the zone. Braids and Booga down below. They're controlling the whole tempo, but they're running out of builds. That could be their downfall here.
This is the end right here of this game.
I just keep seeing him pop in the feed as well. Muzz and Sphinx now at 5 elims. The last time we checked in, they had 2. So things are starting to rack up for them as well. Nice little side skirt rotate right there. Muzz just reading the zone perfectly there as he's going up and over this slight little mountain play here. Meanwhile, Salt and Enough just have full control
Chucky.
here. No
Nice.
pressure in sight. Not a team situated to really contest them here and now. And they're just doing what they want with the lobby here. And then AJ comes off from the side. Great tag there from Agers. But it's Booga, it's Braids here. They still have that mythical drum. Can they put it to work? There's the Obzo. That's who I wanted to see. And he's the disruptor here.
Yeah, Booga goes down, Braids going back and forth, finds that big elim on the Amzo. Siphon's huge, keeping him alive as he's forced outside of zone. Meanwhile, they're focused on the Braids. That's going to allow for Agers to safely heal up in this position. Enough and Salt, they have relentless pressure on the backside of zone, and they go
went
back
fast.
to back with 9 eliminations. Blake said he was talking to him. I don't know what exactly he said, but it must have been good.
Yeah, he must have given him a nice little pep talk, some words of motivation and encouragement, because 9 eliminations, back-to-back wins, a strong game 1, and they're the
All right, I gotta go refill my water.
disruptors of the qualifier right now.
I'll be
No
right back.
one saw them coming, but now we all know they are here. I mean, Zeke, at this point, you got to give me your thoughts on them.
Take a decent lead.
Blake, what did you tell them?
30,
Blake, what did you
20,
did you
34.
tell?
Hey.
What did you tell them?
I don't want to take credit for anything, but you know, I was talking to Salt. He said they were going up for height, and he meant it because back-to-back wins. It's his first EWC finals, and he's got back-to-back wins in the first 3 games. Vivid. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, yeah, these guys are just playing way too good right now. It's just on the back foot of them timing the higher ground retakes way better than anybody else. We kind of saw them flying up in the sky, and it was timed so well because we were like, oh my gosh, look at this. It's Queasy and Scare versus Peterbot and Pollo for the high ground, and then it was like, oh my gosh, Salt and Enough, they're full HP. They haven't been in the mix. That's kind of been happening over the past minute. And now they're going to be the team that's going to be able to just go ahead, take the higher ground pretty much uncontested. Again, just on the back foot of the time, and you can see the cleanup for the rest of the lobby. Once the low ground starts to get chaotic, they all start to kind of make it easier for the guys up on high ground to take them out on the low ground because they're all just so low HP after going head to head. I mean, this is crazy. We kind of went over, what was it, like 7 duos at the start of the show. We were like, dude, listen, all of these guys have to make it the EWC finals. I mean, like, they just have to. There's so many big names. I Am Enough and Salt were not a part of those 7, and man, I'm disappointed in us. How did we not have these guys up there?
Dude, high ground is such like a that's like a skill. Like it's like a skill that you master. And to watch like Pete and Pollo go up against Queasy on height, like, and then all of that kind of devolved so quickly, went awry, and then these guys again are just like, hey, this is the perfect time. Let's take height. And they get a back-to-back with 9 elims. Oh boy, guys. These standings look crazy, and we're gonna see them after this break. Okay, all right, don't go anywhere. We gotta talk about some things. We'll see you right after this.
How did they lose that later? And the freaking Loma, the relaunch, and that's its fun. Those are the things he's loaded.
Bro says, you in school / college? Nah, I graduated high school and that was it. Man, I've been on it. Graduated high school like, what was it, 4 years ago? Alrighty. Got a little snack. Got some Cheez-Its.
Oh, going through the replay. Oh, those guys really cool, you know, on here.
I don't know what you're saying. You sound muffled as can be.
And got like, you know, enough insult. They like went up and just destroyed Pulliam. He's like out in seconds.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
Just going for replays. I wanted to see it.
Royales. They have 192 points. And if we bring up the leaderboard, they're currently in first place. So again, if you have a problem, contact Blake. He'll get it resolved for you. What's crazy is they are looking to earn themselves a spot on the battle bus heading to EWC. 3 games in, Viv. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of entering that territory. Okay, can these guys kind of keep up the momentum? Obviously, we've seen how chaotic High Ground has been. I don't know, man. It would be crazy to kind of see them continuously go for High Ground and be able to maintain these kind of consistent placements that they are, you know, pulling off right now. Acorn and Bulls, though, still maintaining their second place.
Almost
right
200
now,
points.
58
It's crazy.
points. Obviously, they are only 4 points ahead of Josh and Riley, but if you do take a look at the next unqualified team in Booga and Braids, they do have a pretty big lead over those guys. So Acorn and Bolts feeling pretty comfortable as it currently stands.
Yeah, and that was actually their worst performing game, but it was still a good game because they're getting those eliminations. With 7 eliminations that game, that gives them, keeps them into the second place. Yeah, they're going crazy.
It's kind of weird, right? Like, you say that's like their worst game, and you're right. Like, their worst game is a 10th place with 7 elims? Okay, Acorn and Bolts, okay. But as our good friend Vivid called out, obviously, you know, Josh, Yamzo, they've got themselves a quality little crown. They're good to go. 1 spot down. The lion roars once again as Booga braids. They climb that leaderboard, 126th place. Or points rather. They have a 3rd place, there it is, Zeke, you found it, with 4 eliminations. So these guys are looking to make that run. And I think what's interesting here, Viv, is we got a few duos that have already qualified around them, right? So as long as we keep some of these players around us, we could see a qualifying spot, right? Even if a duo that's qualified goes above us, hey, that spot's rolling back down to us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously the leaderboard says they only went up 3 placements from how well they did that game, but if we actually take a look about how many places they've jumped up from game number 1, they were in dead last place. So these last couple of games have been huge for the duo, and excited to see if they can kind of continue up at this upward trajectory that they're on.
Yeah, they were kind of under the radar after game 1, and after getting back-to-back 3rd places, that's super consistent.
Next
And if
game
they
should
keep
be
this
starting
up,
here
like,
pretty
they're just only
soon.
going to go up. And like Zeke said, with people already qualified at the top of the leaderboard, that spot's going to drop down. So they don't need to get 2nd place. They just need to stay around those teams already qualified to secure that spot to the EWC.
Oh, man. What a time to be alive. We want to watch more Fortnite. So, Casters, back over to you.
You know, one thing is for certain, Monster. We've seen it in Qualifier 1, Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, and I'm sure we're going to see it here again today. When you're that high up on the leaderboard and you need to qualify in such few spots, sometimes you just put a target on your back.
Yeah, most definitely. And as they only have a 40-point lead over the rest of the lobby, we're just going to have to see if it can hold up.
Almost here. Into the halfway point, the final game before it actually happens, and immediately you see it on screen. Mason taking down Peterbot. Elite Armory, where only 2 teams were supposed to land, becoming more and more contested, and you got to imagine why. Probably a hot drop. You can instantly get 10 toes down and try to go to work. Acorn even going down. So Noxy and
Everybody
Mason
be
getting
fighting
2
here.
early game eliminations here.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Muzz and Sphinx have almost maintained the consistency as the most dynamic duo in the early game this time. Both deciding to come to the armory. It's going to backfire a little bit there as Sphinx unfortunately gets taken down. But Acorn and Bolts have played exceptional early game Fortnite so far. But, you know, my question, though, starts to aim towards Salt in enough here. Just a little bit. Like, I am very curious to see if they can maintain not this winning pace they've set themselves on, right? That's so unrealistic. However, consistency. Can they now do enough to just remain in the lead and not throw away the 40 or 50 point buffer that they have between them and everyone else?
Yeah, they were able to pick up a good number of eliminations, but the biggest difference is you see Mason and Noxy kind of going on the hunt, finding their eliminations. Enough and Salt just kind of let the game naturally play itself out. If they get an elim, if they get an elim, if they don't, they don't. Either way, those
Bro's
back-to-back
lurking
wins
right now.
helping for sure. Threats just
like
hiding
hiding.
on the outskirts. This is somewhere where he did land initially, far away from his teammate Visuals, who already went down so far in this game. So Threats has a lot of pressure on himself here to try to stay alive, and that's why you're seeing him try to shockwave away from the opposition.
Yeah, doesn't want to take an unnecessary 1v2 here and give away the nice loadout he's managed to kind of piecemeal together here off the contested drops. I was going to say, Chimp and 20, though, might be waiting for the pickup there. We'll pay attention to the feed. Braids, Booga on the other side. Or Zeke say it best. Booga already starting to make his comeback story be known here. Game 1, not exactly the performance they were looking to secure, but since then they have trended upwards very strongly, throwing themselves straight into the conversation here and now. And essentially, they're the next team up that's behind Acorn.
Just need one good game here to really change the tide, start to build that confidence and momentum, just like Jack and Boji. Even though they're disengaging out of this fight here, we've seen them in the early game get a couple of eliminations. We've seen them kind of in the mid game as well, but yeah, exactly what you said. They get separated. Shockwave kind of puts them in 2 different directions. Boji, if he gets caught out here, you see Agers, 20, Chimp, people spot out a solo, they intend to go.
Yeah, Jack unfortunately said Boji flying in the wrong direction there. He was a little too hasty. The way he played those shockwaves out, trying to get away from the pressure. 20 gets caught by Agers there off to the side. Agers didn't even have a full HP bar there, so that siphon very much welcome for him. Chimp's already long gone. He's probably confused.
Bro,
as
I
to
feel like
what
Chimp's
happened. They
having
were hoping
a
to drop down
rough
for quite
day
some
today.
time there, and even Chimp seems to have fallen a bit behind here in the early game, so not exactly the game they wanted.
Major's doing exactly what he was doing in that last qualifier. Barely missed
And
out.
his teammate's about
on
to go
getting that
down
spot
again.
secured, but it was he who was the one hunting around for these early game eliminations.
Ooh.
And Ritual's the one that's really trying to buy him time just in case he does go down. And you kind of saw that first elimination in the distance. Hunting rifle being put to use. 20 gets hunted down. That goes his second elimination here. Back to back as he picks up his 4th overall. Agers right now is being the catalyst of if him and Ritual are going to be able to make it to EWC.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because Ritual was down for a second there, so whatever was going on, whatever Ritual was playing that game out, clearly ended up backfiring there. But jumping over to Queasy and Scare, this is some exciting play we've put on screen for these two here. Queasy really forcing the high ground plays. Like I talked about, I made the call last game. All I can think of is he just can't put his ego aside. He can't help himself. He just wanted to fight for high ground and try to go for the win, but that ended up being the downfall for them. Now, though, everyone's playing the Storm here pretty, again, consistently game after game. There's really no rush in this type of format here.
And you see Peter Poyo using the launch pad, just trying to find anybody out, and that's why Queasy's scared, hidden. Rise, though.
Yo, what
along
up,
Curly, had a bit of big scuffle against Booga and Braids
Ozoki?
here.
I don't know. Sorry if I
Little bit
butchered
of a
your name, my
2v2.
bad.
You see Shockwave's coming out. Braids is going to go down.
Oh, no.
Booga,
Oh,
3
no.
HP, forced to stay alive, and Curly's already hunting, and he has the mythic Iron Pump. One shot, even at full health, he'll go down, but Booga doing his
Dang,
best,
Booga
hiding
is
behind
slow.
A-Rock to buy time. And you see, that's why he's not popping the med kits. Doesn't want to give over any audio visuals until he knows Braids is back.
Yeah, this is crazy because, look, Rise is right behind him, but Braids is coming in from the sky there. That could have went either way, but Curly had no idea he was behind the
And
rock.
that was
He
almost a bad for
would've
Booga
thought
there.
that Booga might have went to the bush in front of him instead.
Yeah.
In the end, though, Booga plays just sneaky enough to stay alive and in the game, but look at this. No,
Ooh,
Braids
teammate
gets
down
caught out here.
again.
Booga has to hide once again here and buy himself a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's just a very, very unfortunate. We saw Braids kind of reboot, come back down,
Ooh,
and then
Peter
in
Bot
the
pushing it.
distance, cold and rapid.
Here.
Here's everything. It's like a giant rift in the sky when you do reboot, giving away not only your position, but an approximate location of where your teammate is at that does stay alive. As Peter Bot just trying to bleed through those builds. He has the Mammoth, but you can see less than 10 shots left, and that's why he's holding down that Mythic Harbinger SMG to try to bleed through some of these builds as quick as possible. But this is where it gets a little tricky. Peter Bot and Poyo right now don't have a clear fight against Dozier and Tyler, so the longer they stay here, the better chances of getting third-partied are going to be real. Wow.
Like this. Look at the pressure coming in here. Peter Bot Boyo jumping down. Higgs curve set on the back foot, but they're
Higgs got
defending
lucky there.
just well. Already forced to just crank it out for a second there. Higgs puts up just enough defense. Now finds an
Dang,
angle
Higgs
back
getting
onto
Peter Bot a little
there
bit.
and making them second guess this fight here. Peter Bot and Boyo are actually in a desperate situation when it comes to
Ooh,
material.
Curve
So
goes
this
down.
is going to go all the way through to the end here, and they find Curve. So just as I'm trying to set the stakes here that they need to finish this fight, they end up getting one of the two.
Yeah, that was a fight right there where you see Peter Bot with the 3-weapon loadout. He only had 4 slices of pizza. That does not get you full HP, and depending on how much damage you take to the shield, it doesn't heal you up all the way either. So that was a must-win situation. But now Curve back in the game, 4th zone. This is where it becomes a very, very
they
tricky
going for
situation.
Curve.
Not only for Peter Bot and Boyo going on the
Curve
hunt,
gets a little
but for
lucky, though.
anybody else
Not
that's on
really,
the receiving
actually.
end of shots like this, because you don't want to go down. 2 more zones are going to cleat, and then reboots will turn
Ooh.
off. Depending on where you're at, might not be
That's
the best position. But Curve was able to
huge.
get the knock on the Peter Bot. Luckily for him, Poyo's there to save the day.
That hurts Peter Bot a bit.
Definitely looking pretty good here. They're already at 4 eliminations. Now max material, whereas before they didn't quite have any of that to work with. Let's take a look at this, though. There's a lot going on here on the map. Meanwhile, Cold and Rapid continuing to heat up here as well. They hunt down Braids. Dude, Braids just can't catch a break. He just keeps coming back and then getting finished back to back over and over.
Even Noxy getting in the mix right now, picking up.
Why are we
elimination,
showing like
which is
replays of
huge, because
fights
Mason's not
deep,
the
deep in
game right now.
store?
He's stuck on reboot with the knock, the elim. He's just getting him back in the game a little bit faster. As Peter Bot and Poyo still lounging around, trying to figure out where he's at, but Poyo takes a surprise shot. HP going right out the window. He's going to stop for the med kit, knowing he has a lot of space between him and Higgs, and it doesn't feel like Higgs is currently looking to get aggressive. Peterbot waiting just outside of the zone. I have to imagine he's hunting down Curve, because you can see in the minimap, he's trying to close that distance. 2 separate 1v1s going down between Peterbot and Poyo, and then Higgs and Curve.
See how it's gonna end up working out here. Once again, the fight back onto Curve. They've already done it once. It's gonna give them all the confidence to be able to do it again here. Curve's got
Yeah, there's some. This has been a interesting
exactly
early
where
game
Peterbot
here.
wants him to be here. No shield, back against the wall. Teammate comes in to back him up, and they're just farming for points.
Oh,
at this
Higgs snuck out.
point in
That's
time.
good.
That puts him at 5 elims now. Not too bad.
Still playing a little catch up, playing to their reputation as well as Golden Rapid. You saw them running around the map here in the first couple of zones, but as we get closer and closer to reboots turning off, you see their aggression slow down just a little bit. Obviously, if there's opportunities that they can capitalize on them, they will take them. But in terms of hunting down players, especially ones that are freshly rebooted, it's taking a backseat for now. With only 1 eliminations here, Golden Rapid are looking to find these later on. Their loadouts looking stacked outside of maybe upgrading that more fight Sentinel pump.
Well, see how it's going to play out. Again, this is game number 4 here, so we're really starting to heat up. We're getting to the deep water of the event here. Ritual Agers back at it onto Chimpin 20. Chimpin 20 also couldn't catch quite the break, but look at this. Agers and Ritual are on a heater right now. 7 elims, making up so much points that they missed out on throughout their overall performances. This is really pushing them way up the standings here now, and I mean, honestly, putting them in contention for the qualification spot.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this, we talked about like Peterbot's 60 eliminations. Right behind him was Agers, though, with 37.
Everyone's
It's just
kind
the
of just boxed up.
consistency
Not
for
a whole
Agers
lot
and
of fights
Ritual
going on anymore.
throughout the Reload Elite Series
Just a little bit.
qualifiers, 9th, 13th, 6th, the closest one coming in qualifier 3, and this one being the last chance to qualify has really put everybody off the edge of their seats. But looking at the loadout here, Rise Curly, this has to be a game you capitalize on them. You have the gold hunting rifle, you have the mythic iron pump, which one-shots anybody at full shields, so you really have to make these moments here count to try to catch up.
Looking for the big shot here. Doesn't quite get it lined up there. But they're one of the first to get to the zone. Looking at the material count for Curly, actually, this is looking pretty desperate. They're going to need to do something big here if they want to push for in-game. They're not the only ones. Higgs, as well, is somewhat in the same boat here, as we've already seen how Curve and Higgs have to fight their way all this time through the storm line here.
Hear the countdown coming in. Reboots will officially be turned off.
No more
so
reboots.
No second chances back into this game. And I do like the overall positioning, though, for not only Threats and his duo, but Higgs and Curve as well, far away from everybody else. Now that the zone does pull towards the north, you got to watch out for the different elevations that are in the next zone, but they have so much time so that maybe they can use to either land damage on teams or rotate late because they have the Flowberry Fizz as well. And if you look at the bandage in the item slot, not maxed out on materials, Higgs and Curve are looking for any
Are
opportunity
you playing the
they can
ranked
get.
cup today?
And
Yeah.
opportunities
Yeah,
might just
to get your
arise here. You
tournaments
never
up
really
and
know.
stuff
They
too, right?
do have the
Yeah, I
favorite
need to play.
kind of zone
play
pool
it.
here, so that's
Yeah.
one little thing that's going to save them a little bit of
It starts at
pressure.
what, 6?
Rise and Curly still looking for that miracle shot
Yeah.
with the sniper rifle here, but nothing quite revealing itself. Comes the setup though. There can be Flowberry Fizz with the shockwave here shortly. There they go. Down and off the side of the mountain here, right onto the heads of Cold, and talk about that miracle shot. Cold actually gets clipped with one big tag right there. No follow-up though. Instead, pressure from above from the other teams here, looking down.
A bit of a warning shot there from Curly. I like what the teams are doing pressuring, especially since Agers tried to go on the offensive. But as soon as that hunting rifle came out, Noxie didn't peek again. He said, you know what? You can have it. You positioned well. We don't need to be taking these risks. But as it stands, as of now, a new team. It might be 7th zone a little bit too early, but seems to be setting their eyes on that high ground. That's Threats and Visuals. And this is a team, they need a big game in order to stay in contention. They're about, I think, 70 or so points down from that second second qualifier spot, even more so from that first place spot. So they really start to have to pick up the pace here.
Yeah, Visuals is going to be the team with the control of the high ground right now, alongside Threats there. Muzz and Sphinx have their positioning off to the eastern side of the zone. Bolts, Acorn going for the high ground. Launch pad play up just to render out, get the rotate here, save up on some material here, but so does the rest of the lobby. This is the first time we see Peterbot and Poyo actually using a strategy as well here. Just kind of following the trend right now. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Rapid actually falls a little bit early there. Cold by himself, and we're past the reboot zone. So this is it. You fall now, you're out the game permanently here.
Dang, Rapid out. That's crazy.
Onto the shoulders of Cold here by himself now, Jacob.
And Cold's in a
A
fight.
bit of a slow effect right there. Trying to land the shots, pushing Northern Caliper out. Doesn't really have a ton of extra shields outside of the pizza, and that one's almost
Here we go.
used instantly. On the other side, though,
The
Blue and
game's
Brave
about to
looking to get aggressive
really
for
go
themselves.
quick.
A whole box of pizza they don't want to let go to waste or get stolen away. But as everybody comes down from that launch pad, it looks like Acorn and Bolts might be the new team that is trying to poise themselves for the high ground. But they're a team that likes to steal it away, not necessarily hold it all the way through.
Look at this, Peterbot and Poyo going once again for the ultimate height as well. They're probably trying to set themselves up for a nice high ground play for a win too. No big points earned on the placement categories for Peterbot and Poyo just yet. Meanwhile, Agers and Rituals still sitting at 7 eliminations, but that's just based off of all that early game consistency they managed to find.
Dang, look at all them up in
Now
the
it's
air.
essentially them just trying to pass up Booga and Braids. You see everybody still using those launch pads to their advantage, and more so here than ever. It's going off the side of the mountain, the different elevation changes, and I think teams like Peterbot and Poyo are taking notice. We can take high ground early, we can try to hold on to it, but so many teams begin to shoot up and try to contest it. May not
Curly just
necessarily
went
be the
down.
best spot as Curly loses Rise. I should say the other way around. He's going to be stuck by himself down low. No extra shield, just the med kit in his back pocket with very little builds to work with. And luckily though, Ager's going down. Top 14 teams, so at least placement points are starting to flow in.
I like it though. Look at this, just going for a nice little heal off there, buying himself a little bit of time. Threats, Visuals, give up the high ground, go for the super pad as well. Keep in mind, they were the team that were completely situated to hold it as well. Play this, Booga, Braids go up. They're trying to fight Neo and Noisy for it. No real resistance there, so they'll be able to kind of base down here safely, but Booga's only got 5 mats, so what are they gonna do with that? They'll just have to fight for a refresh.
Did Peterbot get killed? I missed that, I think.
Trying to find some fresh builds in the box of someone out. It's actually Threats who comes down, but no, he misses the tag that matters most there, Jacob. And then Peterbot.
Oh no, he's not. Okay.
They timed it perfectly as well. Remember, they were one of the
I was like,
few
they haven't
teams
shown him in a
floating up
while.
too, so just like that, no contestation
Dang,
for them up
Booga
top,
down.
and it's all theirs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many teams even have the resources to try to fly up. They changed the strategy, and so far it seems to be working out. Bolt's trying to hit a late pad. Braids trying to hit a late shot. Gets the down onto Josh Yamso, still floating around.
Holy
Braids is
cow,
not
that
able to
finish
reach
was
any
almost
of that
bad.
reward.
Higgs goes
Only
down.
The Siphon, 0 builds. Muzz and Sphinx holding the other side out, and not only has the Mythic, the rocket launcher to watch out for. The only thing they're lacking in their
Acorn
inventory is
low.
a shockwave to get up.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of making every single endgame so far consistently here, especially when they start playing into low ground. They tend to go a lot better. But look at this, Queasy, of course, and Scare here coming up. RPG to the high ground. Then they rocket Poyo and Peterbot off
A lot of
to the side.
solos.
They couldn't quite capitalize to turn it into some prime
Yeah, Pete's
positioning,
one of the
but they
only
were
duos.
disrupting them nonetheless. Meanwhile, Acorn just waiting this one out here. Top 7 now. He's trying to make his way through to a little bit more placement points there. He can't really afford to play with the storm here. Meanwhile, Peterbot Poyo putting pressure down low. They're already at 7. Make that 8 elims. Can we see?
Yeah, Peterbot's having a crazy game right now.
We're the most depressed creature of all time.
Barely escaping down below. Acorn as well.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Targeted out
Yo.
by Tyler. Picks up the elimination. Not really able to get the match. He's left with absolutely nothing to his name, but he turns around. That's a big shot on the Threats. The Threats
Watching
finishes that fight.
the
His
reload
third
finals.
elimination of the game.
Ooh, Peterbot
Barely
down.
picking up scraps, and those
Dang.
go right out the
Shot,
window, melted by high
Shot.
Peterbot and Poyo. Well, I say that
Is it almost
loosely,
over?
'cause now Poyo's left
No,
by
we're at game
himself, a
4.
solo. There's
You can
only
join
one
and
duo
still
down
watch
below
this.
and another
We're
solo in
halfway
his
through.
path.
Yeah, it's Neo and Noisy, man. They've
Game
done
4 is
such
about
a
to
good
finish.
job playing as a duo,
That's
and
okay, no
especially fighting side by side. I'm really surprised to see these different teams kind of come up and make themselves known
I
here.
want to watch your
It's
stream,
all up to
okay? So
Pollo.
I'll
We've
like
seen him do
talk on that.
crazier things in the past.
Why?
Here. Unfortunately, couldn't quite time the
Well,
shotgun
I'm saying
shot
it's
there,
more
so
like echo, but like
forced into defensive high ground, reposition there. But
Hey,
Neo
bro, you
finds
sure
the
who did-
zone. Pollo takes full
What?
advantage of
Zach,
that.
you sure who
Will
did?
be able to get
The
the finish, and then
McLaren
the zone
F1.
does the rest. And he does it
Ah,
once
oh,
again.
you're looking-
Almost
you're
effortlessly
looking
as we're
too
just trying to
fresh
set
today,
this
bro.
stage up for
I
what's
changed my camera
possible there,
settings.
Jacob.
You're gonna.
Clutches
Are you
since the
gonna?
FNCS Summit land in a solo situation.
Are you
Pollo
gonna
brings his
fucking? Are you gonna
total
fucking
to
dip on us
3
tonight when we
against
try to do
Neo
Mecha
and
Chameleon
Noisy,
again?
even
No,
with
no,
Peter
once this
bot
is
down
over-
saying, "I have the crown now,
Once this
kid." Peter
tournament's
Bot and Pollo
over,
win
this finals is
game 4
over, I'm gonna
before
get off for a
halftime,
bit, and then I'll be back on.
I was gonna say. After this, I can't play, buddy. That's
Actually, I'm
just-
probably gonna get on at I'm gonna get off for after this is over, and then I'm gonna get back on for a little bit. And then I definitely need to play one of the ranked cup games because I need to.
You know, Peter Bob, Pollo,
Start off stream where you can
we're
just
so
log into it,
jokey.
and then-
Zeke, we're hanging out. Oh, we missed game 1.
Like, you're gonna
Oh,
be off by that
just kidding.
time, right?
We come back and win game 4. And
I don't know.
Clutch, Vivid.
I don't know what time this is gonna finish at, so.
Listen, Jacob kind of called it out, but Pollo right
Well,
now,
regardless, I
I
guess we
mean,
just
Peter
fucking
Bot and
figure out
Pollo kind of rolls off the tongue, but I feel like
Or whatever
Pollo
you're
in
playing,
1v2s is also starting to roll
How
off
do
the
you want
tongue
scrimmage?
because this guy can just not
computer
stop
graphics, you're watching this and
winning
you're
them
like,
as
I
of
can't
recent,
compete for
right?
this, not
Summit, he
yes.
went
Wait, you said
absolutely
you're
crazy
watching
here
my
in the RES,
thing,
going
right?
absolutely crazy. He got
Yeah,
by the
boss.
way, a huge,
I think I could just do
huge
this. This will be
assist
better
from the
for
Storm
you.
on this 1v2, but again, still kind of pulls it off. Great effort. I mean, yeah, and that's what makes it interesting, right? Like that you can never count these two out.
OBS virtual.
You cannot count them out. And Pollo with 7 eliminations, looking absolutely primed up.
Yeah, look,
After that
just
Summit
do that.
performance that we saw just a couple weeks ago, and now this, and I think this is a
That way
there's no
example of
echo.
What this new piece of party
Seven,
is doing
dude,
to the
put
meta.
60 FPS on.
Because Neo and Noisy, this is the
Do I
second
have
1v2
60
they've lost
FPS?
now, but was it really a 1v2?
Oh yeah, I do.
Hey, you got 40.
No, I don't. I don't have 60 FPS.
Pay you up, bro.
Never
Pollo
mind.
just going absolutely insane.
I'm
Z.
playing.
Oh my gosh, how do
I got
they
you, bro. I'll
do
put you
this
on the main
every
screen.
time? And fine, right? Like, what's interesting
Well,
here
aren't you saying
is
it's less delayed
that
that
was
way?
the halfway point. That was game 4. So
Yeah.
we've got 4 more games to make more things happen. It's fine, but now Peter Bot and Pollo are firing on all cylinders. So for the back half is going to continue to get more.
I don't hear the
and
audio, bro.
more
It's
crazy.
muddy.
With that, where do they find themselves on the leaderboard? We find
I
out
forgot
after
about that,
this
low-key.
break. When we return, we break
I
down
don't think
more
I
of what
can
we saw
change
from
that.
that game. We'll see you soon.
Maybe just show you the gameplay set.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that. You mogging everybody anyway, so they don't want you to be there.
Wait, hopefully you don't. Oh, wait, no, you won't hear that.
People are getting mad you're mogging them. Did you see, bro? Lacey left the core boys.
Yeah, okay.
He did. He made a video. And then behind the camera was Ron laughing and recording it, and Jason laughing too. He's gonna go become a Skims swimsuit model for Kim
What
Kardashian.
the-
Yeah. Is the audio on?
It's just music, and the music's annoying. Actually, this one's not that bad.
Alright, Fortnite music's not that bad. Come on, they make it themselves, bro. At least they try for the community. I'm like,
Oh, they're
you-
playing. They're playing Mecha Chameleon right now.
Who?
Lacey, Jason.
Alright, what should I name this title, chat? Title, the stream is... what's your title, Zach? So I can get some inspiration.
Reload Elite Series Finals Watch Party. It's really original, I know. Really, really original there.
Dude, yesterday I was up to like 3 a.m.
Mm.
I was grinding, bro. Since you didn't have... You know what, bro? Maybe the blessing this kind of you guys gonna happen, Mega Chameleon. Cause I had a good stream last night.
That's nice. I just that
Oh, I
couldn't-
hear an echo.
From what?
I hear a screen share, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, whatever. It's kind of quiet. I guess I'll deal with it. I don't know if you know how to fix it.
I don't know how it's even echoing.
Me neither. Yo, chat, we're live. Little midday stream, you feel me? We're live for like the next hour.
This guy Archie over here, he streams on a 240-second delay for some reason.
Yeah, dude, yeah, buddy. You need to turn that shit off.
I told him.
Are you close?
Anyway, sorry, got a little excited there.
Archie, are you clicks?
Yeah, so welcome to the Reload Elite Series.
No.
Thanks for tuning in. Peterbot
Nah,
Polio
man, you might-
got themselves a victory royale.
And it gets even
I'm
better.
like-
He broke his where he
one.
plugs in his mic into his
138 points
PC
is where they
or his
ended after
whatever
that
into his
VR
PC,
took
so
us
he
to the standings.
literally
They are gonna
can't
jump
even
up
talk.
into the top 10. Now, currently, they're
Okay,
in
okay.
eighth place, right?
I mean,
Don't freak
I
out.
told him he
Got
needs to
Hey,
make
man.
another
to go.
Discord account. Just
It's all
join the
good.
call on another
But
Discord
man,
account, so that
what
way
a
they can at
crazy
least
clutch
hear him.
out
His,
of Pollo
Yeah,
to
you're in the
suddenly
honey
just
chat, bro. Come on.
say, hey, Peterbot, let's
You know
go.
what I
Yeah, I
used to
told
do?
him.
We're moving.
Told him he should do that.
Crazy stuff. Also, so many other
Can you
things.
hear this
happening in
guy's
the game. So
vet
many duels
voice
we need
sped
to
up?
highlight as well. Noisy is going crazy.
that sounds
here.
fine
I
to
don't
me.
know what the heck happened, but we
I like
finally
yours.
we started game
Oh.
number
Or you-
1 in second.
or you start
place.
talking
That was
my
the
fast.
first game we had.
Cause damn,
And
boy.
now in game
I don't
number four,
remember.
Yet another second place. We've come so close to getting the victory royale. And you know,
Elite?
they're like, yeah, the
What's it
victory
called,
royale, of
Elite
course, it's
Series?
awesome. It feels great. And it
Yeah.
just kind of gives you like a big boost to your energy and morale. But second
Reload
place
Elite
is still
Series
so
finals.
many
This is to
points.
qualify for
Oh,
the
yeah,
land.
absolutely. You guys are
Reload
obviously
land.
doing fine, finding themselves in 6th place on the leaderboard. Still a lot of work to be done as it currently stands. Like that qualifying spot is at 191 points, and these guys are at 148 points. So, like I said, definitely still some work to be done. But in
Hello.
terms of kind of like the names that we're seeing make it to the end game right now, a lot of unsuspecting duos kind of finding themselves towards the top. So this is kinda
Dang,
great to see.
first and second are by 1
Yeah, and another
point.
duo I want to mention is
Oh, yeah,
Booga
Acorn
Briggs
and Bolts
staying
need it, and then
consistent there on
that
the
first place
leaderboard.
team also
And it
needs
goes
it,
to
right?
show
Yeah, third and fourth
consistency
are already
is key in this
qualified.
type of meta,
Booga and Braids
because
are the
with how hard
third,
it is
or
to
like
get
the
to those
second
placement
closest, or
points,
like
if you can
the
get there
the first
consistently,
Yeah,
team.
technically
you gotta
they're
keep
in
climbing up, staying on top, and that is
third.
exactly what Booga and Braids are doing.
'Cause the
Like
other two teams
textbook
qualified.
Fortnite reload, Zeke.
And you know what's tough about that, Blake, is we saw the little crowns, right? Josh and Yamzo, Muzz and Sphinx, they've already got themselves a qualifying spot. Booga in 5th place with 159 is not fighting dead. He's fighting Acorn and Bolt in 2nd place, 191. So Viv, we've got 4 games, man. Like, yes, it's great to make sure we've got these qualified teams close by to make sure those spots roll down, but Acorn and Bolt, they're still a ways ahead of us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you want to talk about ways ahead of us? Obviously, Enough and Salt have played absolutely crazy over the first, 3 games. That 4th
Let's
game
get
right there,
it.
0 points. They got 19th with 0 elim, so they got to pick it back up here. Game 5.
There's so many things
They
developed.
film
but
this music
I'm
too?
getting bored. Game
Um,
number 5.
I'm
The
okay.
action continues, so we ride back on the battle bus.
My allergies
Masters,
has been
take it away.
bit bad the last few days.
This is what happens when you get comfortable. The points start to get really close. If you're Braids and Booga, you're pretty excited because your only competition is Acorn, Bolt, Salt, and Enough right now, and they're not that far, right, Jacob? Because they
You
managed
guys
to
stream North
remain
Dakota TV, right?
relatively consistent here. So as we jump into Game
Man.
5, we'll see
I'm
how it
known
goes.
as oops. I'm known as what's Archie's
The
name?
second half
Monster
of the
Guy
entire
_3
tournament, and honestly, you want to try to build
321123.
as much of a cushion as possible.
what
As we
it is.
instantly see Northern visuals both going down. Not sure if Rapid pick it up.
Archie's
both
got
of
the
those,
longest
but
Twitch account
that's a
name
team
in
right there with
history.
Cold and Rapid. They don't even necessarily need a top
Bro,
spot
why is your
today.
Twitch
It's
stream
more
not
of a
Archie?
want than anything else.
That's
And
what
they're
I
still
said.
in the
Bro,
middle of games.
Bro streams on a
It's a tough spot. Map Buzz
270-second
versus
delay.
Majors.
And then his
Again,
username
Buzz
is
gonna be
that.
broken. Everybody taking a different
And
approach as Rapid
and
goes
brother
down, cleaning
and
up
brother
Buzz.
Twitch name is just the most
Nobody even
randomest
has
thing
a
ever.
second to celebrate
Yes.
getting elimination because another one
I
happened
told
shortly
him he
after.
should change it.
For a second there, I thought they got the full finish.
Yo,
but no,
appreciate
I
the
still
like on
see
the stream.
20
Was good,
duos
chat.
top left, so it's all good. Folks have survived. For what it's worth,
Dude,
though,
Rapid
and
and
Cold earned
Cold?
themselves some nice little points
Okay.
here. They've done a good job getting
Dude,
early
you know who
eliminations,
not-
but it's
not in
not
here, right?
in-game
No
stretch.
clicks,
It's the
bro?
push
Yeah.
the placement points,
you know
which
that?
is
Did you
very
realize that,
difficult.
No, I knew.
Talking about that, of course, Peter Bot before you're looking at the drawing board right here. Figuring out, hey,
Ooh.
what
What's
can we do
Kanye
to
race?
go ahead
Oh,
and
Peter
kill the
Bot's about to go
momentum
down.
for the
Good
young
luck.
dogs on top? But hey, look, they're playing good for good reason. Peterbot here at
Peter Bot with a
3
little bit of
HP right
finesse,
now.
but Peter Bot
He's
goes
gonna need Pollo's
down.
assistance here shortly. Enough does enough
I thought
to
you
find
commentated,
his
bro.
elimination there. And hey, that's all you need right there. Talk about a confidence boost.
It's almost that feeling of deja vu if you think about the last qualifier where Aoxy and Jojo Fishy were in a very, very similar situation. Everybody knew they had the potential to qualify, but they didn't necessarily think it would actually happen. As they were at the top side of the leaderboard, more and more teams began to land on them, try to take them out in an attempt for them to try to qualify instead. Peterbot and Pollo tried to do that here, but basically gave them one more point, another elimination, bringing their lead over Acorn and Bolts to 2.
Yeah, Moon Knight with the
They need
first
those
of the
points
Moon
too,
Knight.
right? Like, you know, you talk about that 19th basically placement point game they got before that. 13 minutes time alive means that they survived for quite some time and didn't really
Ooh,
earn anything.
Higgs is in a bad spot
Those are-
there.
Oh,
Tyler, nice little job right there. They're gonna find Higgs in the full finish there too, so that's a quick
those are
couple
Tyler
points,
coming in, bro.
throwing them up into the
Got
conversation,
hostile.
keeping them very much relevant. And you know, you look at these points and realistically, everyone's
but you're
still
still up?
very much in the tournament.
I already
right
know
now,
you're
right? Like,
in
if
a
you're
Roblox
Acorn
game, bro.
and Bolts, you have to play
I don't even gotta
pretty
ask.
much perfect from here on out. If you're salted enough, I mean, the question remains the same. You really
Dang, there's
don't have
3
room
teams at this
to
PLL.
drop the
Hey,
ball.
please like
You
the screen,
have
boys.
a game cushion now from the rest of the lobby, where before Enough and Salt had about a 2-game lead. So it really is
Ooh,
getting
Peter Bot got
very,
his
very
get
close
back.
now. Look at this. Boyo comes back, getting it back for the teammate there in revenge style. That's
You
gonna
must
set
be
them
watching
off a
some
little
anime,
bit.
Moon Knight, huh?
Yep. Essentially picking up where he left off. I was tuning in threats and visuals. They're inside of the top 10 right now. They're inside of it. Enough going down. I'm not sure if that was a knock. Okay, all 20 teams still up. So again, just game put on the spin cycle. But again, threats and visuals, they've had a decent day. They have a 5th, an 8th, a 15th, which really kind of slowed down their entire momentum. And then in that last game, they did a 4th place as well. They started to pick up the pace with 5 eliminations in that last game, but they're roughly, I think, 70 or so points down. So they cannot necessarily hope and pray teams like Enough, Salt, Acorn, and Boats go down early as Enough fresh off the reboot. They are literally just hunting them
Dang, they're
down. I
farming.
think this is one of the first times Enough and Salt, you know, at the
How's you
top
taking
side
out
of the
first place,
leaderboard
bro?
are feeling what some of our other competitors
Yeah,
have
bro.
felt in the past.
By the way, that's the
Respectfully,
3rd time
I'm trying to
they've
see some
gotten
tier
them
1
there.
squad,
When
bro.
we
Let's
jumped
get-
away,
let's get these-
Peterbot found him shortly
let's get these
before
new
that,
gens
so
outta here,
they're
bro.
just training him for points right now. That's 3 now for this duo here. And he comes back in, and look at this. It's like a ping pong factor, right? Peterbot's already there to pick him up because he's kind of by that side of the
Holy
safe
cow.
zone. And what can you do? You just don't have enough arsenal to fight someone like
You hear
Peterbot,
Peterbot
who's
missed
fully
game
geared
1?
up here.
Yeah, the
What
best
happened?
chance if this keeps happening is for
overslept.
Enough to just make it into one of the later zones where he
Overslept
gets
on
one of
what?
those loadouts where he just doesn't fall back in with an AR, nothing else.
What's good,
Apparently-
Dakota? How you
Needs
doing, man?
something
Apparently
to fight
Faxity,
back, because having
spam
both
called
you
them
and
on
the
Pollo
phone.
just
Got
kind of
suspended
push
for a
you
week for
time
my
and
brother.
time again when you're
Bah.
off the reboot, not even really giving you a chance to touch the
What
ground.
type of
It
stuff
has
is your
to
brother
be
doing to
very,
be so
very
damn,
frustrating.
bro?
You can see
Ooh.
on the other side, Acorn
Holy
maybe getting a
damn.
little bit
Acorn
too
getting hit
aggressive,
pretty hard
over
there.
peaks, trade shots with Mason, but he takes the lion's share of that damage. Even though Bolts does clean up that elimination, they still have to watch out for Muzz and Sphinx, who are nearby.
Yeah, Muzz is coming in pretty quickly here. Acorn hasn't quite found a way to get his shield up just yet. He doesn't want to use his full berry fizz by any means. That's an end game kind of item to save there. Oh, there it is. They have pizzas kind of waiting for them here. Seems like Muzz didn't quite
Oh, now you
find
can
where
get
the
outta
team
here.
was, so he's just lurking, watching nearby. Comes Sphinx. They
Yo,
might
Zach?
actually push this
Yeah.
for the full even. Let's see.
You can ignore it?
Ignore
Typically
what?
These teams, or at least what
My
we've
knock
seen
for- I've
so
been
far,
knocked
they do
on
like to
like
split
30
this
minutes
drop.
ago.
One of the main things they
Mm.
do fight over, though, is the launch
I don't
pad
even
where
know.
Acorn and Bolts are heading to on the
Yeah,
backside
a few
of
minutes ago.
Elite Armory. But with only one elimination so far, that Bolts just quickly cleaned up. We know there's so much action going down. Have we seen this
Doing one
before?
anymore.
As Pollo and Peterbot are just taking turns. He's had enough.
Open
we
up
get
the
it.
tab, bro. What are we doing? Come on,
Yeah,
bro. Get that out of my
definitely just
gameplay.
going back to back on it. That's
I
the
have to
fourth
accept
one.
your knock.
Here's Cold, here's Acorn.
that
Now
off
we
my
get to
screen,
see
bud.
Bolt's perspective. All the
Back.
big dogs earning good points. And for Peterbot and Boy, the crazy part is they're making a comeback
even
for
see it.
themselves right now. Look at this. 153 points now, 5 eliminations, all off the back of a singular player, by the way. And that's what we saw kind of, again, in that week 1, week 2, where Cold and Rapid did that to another team. So Peterbot and Boyer just giving this kind of
Peterbot and Boyer
luxury
are doing their
of
thing today, huh?
farm here.
Not at first yet, though.
They've
But
been blessed to just find this player in key.
they're missing a match?
Over and
That's
over,
not bad.
Let's see what they get from the drop. Little launch pad to work with here. Nothing too crazy. Meanwhile, Josh Niam's on the other side. Find Boji. It's a nice little first elim for them.
Josh Niam's a little quiet, but still sitting in 3rd place on the leaderboard. They do have a win already. 17 eliminations throughout the tournament so far, plus whatever they've gotten in this game. And they're not a team that is necessarily first to the zone. They do play towards the outskirts a lot. They're okay sacrificing that damage because they know where the mending machine's at. They do accumulate a ton of extra heals, so they're not quick, fast, and in a hurry, especially since we're in the 4th zone going into the 5th. They know reboots are going to turn off soon, so they don't want to make any drastic decisions too early.
Yeah, but they haven't earned any points, you know. I would have liked to see Booga and Brace take a little bit more
No
risk
team's
in the
been
early
eliminated
game,
yet.
especially given that they're so close to closing the gap. And 40 points is a long way, right? From where they're at to 1st and 2nd, essentially. And if you're not taking the risk, you're basically hoping that they make a mistake. And I'm not sure that's the best strategy with 40
I said no teams eliminated, fully eliminated yet.
Just hoping for perfection. We know
It's
Fortnite,
easy to
sometimes things just don't go according to plan. It's all about how you handle those situations. Peterbot, for a moment, looking for Salt down below, but probably not wanting to chase. You see, he doesn't have a lot of white heals. He does have the pizza,
In most of these games,
but
bro,
does
like,
Blake and Vivid broke down. It doesn't
a lot of the
give you
time,
a ton
people
of
don't-
HP.
people don't
start dying till
Slice,
reboots
so
are
a full
disabled,
box
bro.
monster only grants you 40
Yeah.
HP, which is not enough for Peterbot in that situation.
People also don't really start
Definitely not
keying
gonna be
until
enough
then
there, but-
anyway.
Take a look at this curve and Higgs.
That's how
on
they
the other
start
side,
keying.
just out of
They have to get a
hostile
refresh and then they
Cold
fight in.
here. Seems like they're just
like,
wrapping up a
yeah.
couple fights, though. They have 5 elims right now,
20
so
seconds, maybe Shambles for dying a little bit too early,
we're pacing really well
a
in
little
this
bit
tournament
early, and
here.
then trying to key somebody.
It's a good
but
game for
without
them.
things, bro.
Chimp and 20 have managed to fight their way out.
Chimps
of
had
there.
a rough game
Somewhat of a
today.
bad
Bro was
start
getting
here.
farmed
Chimp at
earlier.
18 builds right now. Really hasn't quite caught his footing just yet. Seems like he knows Curve and Higgs are nearby. He's just trying to play it safe here. Doesn't want to expose himself. Curve and Higgs already pretty much are on fire right now. They're going to be more than happy to take this fight as they have the loot to really back it up here.
Yeah, especially since Chimp tried to go for a cheeky opportunity. Missed the shot. Lying for Curve and Higgs to spot him out. Now he's just stuck back up
Ooh.
against the wall. 1v2.
That's
They
a bit rough.
immediately attack from both sides to clean up that elimination, which leaves 20 with no choice, and rightfully so. Tries to use the shockwave to disengage. Luckily for him, Chimp isn't going to reboot right above. He's going to go closer towards inside of the zone. And if he wants to find his way back, that's up to him. But you can already see by the loadout that 20 has, he himself was rebooted at one point or another. That Morphy SMG that he has in his loadout is a huge giveaway.
Yeah, both players just not quite catching a break here. Can't really find a moment to break out. Curve and Higgs now do have to be careful. There's other teams.
And
rotating pretty
Curve and
quickly
Higgs
on
have some
by.
good
They'll catch
eliminations
win.
this game.
There's some fights happening here below. But for now, things kind of
Ooh.
settle. They go up and over. 20 falls to the... Did he fall to the storm there? What just happened?
Yeah, fragging out, bro.
He's had no HP, nothing in his loadout to try to go in and
Level 100
recuperate. He
Sphinx
didn't
just
want
went
to try
down,
to
bro.
jump away because he was hoping and praying maybe I go down, I can survive later on. But
That
no,
reminds me of you,
it's gonna be a
Zach.
huge
Level
giveaway and
700, bro.
another elimination for Higgs
Every
and
season
Curve.
you
They don't
play.
necessarily need the loot. They just need the momentum to continue to shift in
What are
their
you gonna do
favor.
once you
20, you
grind
can
off
see
season
where
and you
he's
get to level
rebooted
1000?
back into the map.
Without
Into
XP
the
maps.
whole lobby, essentially, here as
Is
people
that-
are going down the feed.
I
For
don't
20,
know.
he does have a little bit of that loadout. It's not going to be just an AR, but he
I
definitely
don't do
does
XP
not
maps
spawn
like
with a shotgun in his
crazy.
inventory.
You think about this duo right here. Dozier, V Tyler, already 2 elims right now. Kind of playing like pretty decent so far, but look at this feed. Hold up. Bird actually finds Peterbot, so something's going on somewhere. There's still 20 teams standing, by the way, so no one fully eliminated just yet.
Just unfortunate.
Peter
This is-
Bot's reboot.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
busy.
this is one of the worst times to go down in a game. Literally less than a minute left. Reboots
Ooh,
will
yeah, the
turn
chat
off,
thing I
and even though
used
Foil's right there,
shows
he does
the
have some build material.
shows that
They
it's
don't
from
have
your
two
chat now.
loadouts, so Peterbot's gonna have to scrap
Has
together
like the little
to try to
a
find
shared
something
chat
that he can
icon.
find useful. And
But
if
I
he can
found
just
a
get
really
himself
good chat
any
thing, by the
variation,
way.
the shotgun, the tac, the sentinel, the gatekeeper, I won't be too worried for them as a team because you know they can get into boxes. And
That
end
has
fights quickly.
everything. If you pay for
Take
for
on Peter
the
Bot using
if you pay
the
for it,
splashes he had there,
it
there was
has
the
every
material
single.
split, so
You can put every single
really
chat together.
telling that although Peter Bot repositioned
It's
onto
actually
this
really
bridge,
good.
it wasn't because he had some kind of, you know, elimination or refresh here waiting. No, he had nothing to work with. So the full split there, just try to keep him in. Muzz Sphinx on the other side here, playing for the early rotate, trying to position up.
Actually, I think it's
Gonna get
made
some
by
quick
a.
dibs here shortly. Just a single shot.
content
This is
creator.
like not the greatest loadout here for end game, but it'll be more than enough for them to make a few rotates.
Actually, it is.
Yeah, you can kind of see they're trying to go under the bridge to make the shot cave actually matters. Peterbot was actually able to get the down onto Agers, and this is after reboots have turned off, so they're actually able to solidify that elimination. That'll leave Ritual by himself, and which is big because we literally saw Peterbot go down less than a minute before reboots turned off, but because it was so late, he did spawn with that assault rifle, with the blue tac, minis, and 2 splashes, which he instantly used.
This is crazy. They try to inch their way to get that loot, but you can see that AJ's already back up and in the game, so they actually didn't get to quite fulfill the full elim, nor get the refresh, it seems like. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side, opting to play the water on the low ground. This is an interesting strategy right here. We'll see if it ends up benefiting them in the end. For now, though, Salt falls. This is really bad for first place. Pressure starting to add up onto them. It's all going to come down to enough now because reboots are officially turning off here.
Yeah, back-to-back games, disaster strikes. Game 4, 19th place, 0 eliminations, and now there's 19 teams left, and enough is feeling the pressure as a solo. Doesn't start to get placement points, at least into the top 15, then it kind of cascades from there. But this is where you see the different elevation
I guess,
changes.
Daniel?
Depending on where the zone goes, this is going to hurt a lot of teams down below. And yes, it does go from that open water up the side of that mountain over towards another small pond.
This is really tough too. Look at his loadout. He's only got 39 builds. Almost playing off of a rebooted loadout like we talked about. You see all those greens. It's kind of telling of it, but Flowberry Phase Crash Pad is definitely some ample rotate material here to work with. See if it ends up playing out. Peterbot and Boy are going to be the first to go all
Here
the way
goes
up.
everybody.
Queasy and Scare coming in right behind
Using
him.
launch
He's usually
pads.
the last player.
I'm enough. It's not looking good, bro. He's in first place, but he looks like he's about to go
Yonzo
down.
and Josh here eyeing things up too. They also have a Flowberry Fizz
What do you
and
think?
a Launchpad to work with. But
Ooh.
I am enough.
Oh,
needs a
and he
refresh.
goes
No,
down.
he
First place is
falls
out.
Too early. Doesn't even.
And you know
earn
who's still
any
up, bro?
more
Booga,
points in
bro.
the first elimination. We saw
I
them
think
Booga
secure,
can actually
and
come
this
back
is gonna
and,
open up the runway now for Braids.
I think I feel like
and
he gets the top
Booga
3
from
here. He's
Acorn and Bolts.
actually I don't know how many points he
for
has.
Peter
Hey, look at
Bot.
Peter Bot
And
there.
everyone else here to just run their way up
Cool.
the standings now.
Yeah, that's
Bro,
what I
this could be the
said,
first
you know,
time.
being
Flex Vino in there? Yep.
first place,
Flex
top of
Vino
the leaderboard,
or
first half sometimes just puts a target on
Nah,
your back.
Flex
and
Vino are
back-to-back
not in here,
games
bro.
just haven't been
They
the
didn't qual.
best, but just like you said, opportunity has just opened up for everybody
It
else.
might be crazy, bro. This might be
below
the
them
first
on that
time
leaderboard, but Peterbot stuck
Booga
by
makes a
himself.
lane in years,
70
bro.
eliminations for the
Dang.
team, but you can see they weren't really able to kind of capitalize that into staying
It could be the return of,
together as a duo.
of him, man.
Peterbot just making sure to stay
The
away
return
from
of
that
Lion
low
at land, man.
layer, only attacking when he has to, trying to cut off the path of Higgs and Curve. He's even getting daring, dropping off, trying to pre-piece the whole other side to catch him off guard.
That's what he does, you know, just posturing up right now on these teams here. Little do they know it's just one guy. Meanwhile, looking to the high ground, Queasy and Scare. A little nervous to fully commit to the high ground
Yo, Ben,
positioning,
appreciate the
kinda
follow, bro.
show that they're ready for it, but
Who's my favorite
here
pro?
Queasy goes for it. Now recognizing
everybody,
there's
bro.
no one here to give them any type of resistance. Queasy goes for the full ramp out. And this is a solid base here. Can they hold it this time, though, is the real question.
Yeah, but this is an opportunity where I want to see maybe Booga and Braids try to go for it. We see the zone moving towards the southeastern part. Over open water again. You better be prepared as Acorn Bolts trying to reunite in the same box, but it doesn't come without a fight. They're momentarily separated, but within that split second, they do find a way back together. They have a good amount of builds. If you look at their loadout, they are stacked up, and even using the shockwave in the box for that little bit of speed boost, knowing that we cannot shockwave. That'll put us in open territory, even inside of the zone. So I'm not sure anybody's realistically in a position as of now to contest Queasy and Scare.
Fuga and Braids are still in it though.
Fuga taking our rise.
Already earning themselves a quick point there. Now teams are starting to fall left and right here. Acorn
16
finds
builds though.
another
They're gonna need a
elimination
refresh
with
here.
Cold and Curve still in this game as well. So big boy names still in the mix here. Peterbot at the ultimate lows.
They're gonna need a
If he forced to
big
come up
refresh,
and
bro.
over
Top
to
13, they're
his
not in
way
any of that
towards
good
the
place
This
to
is
post
such
yet.
an unforgiving
It's
zone
actually
right
pretty
now,
close.
as the terrain
Rapid
changes
going down to
are
Muzz.
Oh,
crazy.
and then
Muzz getting
Higgs.
boxed up. Higgs
Getting
and
a little greedy to try to secure the
dude,
elimination.
Higgs
they
and
fall
fucking
before
That's
Curve
good
catch
for
points.
Higgs.
and actually allow for Rapid
Yep.
to possibly
Ooh,
get picked
Peterbot.
up here. We'll see.
Peterbot's
But
solo.
back on over to Peterbot, who's
7 kills, 10
basically
plays right now, man.
clawing his way out of the grave right now. And this is going to be a really tough
Josh
one.
Riley and
Look
Yamzo
who's
here.
climbing their way up. Look who's taking
They already have the
advantage
cool off, so
of
they chilling.
everyone else's issues. It's Yamzo, it's Josh.
Ritual and
right now,
fucking
they're
Ager's going down.
almost untouched. Down below, Higgs and Curve set
Dang,
another
Bear's on
trap,
height, just
taking out
chilling.
Ager's Ritual, separating them, sending them
Peterbot
out
down.
of this lobby. Peterbot's finally going to fall. That's Northern who gets credit for that elimination. Solo on
Trying
solo
to chop
action.
height.
While everything settles down below, Acorn and Bolts using this as an opportunity to
Queasy
look up.
and
Queasy
Scare on the
Scare.
height,
They
bro.
get chopped down once, but the Flowberry Fizz can negate
Queasy's
any
in
fall
there.
damage possibility. And now they're looking to see who
Queasy
is trying
also
to
needs his
contest
bro
them.
coming
They
from
spotted out
EU to
Acorn and
NA.
Bolts down below when they
They're back up
reclaimed
to
their
height
zone
just
up
like
above.
that, though.
Gotta say, I respect the ability to try to target height right now.
Oh
but
my
Curve
god,
and Higgs
Curve with
are at
10 kills. Higgs
14
with 4.
eliminations. Talk
They're
about
actually
a
going
heater
crazy,
right
bro.
now,
Acorn
as they are
going
propelling
in.
themselves way on up. Acorn and Bolts are still in the game as well. I was curious.
Oh my god, and
did
they go
we
down.
have anyone inside the top
Josh
still
Riley
there?
and Yamzo.
And they are still putting up pressure, but
Curve
Yamzo
with
and
another kill.
Josh
Okay,
are the
Curve is
real
actually putting a
upsetters
massive
here. They
fight down,
find
bro.
Scare, they find
11
Queasy,
kills?
and end up demolishing them, and now we have a 2v2v1
Yeah.
situation going down
That's
here.
a Vino drop,
Yeah,
bro.
it's the second time today we've seen Yamzo and Josh do just that.
Bro
Wait
drop-
for two teams to
bro
be
drop
distracted
into
up
flips.
above, and that's
And I
where they
mean, shit,
immediately
bro.
send it with the Fizz Shockwave combination.
Looking better for
Down
these guys,
below,
though.
Higgs and Curve, they cleared out all the
Oh, they're
competition
dropping.
up until now. The fight has come to them. Higgs is gonna go down. Curve
Oh my
by
god, Curve with the
himself,
1v2
boxes up
for the
Yamzo,
win.
gets the knock, waiting for the siphon. The Memphis
GG's.
as a just in
Oh
case.
my
one more.
God.
Wait, that's a duo. What the fuck is that, the
Elimination
duo?
as well, but it's not over
Bolts and
just yet. We
Acorn.
might have forgot about him.
Yeah.
Nah, if he 1v2s
Finally
this will be
dropped down
crazy,
from
bro.
above.
Back-to-back
4
1v2s would be insane.
eliminations. We have to know with second place
Get a little bit of that
coming into
fizz.
this
Just tap that
game, with
fizz.
a win here, they have
He can actually
stolen
1v2
away
this.
First, but they want the cherry on top.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
'cause they have
for
no
1v2.
heals.
Victory Royale. They're
Oh,
pressuring Curve
that was
back
bad,
further and
though.
further, but
Oh, yeah,
Curve
it's
fights
1v2
back,
pressure,
tries to
though.
land a shot of his own, but it's not enough.
Dang.
Acorn and Bolts win
Dang,
the
he had a good
game
attempt there.
and boost themselves up that
Clear,
leaderboard.
cool. That's
Yeah, they're
solid.
definitely in first now. Salt and Enough have a lot to think about as they get put into the blender with the rest of the competition. But an 18 elimination game for
Well,
Curve
damn, bro.
there. You have to respect
game.
it either way. That was an explosive game.
Oh, game
number
5, what? There's
5
8
there,
games
Zeke.
today? 3 more?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
Who's qualified
We
so
have to
far?
talk about Acorn and Bolts
Teams
there.
that I
As
know.
much as I want to talk about Curve and Higgs, we'll do that later.
It's Muzz and Figs,
man,
obviously
this
Peter
is
and
big for Acorn
Pollo,
and Bolts, right? They are still trying to
Yamzo,
secure themselves a spot on the
and
battle bus. And
Josh
now we're
Riley.
making sure, right? We had another game of enough insult. They didn't quite get enough
What's that
points.
guy's name? Jojo
Now
Fishy and
Acorn and Bolts are like, hey,
you guys do
they've slipped up. They've made a single
they called
mistake.
like the last week.
It's time to put the
when
gas and go, man. I cannot
Clicks
believe
got
Acorn and Bolts get a
their
VR in
Clicks, Key
game
Daydrews, and Grief
number
did.
5. Viv, I feel like one
And
even
then we did go
decent
for
game and they
Duo.
qual, right? Like, this is looking so
And
good
who
for
else?
them.
Gotta be some other
I mean,
team.
Acorn and Bolts
Hey,
seem
obviously
like
Poland
in
Rapid.
full control right
Is
now.
that it right now?
Talk
5 and
about
there's
how
2 more today?
consistent they've been
So,
playing just in
sucks
terms
off
of the
7 games.
eliminations over the course of
Unless
some
I'm
of
missing
their
another
games
team.
throughout the day. But with that first place, it's going to be their
When's
best
LAN?
placement
At
so far in the
next
competition over the
month?
course of these 5 games.
At the
And,
end of
me and
next
Blake were
month?
kind of talking about it. Yeah, Acorn and Bolts have kind of joined
Pretty
the
close
mix
here,
in
man.
terms of like the high ground teams.
Archie
but they
said it was
haven't
in
really been
August.
committal to any of those attempts.
Oh,
And
it's in
finally, we
August.
do
Okay.
see them
Never mind.
fully commit here. They take
I
out
thought it was next
Wheezy
month.
and Scam.
Because I think there's the
attempt to
Pro
kind of
Am,
lay
the
themselves
Creators
up on the
Pro
high
Am
ground. And
in
after that, Blake, these
July.
guys are way too good. It was easy from
Yeah,
there.
you're right. Because that's on the 12th
Yeah,
of
they
this
were due for a
FNCS.
win
Alright,
without
so it's Next
season
month,
they've
not
been playing.
next month.
So
2
seeing them
months from now.
finally get that VR, it's got to feel refreshing for them. They got to know they are close to the threshold that they need to qualify for the EWC. There's only 3 games left. It's going to be very interesting to see if they can close this one out.
You know, it's crazy. Over in EU, 6th place, which was basically their top 3, right? was 264. We just hit 266, and we have 3 more games to go. Ooh, Acorn involved! Okay, obviously, you saw Higgs and Kirk go crazy that game. So let's talk about it after the break. I know, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk about it when we get back. We'll be right back. Be right back.
Dang. Still 3 more games to go. It's crazy.
We got the next game in a minute and a half.
Maybe a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
Plus, yeah, well, we're back for break. Commentators time. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some. Zach, you gotta lock in, bro. You entertain the chat, bro. Come on.
I mean, there's nothing really going on right now, man. We've had some crazy games so far, though, that's for sure. What you think about these games so far, Archie, huh? You been entertained, man? We got 3 games left.
Okay, so we're back. So I wanted to talk about Higgs and Curve. We're game 5, Acorn and Bolts. Congrats, it was sick. We just have to talk about what we just saw out of this last game. Vivid. Higgs and Curve suddenly jump up 10 places. That
was a good game from Higgs and Curve.
Game, Vivid. Second place.
They needed that
18
badly.
eliminations.
I mean, Higgs and
Hey,
Curve are just
that 18 elimination game
number
is
to say 18. I'm actually going to say 2 numbers
huge,
here.
and
I'm
they
gonna
got
say
good
18
placement.
eliminations, and then I'm going to say the number 12 eliminations, because 12 eliminations is how many total eliminations these guys had over the course of the first 4 games. They just picked up more eliminations in one game than they had over the course of the first 4 games. Just absolutely crazy. And I mean, me and Blake kind of agreed. When we kind of tuned into
number
third
3
POV
round.
here, and we saw double-digit elims,
Yeah, that was insane.
both of our jaws were like on the floor. It's like, whoa, what has this guy been up to?
12 elims, 13 elims
Not
there.
only did they double their elims, they
Then,
doubled
yeah,
their
you just
points
went
pretty much in this whole tournament, jumping into 3rd place.
Well, that's crazy
Curve
how
is just
one
in a
good
full
game
state,
can
showing
just
why
like
he's an FNCS champion.
go that
was an
crazy.
insane game to see, Zeke.
How many points, guys? It's like what, 54 points off of if elims, right? So it's like what, 104 to jump up the way that they did. I cannot believe what an insane game from the duo. Suddenly Higgs and Curve are in the conversation. Something else we have to talk about.
That's
Peterbot and Pollo.
crazy.
So, like, remember, the little crown means Peterbot and Pollo. They already qualified, right? They're already going to EWC. We're playing for prize money
Alrighty.
right now.
Bro, look at Higgs and
Gents,
Curve, bro. They went up crazy.
I don't. You see,
What?
I am enough.
Look at the standings.
-3
Yeah,
around
that's
their
good
name
looking
because
good. And then the
Peterbot
Higgs and
and
Curve
Pollo
had a
decided,
crazy ass
we're
game,
just
bro.
gonna lay them
Yeah,
in
they
I
the
mean, bro,
did.
all those elims really
and we're
matter,
just
bro.
gonna shut them out.
Elims are so
They got
good.
second
the
and a bunch of
entire,
elims.
early to mid game.
Well, it's like we're 3 or 4 kills.
Just chasing them, not
But they're like
giving them
15
moments
kills,
to
I
breathe.
think.
The moment that they
Yeah.
respawned
Wait,
back and they
16?
reloaded, they were on top of them.
They went crazy
Yeah,
as
it was
fuck.
actually, you can see they're kind of going into the end game here with 5 total eliminations on the side of Peterbot and Pollo. All 5 of
Literally
them
insane.
were on enough, by the way. So they just kept farming those points in the early game. Just a rough game for Enough and Salt.
Yeah, and you got to imagine when you're picking your drop spot in these Fortnite tournaments, landing next to Peterbot and Pollo, I don't know if that's the wisest decision. You know, I hope Salt and Enough can bring it back, but they might get bullied the next few games. I'm not gonna lie, Zeke.
Dude, it's so tough, right? How do you stop that onslaught? Listen, it's fine though. We've got 3 games, okay? Remember, Fortnite fam, 3 more games. EWC wraps up.
Fortnite fam, Zach, you're part of the Fortnite fam?
We gotta be top 2 at the end
I don't
of
know.
these 8 games. if we
Heck
wanna
yeah, you are,
continue
bro.
the dream. Right now.
Hey,
games
appreciate
already
those
locked
GG.
back in.
Wait, oh no,
There we go.
let it
Let's
go.
give us
Let
about
it
to
go,
start.
bro. Let it go.
We've already had 5 game months. You talk about 3 games left. And honestly, the only team I felt confident going in today is Acorn and Bolts. And there's still that second spot up for grabs. Game 6 is ready. So let's just jump into the action.
Everybody that made finals is playing, bro. Like Peterbot Pollo.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Acorn and Bolts, man,
Yamzo,
really starting to break
Higgs,
away from the competition
Bolts,
here, showing that
Muzz.
they really do have that championship caliber still
Just
inside
not
of
Clips
them.
and
Realistically, they're
Vino, they
performing
missed
up
out.
at the highest level here now. Buzz's Sphinx have
You can
also
please
played
up in here in the
exceptionally
finals,
well.
bro.
Although they've kind of dabbled here at the Armory, they've gone outside the
Damn,
drop
he's
spot.
dropping
It
the
seems like
Sentinel?
they have enjoyed returning back
The
here for
Gatekeeper's
those
good,
crazy.
man.
early fights.
Huh?
It's working
That
out as they
Gatekeeper's so
actually
good,
split
though.
up here, but look at this. Sphinx finds Peterbot
I agree.
as Muzz
I just
finds
thought
an
Muzz would like the
elimination
Sentinel
there
better.
too. So already they have
No,
themselves.
Loki was kind of a demon with the fucking.
Great start for
When it
them.
was
And that's
Gatekeeper
kind of
season,
one
bro,
of
he
the
would-
things about Muzz
he
and
would beat the
Sphinx.
fuck
They
out
kind
of
of have placements locked down, especially in the qualifier that they qualified.
Peter
It's
Bob,
just
bro.
the lack of overall eliminations in comparison to some of the other top teams that we have in these games. It's Curve, Higgs, business as usual for them.
I think
Higgs
they're both
just
pretty good,
still
yeah.
having those struggles right out of the gate,
I'm
jumping
gonna
out of the
do
battle bus,
some
trying to
tonight,
catch his
bro,
footing.
probably.
But after that is when he
Who's
starts
winning?
to kind of bring things
Well,
together.
right now we have
Cole
2
the Raptor
fall
again. We haven't
spots.
seen too many of their early
Well, I
game
guess
fights
first
and how they
place
do
is,
play out, but you're seeing the early aggression coming out from Rapid against Chimp on the other side.
Bolt
There's going to
Acorn,
be a
and then,
2v1 opportunity here. Cole just trying to
Higgs
cut off the other
and-
ankle,
Dude,
try to
Chimp
stop
is
any
just
options they have.
running
He
for
gets
his
tagged
life
up
right now.
again with that mammoth pistol.
Yeah, Mammoth pistols are so deadly. It does so much damage. Really does end up swinging the momentum back in your favor. But take a look at this. Rapid, Cold. Finish this one up pretty quickly here. Find themselves a nice little elim there. Set up points here at the Elite Experiments. And I mean, just like that, they're in full control right now. Now, again, they have the zone on top of them. So the reboots going to be a little bit harder to track down with all the teams nearby. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, looking like a repeat performance of the last game after Peterbot got picked back up and sent straight into another duo there. This time he gets the finish and off they go.
Back on over to this side of the map. This is kind of what they did in that last game. It was how they ended up
Peter Bob Pollo
clashing
looking
against
good with
Enough
the
and
cookie.
Salt so many times. But they're going right back on over to that
Yeah.
side.
I
That's
thought
how
you said
Peter
they
Bob
didn't
was
have
able to
any kills. He
solidify
killed
that
his
elimination, just boxes Caliper
I'm
up.
gonna get some blood.
No exit strategy, gets that elimination and sends them right back to the reboot.
If you don't
See
know
how it
this
plays
Threats
out here
guy,
for
bro,
Threats
he
and visuals now.
solo called the tournament yesterday or the other day.
Just trying to get themselves
Dang.
completely situated
He
here.
played he played as a solo.
So far,
the
so
whole
good.
tournament he qualified.
Single elim onto this
His
team
visuals
here,
was not
setting
playing.
themselves up. Still
That's
in the
crazy.
conversation, right? You know, with 3 games left,
Yeah.
129 points. You saw what a team like Curve and Higgs can do with an 18 elim
Pretty
game, right?
fucking
Really
well, say.
propel yourself up several positions. If that's nothing else, it should be,
The reload is
you know, a
so
vote
ass
of
on
confidence
Gatekeep.
for everyone else to play
Watching
big
the
or go
videos.
home.
What?
What do you think Peterbot's up to? I think they're just looking to
Just
hunt
looking.
right now.
Yeah, they're waiting for somebody to go down, get rebooted, try to go back deep into the zone to try to find loot. and they're just kind of taking their time doing it. In the last game, the zone kind of worked in their favor over on this side of the map. Unfortunately enough, it is pushing teams further and further away, but he might have spotted somebody else out. Vert sails, whether if it's a 2v1 or not, Peterbot's ready to take this opportunity here to try to get a couple more points on the board, missing game 1, which means they have a little bit of a cushion to try to come back from. But good job from Vert. While him and Sales were under pressure, he was able to shot.
Peterbot's probably just
turn the
happy
tables on
that
Peterbot, even
Fact City
bringing out
called
the
him and woke
rocket
him up.
launcher, forcing Peterbot to stay stagnant here for a few extra seconds.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, what was that? It's the little RPG already coming into play here. Meanwhile, Vert gets isolated. Boyo comes for the backup, and already they found themselves an Elim there. And an upgrade, if you want to call it that. Do you think they actually take the RPG here this early into the game is the real question. I think Peterbot is going to
Poyo and Peterbot live together, right?
with them for
Yeah.
the next fight.
Neither of them
Yeah,
were
it's just
awake. They
depending
missed,
on how
both
much
missed
ammo
Oh,
is
games
neither.
left,
left.
you don't get ammo in the ammo boxes, drop
They're
players.
literally
Well,
both
because
missed.
he said
games.
Peterbot was
rocket
asleep,
ammo
no?
from other
Well, they were
crates
both
and
asleep.
boxes, which
funny.
honestly, the way they're
I
playing
don't know.
can't necessarily be too hard.
Apparently,
as Booga
Fact
gets
City
found
woke
out on
them
the
up.
edge of the mountain. This is a crucial fight right now for Booga to try to stay alive. Not sure where Braids is at, but time is definitely needed, and he got just enough time at least. Booga's gonna go down, but at least his teammate is back into the game.
Yeah, they really need this kind of a game right here, right? Booga and Braids have fought their way up to like that top 5 range, but in order for them to close the gap here, they are going to need a very, very big, consistent round. Several of them actually to, you know, remain in the conversation. But as you take a look here, Josh and Eams are just starting to really heat up here, kind of go back and forth. But once they get going, seem to be relatively strong. OG Jack back at it once again here. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We saw them out the last couple rounds. Now they seem to be back in, showing us early glimpses of what we saw in game 1 and 2. And that's the thing with a team like Boji and Jack. You just never really know once they're kind of finding their groove. They are going to be a harder team to fight, as is even Neo and Noisy.
Key and
Look at
address.
this.
Yeah, there's
Peterbot,
stuff for AJ, bro.
back at it this time. Onto
Oh,
Agers.
Agers taking out Peterbot, though.
What a
That
Last
was
second, he didn't
huge.
lose it to
finish he
third.
does in time. All right,
He
now
actually
Boy
didn't
has
do
a
that.
second guess finish in the fight here.
The point to
With
end is still
almost
in there.
1 HP left for Agers. Turn the tables on that fight. Leaving Boyle by
Oh,
himself.
he's
Look
gotta
at
eat
the
that
lack
pizza.
Of actual HP. He was stuck eating pizza. He's only getting 5 HP per slice, and he has 6 more in his inventory. So Pollo has to be on the hunt. Bandages, med kits, anything, because these pizza are not going to last him long.
And he finds a little bit of RNG for himself. Gets a nice med kit there. Take a look at Yamzo. Oh no, Booga was already having a hard time. Touches
Dang.
down. They're like, oh great, a drop. Nope. Yamzo's here. They end up pushing him off of that. So no breaks for them here. Meanwhile, Higgs and Curve back at it here, up against Riley and Curly right now. This is a fight we've seen before. I don't think Curly and Rise came out on top before, but we'll see how it ends up playing out.
There's a really good team, Higgs and Trevor fighting, bro.
Games left. Rise
Yeah.
earlier. 80
They
or
did not
so
wanna die
points
here.
down from the qualification spot. Not necessarily first place. That's housed by Acorn and Bolts with a much larger lead. But with 3 games left, they have to figure out how to cut that deficit. And right now, the team that they need to go after, it's Higgs.
Yeah, that's why they
and
missed game
Curve
1, apparently.
on the other side. If they can
They're
get
slipping,
a wipe
bro.
here and solidify this game into a top 5 with a couple eliminations, they'll start to put themselves within reach. But if they disengage, allow for Higgs and Curve to have another monster game, that's when we might be calling it lights out.
Yeah, most definitely here. Look at this though, Curly finishes up Noisy, but take a look at this. Talk about Peterbot getting finished. Boyo actually
Oh
ends
my
up getting
gosh.
chased down here as well to the hands of, looks like Sales and Vert. This is revenge because remember they did take down Vert just moments ago here as well, and they seem to be playing hyper aggressive right now. Real question is this replay going to show us Boyo getting fully eliminated before Peterbot hits the touchdown? Let's see it.
I'm trying to count the seconds and the time. Peterbot does drop down, but nowhere in sight for where Pollo is at. He's much, much closer to where the zone actually is, but he does find access to that mending machine. Hits the double
Pollo
patch
chilling,
up,
bro.
grabs some extra med kits.
That was
just in
close,
case.
though.
He's going to consolidate those pizza slices, so he does have an
Now he's
extra
chilling.
slot there. But you see,
Not-
Sales and
not even
Vert,
close, bro.
enough and Saw, Rapid by himself. There's a lot of heavy competition still nearby.
Yeah,
Wow, bro.
definitely.
How they dole
Solid
years that
enough,
Higgs
man.
and
Having that
Hurts you
40-point lead over second place, now finding themselves
These kids
trailing
be going by
behind the leading teams.
Yeah.
It's got to be
we
a
love
lot to
being
deal
action
with
packed,
mentally.
bro.
With only 2 teams
It's
moving
because nobody's
on
really
through the
scared to fight as
competition
long as
here
like one person's
for
fighting
the
another
final
one's
spot.
surviving
They
or whatever.
really have to dig deep now with these last
You
3
know?
games ahead of
Mhm.
us.
It's been good.
It's a real, really is though.
He kind of isolated
Who
all
can
by
always
himself.
fight.
Higgs off to the western
Or like
side
at
as
least
well,
some
but
Higgs
he's got
got
his
there.
teammate pretty nearby.
Oh,
Comes
Curve and
solid
Higgs
enough,
kind of split
rotating
up here.
straight into the new zone. Curly and Rise still back into the mix with these fights here. Last we saw them, it was up against Higgs and Curve. They had no problem handling that battle. They shouldn't have one here and now with Mason's team.
And just kind of looking at how this game is played out, Curve is now down. Peterbot gets that elimination. Now that Enough and Salt are no longer in first or even top 2, it just seems like the focus has strayed away from them being one of the primary targets for a lot of these teams. Rightfully so. Sometimes you can't just hope and pray. Heroes teams inside
you
the
think about
bubble
that,
go
Zach?
down. Sometimes you have to be the benefactor of it all.
I don't know, it's
Curve,
so
fresh
early
off the
still.
reboot, Higgs is going to be able to disengage,
No,
but they
I'm
have to
not
be
talking about
careful.
that. I'm
Threats
talking
and
about
visuals are over on that side of the map as well.
Higgs,
You can see kind of
Higgs
how it
and
went
Curve
down
in
here.
finals,
So
bro,
Curve is
giving
rotating
themselves a
all
chance to make
outskirts and-
it. Oh,
my
That was
gosh.
crazy.
He just
As
gets
he gets
sat
sniped.
immediately.
And then-
so there was really no defending
and
against
then
that. And that's how
Vino
Peterbot gets his
and
elimination there.
Vino and Clicks at home, bro. Can't even play finals.
Yeah, kinda
That's
seen the
crazy.
Phoenix fight on that side of the map hasn't slowed down. Curve taking down threats.
You know that
I believe
was
Threats
Clicks'
getting
and
the
Vino's
get back
duo, right?
versus see visuals onto Curve. So a couple solos still rotating around. Braves
I
and
think that's
Booga,
what
though,
could
making
happen
that
to,
heads-up
what's
play.
his
This
name?
is something we've seen out of
Literally
Booga
happened to
in,
Booga
like, the
too.
history of
So
him
last
competing,
season,
no matter the
Booga had a
season, no matter
teammate,
the
right?
meta.
Uh-huh.
He usually either
And then
is
this
one of the
other guy had a
first
different
teams to
teammate,
rotate to zone,
and
or,
Booga dropped his
depending on where it
teammate for the
actually
other
falls,
guy.
he rotates to the slow
And then the
side,
two
doesn't
people
wanna
that got
take too
dropped,
many
they duoed
unnecessary
up and
fights,
they qualified for
then makes
LAN.
it into the
And now
zone
they
with
even
whatever
qualified
he
for
has
the
left.
next
Right
LAN.
now, he's
That's
really playing the
crazy.
long
Is
game
that not
rather
crazy?
than
So
a
like,
short
if
burst
Booga never
approach to
dropped
eliminations.
even that guy, I mean, he probably. I think Booga had a good chance
Yeah, as
to
you were
qual
saying
with
that, though, I was still
his
looking
name
at
is
the map,
Craze.
and I was actually more
I don't know how
surprised
to
that
say
Higgs
other
and
names.
Curve didn't just
So you
get
get less
like
confused.
jumped on with the team that was in the storm there.
But yeah, I think he also
They
didn't
were
fall for this
very,
one,
very
but he's
close
called for
by.
Battle Royale for the rest of the year, so he's
Either way,
chilling.
though, already we're approaching that 6 zone, leaning into 7. We're approaching the 7, so what happened is, of
You
course,
hear
those
that,
rebounds
Zach?
get cut off here.
Yeah.
You just have to
Of
play
course you're
with
listening.
you
What
got.
did you hear? What did you hear?
Of course you're listening for those numbers, man.
I'm not. I just got it in my
Tigers
head.
here.
It just
Both of them going down
popped up
with
in my head
another team
the other
eliminated
day.
out of the game. It may not
Hey,
necessarily
there's
seem
Zaka
like it, but this game is
Papaya.
moving at a more rapid pace than we've seen some of the other games so far.
Ha-
It wasn't until
you
typically
got
zone
one? I don't
10,
even know.
11, or
Actually,
even 12 placement points
probably like
were
Acorn.
starting to set in, but we have 16
Acorn's looking
teams
good.
left, all of them fully alive. So
Curve's
with
looking
one
good,
team
but if you
needing
talk
to go
about the
down,
land,
placement points might hit this game much earlier than any game
I'm
we've
not
seen
gonna lie, I
so
do
far
got Peter
today.
Brown Polio winning the land,
That's
but
actually a really good point. This game's moving a
Let's
lot
see.
faster. The duos remaining.
maybe I'll
A
do a
lot
good
of
top
elevation's
5.
been at play, though. All of these end games
Barrett.
have been honestly pretty
Come on,
tricky,
bro.
and I guess we could just sum that
Reboot's
up
about to be
this map
disabled.
type here of the
Which
reload
are
mode.
disabled.
Here we go.
So yeah, this is gonna play out though. Talking about that high ground. This should be a
Yo, what's
pretty
up?
free
Okay, we got
rotate,
bots
up
in the
and
chat,
over.
bro.
Just got to be able to be careful where they land.
Uh-huh.
They can shockwave, they can crash pad. The only safe
What?
rotation from that far back is going to be the launch pad with the face. Otherwise, you're essentially
The commentators started to
flying
stop talking, bro. It's like, what the?
directly into
It was just
Yeah.
no noise
everybody
for a
else
couple
here
seconds.
in
I was
this
like, what
lobby.
the?
I think
Just
you
gotta
drink
make sure
some
play
water.
as close to
'Cause I
perfect
kinda
as
heard a little, like,
possible. Sphinx Muzz in a
something.
similar position as Ager's Ritual. I believe I saw Acorn.
You
and Bolt
sound
not too
like a
far
loud
away.
sack.
Muzz is there, and even Noisy and Neo all off the tip
Well, who
top
does
of
the
this mountain.
QTV sound like?
Yeah, I like this. This is that rotate here. Like we said, it should
Zach,
be
who do you
really
sound like?
easy for anyone who's got
I don't
high
know.
ground
I've
that
never.
goes
I don't think I
early.
sound like those at all,
Just have
bro.
such a huge advantage. It's going to save them
Only
so much
one-
material as well. So Ager's Rituals
You know what you sound like, Zach?
will be comfortably
Who?
positioned here into the end game. I see
Um,
Polio still standing over there in
what's
the
his name?
distance.
Play Minecraft, bro.
Acorn and Bolts are going
Oh,
to be
let
one
me
of the
switch them
last
up.
ones to go ahead and enter in.
That's a lot of people that play
Higgs and
Minecraft,
Curve
huh?
are still standing as
Yeah,
well.
not the
Muzz
best.
is going to be one of the first to fall on the road.
feel like
here.
everyone's
Something's going
Played Minecraft at
terribly
some
wrong,
point.
and look at how much material Sphinx has got. So you have to imagine that Muzz is falling with quite a serious loadout. So that's the refresher that someone's going to be happy for.
I will say, though, the silver lining, though, for Sphinx is those launch pads with the Fizz. He has at least 2 zones he can bypass by going that high in the sky. It's about when and where he's finally going to get those launch pads off. I think this zone, we're going to see the first of 2, Peterbot and Pollo. Similar strategy, quick to rotate, using the shockwave, hitting the front side of the zone. And we've seen almost everything out of Peterbot and Pollo so far, taking high ground early, using the launch pads, and now here playing on the low ground, trying to control the front side.
Yeah, it's looking very good for them right now, but I'm looking at who's trying to go for high ground. Looks like Higgs and Curve taking that momentum, taking that confidence from the last game, already being one of the first ones to try to position up. They're due for what could be a win. Boya finds Jack with a quick elimination there off of their next rotate, so gonna be big for them.
Top 16 right here, bro.
Braids, though,
Ooh.
Oh, Braids. No, no, no.
That was around.
And why is he
Ooh,
rolling
and
into the
Booga's
team,
getting
bro?
hit a little bit.
I think should have rolled out in that.
Who
Booga has to have a crazy solo clutch right now, man. Just to stay in contention.
Exactly know where he went. He
That's a good
manages to
start,
turn
but we
things
need to
around.
get
It's
some
actually Josh Nyamzo there.
kills. Not even
A
kills,
tough
you see some mats of a
spot
kill.
to be in here
At least
when
the
you're
body.
in
Curve
Oh,
gets
Curve!
hurt.
of a qualification spot now, but
Damn, nearly for 200, bro.
Yeah, he's at your favorite numbers, health.
being in difficult situations. Does not
Higgs
be
goes
experience
down.
under his belt.
Peter
Meanwhile,
bot.
Boya
That's
in the front
really
picks
bad for
here.
Higgs and Curve,
It's a
bro.
huge elim, so
That means this leaderboard's
Yeah.
gonna stay close.
instead of playing for that high
And
ground
maybe
like they
somebody
were
else jumps out,
originally
so we'll
about
see.
to do, they concede to the building.
Curve could
It
solo
ends up
clutch,
not
but we'll
playing
see if we
out
can do anything.
Yeah, that's second
Gonna
place in the
need some.
overall. So
Curve
they're
also
third
lost
place
his
in the overall
pizza.
tournament,
He literally
second
dropped
place
his
in
pizza,
terms
now
of
he's left with 2 big
EWC
bucks.
spots trying to secure. So that's a huge loss.
Wait, I was
and
gonna
a
say, is
lot of
Caribbean-
pressure
oh, no.
being put
What
on
the fuck, he's
Curve.
left
You
with
see, he only has
3.
7 builds left. No
Did he eat the
extra
pizza?
HP. Down to one last shockwave.
Maybe he
Silver
did eat the pizza,
lining
but-
though, top 15, which means he's
I guess he
starting
doesn't have
to
other
get some placement
slices
points here
regardless.
for this game. But having to
5
play
builds, he has
perfect
to get
with bare
something.
minimum of builds means it's
I was about
going
to say,
be
that
near
could be the something,
impossible
but-
for him
Oh.
to try to go in and get out without receiving a
What
single
unless
scratch. And
shockwave, bro,
again,
says
using those
somebody pops
shockwaves,
in
he's
your
now
face.
fresh out, and even his builds
Like,
being
if you just
dwindled
back
down
it
here.
up
Curve needs a
for a
miracle,
second.
and he needs it
I
now.
agree with
That was
me.
kind
Get
of
that
crazy.
shot
He
up.
decided not to go up and over this high ground. I wonder if it's going to end up backfiring against
Ooh,
him.
he's gotta get him right there.
He's
He's gotta take out Amina.
Can he find the player to his left? It's
Oh,
actually
no,
enough.
no,
He needs
no.
it just as much as him. And there's another player in the box here. It's all up to Curve if he can find a shot here. How badly does he want to stay and remain in the lead? Only moments will tell here.
He's got one build to work with.
Ah.
1v2 can't do nothing with rapid and cold. Yo, how about them Cowboys? Appreciate the rose. Thank you, bro.
Potentially up for grabs, and Booga in a much better spot. Finds a great shot onto Rapid here.
Booga's actually solo clutching. These points
Yeah,
are very
Booga's
good, bro.
doing good right now.
Any points he can get here, he needs to get
He's
closer to
about to be
220.
pushing a hard team. right
AJ
now.
also needs to get 220, or needs to pass 220. Ooh, getting beamed. No builds left. Gets shot. Booga 1 HP. No more taking zone. He has 8 builds.
Being one of them, 204
Come on,
points.
Booga.
Trying to close the gap. He doesn't
Let's go,
need to get
Booga, bro.
inside of the bubble here. Just
Booga
needs
at
to get
land.
close
Ooh,
to
look
the
at
gap.
high ground.
Crazy.
They're the ones that started a lot of this chaos, taking down Higgs, leaving Curve by himself. Even
Is
though
this
they have their
Peterbot's
spots
game?
secured, they're playing
Peterbot
a
with the
huge
RPG on
role.
high
Who
ground.
makes it and who doesn't.
Oh, yeah, the
A lot of
RPG
that
is
focus
crazy,
next
bro.
on the threats, forcing him
AJ's
and
still
Fish
alive here, bro.
down.
I see
Adrian's
Peterbot
close
said
on the
give me the
right-hand side,
RPG
trying
because
to make it really count.
a few
Oh
games.
my god, Booga just getting in. Booga don't give a fuck. Getting a crazy refresh. Holy shit, what happens to supporters of the stream, bro?
He shockwaves up, no mats left, breaks into a wood wall there and finds the refresh to keep him
That's
in the game.
Oh my
And
god,
that
Booga
is
needed
how
that
you
badly, bro.
maintain
And
a
he's
top 10
freaking
Oh, and he's
got
gonna
it.
get another one.
Let's go. Oh shit, bro. The Lion. The Lion's back. This could be a second place for extra round.
Oh, he placed that wall just in time.
This could be a land spot, though. Come on, he needs to not die here.
Aw.
Nobody else is fighting, bro. This other team from behind couldn't help blow up Booga for the one time, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, picking up a huge chunk of points here. Bolts is able to take down Sales next. Vert going
Sales
for a
and
revive,
Vert,
but there's not
they're at
a
130
lot
points,
of
though,
time
kind of
left.
the
He has
lower
to
side.
abandon ship, keep moving inside of the zone. Meanwhile,
This is Peterbot's game right here.
not letting anybody climb up their mountain.
Peterbot and Pollo might be in first after this game. Nah, definitely not. I forgot the Acorn and Cole were at, not Acorn, Cole, my bad. Acorn and Bolts are at 300 plus.
Ooh.
So they're catching up a bit here, though.
He gets forced out. He's gonna have to
That's
settle for
over.
third place. 2v1 is gonna continue.
1v2, yeah. They're just gonna rocket that and go
No
in.
health
Yep.
yet.
You just can't do much. Very good one. How many kills did they have?
I don't know. I missed it.
Yeah,
Not too crazy about a kill, but like, they did what they had to do.
There, so we didn't see Peterbot and Boyer
What a
force their
win,
way
bro.
through
That's
the
Peterbot,
endgame
man.
victory, but in the end, they
Remember
had
his name. He's gonna be big one day. Jack.
They were about to, Jacob, with the way they were playing there, so you gotta appreciate some high-level play. Well, Game 6 for Peterbot and Boyo
Do you
is
ever
now
take
wrapped
trash
up.
and shoot it into a
What
basket?
are you
What I
watching?
was worried about, MDF.
You know, it's like Fortnite Clutch.
Way back when, that Victory Royale. We're starting to fire
Kobe.
on cylinders. What's crazy, Viv, is they had to
It's still
make
Kobe,
like,
Zach.
a comeback, right? They
Yeah.
got put in this situation
That's tough.
early on in that game where you
Alrighty, I'll be
remember-
back. I'm gonna get my dinner.
Life and he's solo and Pete has to.
All right, get
to
your dinner, bro.
reload and yet somehow, some way, they pull off
I got
a
some
victory
pistachios. I was
royale. The moment we
snacking
seen
on
them on
these,
Hype
bro.
Viv, and we know they've got a rocket launcher in hand. It was like, all right, pack it up, they win.
Yeah, I mean, listen, me and Zeke and
Yo,
Blake, we were
W
kinda
1.7K
talking, and it was
likes on the
like,
stream,
listen,
bro.
These guys just know what it takes to win.
Appreciate
we
y'all.
saw them
You're
try
going
to land on
crazy
Incredible
on them
to,
likes.
of course, in first place, because there's only one thing on these guys' mind at all times, and that is the win.
Bro, what a
Every
game.
single time that these
That game
guys
is
are
good.
behind, whether it be because they missed a game or they just have a couple of bad games, we can just never count them out. And we are always reminded of that whenever these guys are in the server.
And one thing that makes this duo so special is their ability to recover in
And,
these games.
Peter brought in
They
Pollo
were
in
at a point
second
in
now.
that game.
At
Peter
that
was
game.
knocked. Pollo was 1 HP getting chased by a duo, stalled just long enough for Peter to come back, and they recovered to win the entire game. Not many duos can do that. It's just, I don't know how they do it continuously, tournament after tournament. They're just the best. Nothing else to say about it, Zeke.
Dude, they're so consistent. I don't know how they do it, but they do. We now have 2 games left to go. After this break, we'll take a look at the standings. Remember, we need to be top 2 if we want to make it through to EWC. And there's other players who already have a spot, and they're playing for
Peter and
prize
Pollo
money.
always holding hands.
Oh man, stress is going up to the roof. Fortnite fan, we'll be right back.
I mean, yeah,
with
bro,
more
that's fucking
Reload Elite
good
Series.
when you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, this tournament's just like 10K, I think. Yo, appreciate you guys for the Zaku Noti. What's the Noti from? W Noti, bro. What's good, AJ? How you doing, bro? Hard eyes. Whoa. Zach, you have an alert, bro. Come back. I don't know what it is. I just heard it, bro. Screen share. Damn, bro, Peter Bell was even rocking the Mongraph skin yesterday. And pretty tough. The coup?
Cinema. It happened again. Peter Van Pollo. Another victory royale. Game number 6. I can't believe it. But we talked about that already. What we need to focus on now are the standings, okay? 2 games left to go. And again, if you're just tuning in, welcome. This is the Reload Elite Series. At the end of 8 games, we need to be top 2 if we want to make it to the EWC. And there's quite a situation going on in the standings right now. So obviously, we know Peter Bob Pollo, they've already got themselves a qualifying spot, and they're currently in your top 3, 264 points. The situation is at the top. Acorn and Bolts currently lead the pack, but as we look to the standings, you can see 2 crowns, right? Peter Bob Pollo, Josh, you know, currently Booga and Braids are in the talks as well. So first, let's start with Acorn and Bolts. Gents, it's fantastic to see them currently breaking into the 300 point threshold. This last game, we did see a top 5 with 4 eliminations. When I look at their placements on the last game, and these last, you know, several games, and even eliminations, Viv, I'm impressed, right? This is a level of consistency that I feel like Acorn and Bolts can target and continue to hit over and over again, and that's why they're currently in first place.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's just, you know, obviously they started the day super hot with those eliminations. They've
Oh
kinda,
shit!
you know,
Booga and
slowed
Braids are
down
in
a little
third
bit
and
in terms of picking up as
in
many
fourth, bro. They got
eliminations. They're
that
still picking up
qual spot
enough, but it's
currently.
just all about the average placement right now for this still. They have an average placement of 5.
Well,
So,
damn.
like I mentioned, best IGL in the game, a mechanical beast in Bolts, and if they're going to be able to make it to 8 end games, they're going to qualify.
Yeah, and after being 1 point off in qual 1, they were not coming into qual 4 and not going to make it out, because I would say it's pretty safe to say they have that first spot locked in at this point with Booga and Braids.
Yeah, I feel like Acorn and
90
Bolts just
points
need like one more
behind.
decent game.
I
And
would
they're
say it's
100%
locked
qual.
in.
I want to believe, right? I want to believe, but you said their name, Blake, so we got to talk about them. Booga and Braids. Listen. I need Booga to qualify. Okay, I need this. Okay, Booga. We need this, Booga. You need to keep pushing. We've got 2 more games left to go. Viv, to see Booga win and make it to EWC, I feel like would be just such an incredible moment for him is what I meant to say, for him, not for me, for him. I am not biased.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an incredible bounce back after, of course, missing Summit to kind of make it to one of these other lands. That would be absolutely incredible. But, you know, Blake kind of mentioned it. Hey, there's a 90-point lead in terms of qualification spots for Acorn and Bolts. It is completely different for the side of Boog and Braids because they have a 1-point lead in terms of competing for those qualification spots. So a completely different side of the coin here.
Yeah, and they're right on the edge, but the thing that's keeping
Yeah,
them
but
in it
1
is
point
that
lead,
6th
man.
place solo clutch by
Got 8 more
Booga.
games.
Braids went down pretty early before the moving zones, and Booga stayed in it.
They gotta play
Showing
good, though.
Why he's been on top for
Since,
so many years.
I mean,
dating
literally,
all the way
like,
back
any
to
good
before
game
that
Higgs
World
and
Cup.
Curve
His
have.
longevity is just insane. He
They'll-
shows he
they'll
still
drop
has
down.
it, even after missing the summit land, like Vivid said. Zeke, do you think they're gonna hold on?
I need them to. Like, I need them to.
Yeah,
But
this is still
also,
long
when I
from
look,
over.
like you guys
Over.
called out 1 point behind Higgs and Curve. Honestly, and
Okay,
even if
Mr.
enough insult,
De
like,
Television.
down 201 to the 222 of Booga and Braids. Like, this could still go any which way, right? We still have 2 games left to go, and now is the time to make it happen. Now is the time to swing for the fences, because after this, we're going to the WC, and that's it. That's it. All right, the competition is done for those who don't make it. Fortnite fam, lock in. 2 games left to go. MDF Jacob, please take it away.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that everyone has exhausted their throwaway games minus Acorn and Bolts. Like, if you are anyone else, tournament on your shoulders to put up the numbers and perform here and now, Jacob.
Yep, the game is ready, so let's just jump right into Game 7. This is it, Monster. 2 games left, and even with Acorn and Bolts having such a monster of a lead, it's 1 point that separates that second spot. In the last qualifier, by the way, folks, only 2 teams will round out NA Central to make it to the Esports World Cup, and we have 2 games left to see it all play out. In the feed, you're seeing early action, even Agers.
Come on,
taking out
Zach.
Josh, Noxy getting another elimination.
It's gonna be a
Higgs
crazy
this
game,
time
bro.
around, though,
Hopefully.
surviving off spawn, so we could have a different trajectory with Higgs and Curve in this early game.
I mean, not hopefully,
That's
we're
right. I'll stand by
guaranteed
what I
game.
said. The EWC built on the reload game mode itself as the main focal point. I really do think makes for a very exciting tournament, and the players feel like that too. Agers and Ritual, though, find a quick elimination onto Yamzo. Chimpin 20 immediately.
Oh
hop
shit, I got
over.
work in 2 minutes, bro.
Well,
I
they
should
were
probably
so
go.
interested in securing that positioning there, but
You didn't realize what
That
time it
actually
was?
passed
thinking
by
about hunting
quick.
that player down
No,
for the
bro,
quick
it's
elim,
like
but
I'm late
Aegis,
today.
of course, managed
Yeah,
to
these
go
games
get
feel
home
like they
at-
fly by, but really, then you look at the
This is
timer,
really
it's like,
interesting
oh,
because for
it's
Aegis
this
and
time
No,
Virtual,
no, I was
already.
they
supposed to
are
get
one
home
of
at
the
3,
duos
but
now
then I
in
got
the
home
race
closer at
here
3:40.
to
Ah,
qualify now
They
after
started
these
at
next
2.
games.
let me double.
But again,
Yeah.
it's going to come down to playing exceptionally
But I'm
well.
just talking about time, like,
Everyone
while
else
I'm
has
here.
to not drop the ball.
All right, bro.
Man, this is
Yeah,
how we
Randy,
saw
we should have
some of the
raised the
fights
coup,
go
bro, and
down.
I'm out.
Muzz taking down Rapid right out of the gate. Mud's not even his drop spot. Now
The
he's
coup
going
Mud
up
TV,
against
you know that streamer,
Northern.
Zach?
Little bit of a trick
Nah,
right
not
there.
really.
Northern's able to get the elimination, but it just goes to
He's,
show, like, with everything
he's
on
a
the
D1
line, I think
athlete.
teams, especially certain players, are
Yo,
realizing
TikTok,
the
peace out. I'm gonna be
situation
live tonight.
that they're in. Agers has been going crazy.
If you guys
almost
need a
all
streamer
day
to
long,
watch on
trying to get
TikTok,
them
bro,
to
wait,
catch
are you
up
live
and
on
stay
TikTok?
within reach.
Yeah.
Rise and Curly have been doing the
Boys,
same
if
thing.
you
have
need a streamer
Higgs
to watch on
and Curly
TikTok with
picking
my
up high
friend, bro,
elimination games, but
at
overall,
Zaku
Peter Bot
TV,
and
bro.
Boy have also been disrupting a lot of the flow of these teams trying to make finals.
You guys can find him
you
on
know,
TikTok,
honestly,
bro.
if
He's
you're
also
gonna
streaming this.
wrestle, you kinda have
Yo,
to
what
He
up,
got
Angel?
face cam. He's looking mad
What
cute
up,
today in
Alpha?
chat, so drop him a follow.
Like they're qualified teams.
I'm just watching the
Alright, I'm gonna
tournament,
dip out
guys.
TikTok.
No, don't give those guys, you know, room to break
I'll be back
away like
tonight,
Peter
chat.
Bot
We're
and
gonna do
Boyo
some
have
customs,
done
so if
over
you
the
wanna play
last
some
few
NA West
rounds.
customs,
You
we'll
see
be live.
problem they can
Zach, you got a noti over there, bro. I don't know what it was.
Oh, what?
team that we've seen kind of slip
A
out
noti.
of the
Oh,
fight a
I
bit
just see
here
it.
is actually scaring Queasy. I saw Scare go
Thank you, bro.
King Liquid
173,
67.
they're not
Followed. Yo,
quite
appreciate it,
out
man.
of
I
the
don't know if you're still
tournament
here or
Yo,
yet,
not.
but they are gonna have
That guy
to
greased
play
my
two
customs
monstrous games.
all the
Wanna see them pop
fucking
off?
time, bro.
Yeah, well, back to Peter Bot there at 3
Alright.
rounds here, Jacob.
No, he
See what we got.
does.
That third one so
9
far,
minutes
Northern,
ago?
I feel like this is exactly
might have
what
been
we
in my
saw
stream.
when they were chasing down enough. Northern
I
has
don't
just
know.
been kind of
Whatever.
put in the blender time and time again, and as soon as
Probably
he
regardless, I
responds to so
guess.
early in the game, they can easily try to catch up.
Yeah.
New and Noisy, though, taking down Booga,
All right,
leaving it
bro.
all up to Braids to stay
I already
alive,
see
and they
you,
just
but-
keep it
I'll
flow,
see
and
you
Higgs is the
in a
next person
bit.
in their line of sight. They, too, are close. 172 points, 2 second places on the day. If they could just match the eliminations with top 5s to end the day, we could
Alrighty,
possibly
let's see who's
see
gonna
New
win
and
this
Noisy
game.
qualifying to the
We got
esports
2
World Cup.
games left,
Yeah, most definitely.
and they've been
Already
crazy.
close
All
to
of the
the
games have been crazy.
instances
Especially the
of
last few.
evening. Higgs and
Because
Curry
now
back
that people
to
are
them,
actually
2-2.
trying to win.
One on the points
'Cause
here,
it's getting
not too bad
down
as they
towards the
landed
end.
Kind of near where Booga just touched down on. You see Breeze down below. Booga spawned in. He's got a
Yeah.
shotgun. He's got a
Dang, I don't know how
No idea. He's behind. this
Booga
ammo
just
crate.
chilling there.
Eventually, they will check it though. Obviously, there's no reason for them not to go ahead and clean up the loot here.
Isn't that crazy? He's
Secure
just
it.
sitting there.
It is.
See, if this was a chest, I think
Ooh,
you'd be right on the
Higgs.
money there, Monster. But since it's just an ammo crate and you do get loot ammo from getting those eliminations, I think it's just not necessarily a concern in the back of their mind as of now, especially since they are so close to qualifying already. They check the building, realize, hey, maybe Booga's not here, and they're already setting their eyes on somewhere else. Curve going a little bit towards the south. Higgs, you can see them trying to cover as much ground as possible, so that way they can get as much information on anybody straggling too far back from their duo.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There was a chest right above Booga, but hey, they're feeling pretty confident, more happy to try to hunt for the elims, and instead they get rewarded with the 2 drops. So there they go. It ends up paying off for
Dang,
Booga
Rapid
hiding
went
out.
down there.
Meanwhile, Mason and Noxy here just giving us some entertainment. See how Dozier and V Tyler end up finding a nice little elim there. That one's onto visuals. That's a tough one for him. Jumping back over to Ritual though. Who's your teammate, my man? He's at 200 points right now. Ager's the other side of the curve here. The cube.
Yeah, Ager's only goal here is stay alive. They get uncontested chiseled cube. They have a lot of space. We did see it in game 8 in the last qualifiers. That's something they have to keep in the back of their mind, where Clicks and Higgs at the time pushed on over, got the elimination on the Ritual, and Agers simply could not stay alive. So hopefully they've learned from their past. But Peter Bot Boy again, look who's in the sky. It's Northern again. They're trying to beat that record
Peter
of
Bot just
5
getting
elims
kills.
on enough by himself in that last game. I'm not sure what Northern's going through, but I could definitely feel his pain.
Peter Bot's on
He's
Higgs.
Scrambled up, put in a frying pan. Like, they're just doing what they do over there. They're at almost 8 eliminations, and we jump into the real time, and I see Peter Bot once again in the feed. So at this point, I don't even know what to think of it, but they're going for first place because why not? Meanwhile, Curve and Higgs here, tournaments
Ooh, Higgs goes
Pretty much
down. Curve's
Lights
got to
on the line
run.
right now. Dozier ends up getting the full elimination there onto Higgs. Curve forced to back off. Hopefully he doesn't rotate into anyone too strong of a duo. Booga's on the outskirts here, but I don't think he wants to fight just yet. Booga doesn't seem to have his teammate near him just yet either, as he's getting chased by Mason.
Higgs is back in.
Everybody now closing the gap. Looks like Mason Noxie might have spotted him out. I saw some shield go down just like that. Higgs fresh off the reboot, so maybe that'll deter them from getting fully aggressive. But if they spotted Booga out as a solo, I'm not sure much can do to stop them, especially since it doesn't look like Braids is anywhere nearby. If we look at Bolts and Acorn, not necessarily going for any early game aggression here. They're just sticking to the strategy that gets some of these kind of late game placements every single time. As Northern, again, doesn't even get the chance to hit the launch pad. He gets taken down by Pollo at the last second. 9 eliminations here. I know we were talking about they want to win it. They missed the game, but right now,
Dang,
I'm
Peter
not
goes
sure
down,
there's
but he
anybody
just
that
opened
can
the
slow
chest and
this
got
team down.
bandages.
Yeah, this wasted no time either. Knew exactly what they were going to do. Land on the chest there. They go ahead and get the bandages as well. The quick pickup, like the momentum is flowing right now. They're at 9 eliminations, mind you guys.
That's crazy.
They are looking to fight for
They're
a curve
keying
level
people.
performance where they pulled up with 18. They're already halfway through.
I'm not
It's
surprised
just,
though. That's just kind of Peterbot though. He just
This can really
keys.
go either way, you know, based off of Peterbot and Pollo's performance right now. They're setting themselves up for a potential first place prize winnings off of this.
Booga.
He's looking for Booga. Yep. Followed him outside of the zone, just trying to go ahead and solidify this elimination. And remember, Curve at one point was the one trying to stay alive, but he was able to hunt down Booga successfully, get that elimination, and just try to pull further and further away. And I do believe the way this game has played out so far, with early game eliminations for Curve and Higgs, and not so much for Booga and Braids. Remember that 1-point differential? I believe Higgs and Curve have now overtaken them on the leaderboard, and now sit in fourth place inside of that bubble. Fourth place, excuse me.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt the math if it's adding up that way. They really are playing just a little bit more consistent right now. Most of what we've seen is like Booga getting hunted down, Braids hiding out. I don't even know where Braids is at this point, but he's found himself somewhere that seems to be safe. I'm concerned with Storm Surge.
These guys farming up all this metal.
Or Storm Sickness, really, given that he's just been in the zone the entire time. Like,
Pollo getting some more kills
Very
over there.
good call, because it's something that we have seen play a role, but when it comes to reload, not as much as you would think in the feed. Pollo just taking down Northern again. You got to imagine they're finally on double digits here. And Monster, actually, I want to see how it's just not able to touch the ground at all. Even when he does, he doesn't have.
Dang, they got
builds,
5
he doesn't
kills
have a loadout
apiece.
to fight back.
That's insane.
Northern, I just feel so bad. Peterbot and Pollo, they just select one person each game and make it their sole focus to make sure they can't play.
Think they're gonna win?
yeah, that's pretty
this
tough,
game.
man.
I don't know though.
And to be
They
dealt
probably
there.
burning through
I
a
mean,
lot of
it is late
resources
enough
though,
that
just
you
fighting
spawned
all
in
these
at least
people.
with some kind of arsenal, so it's not completely free, but they have such an advantage over you. Scare.
I don't know, it's still
Easy,
long
though.
from.
3 elims right now. This is that team. Like I said, they were in the one.
Still in mid-game,
range,
so.
right? If they can get a good chunk of elims the next 2 games, they can very well fight for one of the 2 spots that's available. You know, Queasy wants it more than anyone else. Let's see if Tyler and Dozier can put up a fight, though. They're already at 5 elims, so they're playing really well so far here.
2 shots left though for Tyler. The Gatekeeper not going to be able to use them. Scare's going to pick up that one. And I like this out of Scare and Queasy, because you're saying 173. If you look at their placements, every single game but 2, they're inside of the top 10. They had a 13th and 18th that they kind of fell outside of that same consistency. The biggest thing that they're lacking though, because other teams have a similar placement history, it's eliminations. They have 12. And if you kind of look at, you know, the other teams on the leaderboard, we have in the side of the 30s, Braids and Booga, inside of the 20s. You even have Salt and Enough at like 17 with Aegis Ritual 18. So they're losing out on a couple of points that the teams above them on the leaderboard are collecting by their lack of aggression. So with 2 games left, maybe they've realized that and have started to pick up the pace.
Yeah, they're definitely on the lower side of average elims, like across the board. And to your point, yeah, their placement is very much on par with everyone else, well within, you know, the top 5 pretty much. So it's up to them really if they really want it, and it seems like they are at least switching the strategy just a little bit here. So see if they can keep up the pace realistically is what it comes down to for Josh Leonzo, though. No sweat, no trouble in paradise either. They're sitting dead center right now. Big material counts. Elam's this game here. Very much in a race for first as well. It's not just the Peterbot, Boyo, Acorn, and Bolt show. These guys are all very much in the conversation right now.
And it looks like, for the most part, Josh and Yamza have the second most eliminations in the tournament behind Peterbot and Poyo so far with 31. Obviously, this game, we can start to add those on a little bit later, but they're only 1 point shy of Acorn and Bolt, who are currently in first place. So even though Josh and Yamza have nothing to lose, they already got their spot secured, they're playing because they want to win the entire thing. They want to start to build that momentum and be a team that can be feared. So that way, when the EWC finally does roll around, they can hopefully get a spot uncontested.
Yeah, gotta get that uncontested. That's gonna play a huge factor, of course, because then you get the freedom, right, to like send someone off to go try to farm some points. Whereas when you're full contested, you know, anything can still happen.
Decent rotations being forced out of a good portion of the lobby. Only a few being gifted the front side of the zone. Everybody else to rotate over. Flowberry Fizz, Crash Pad. That's going to be the method for Muzz and Sphinx, but Sphinx taking a lot of that damage on way to the front side of the zone. But luckily, there's no pressure coming out, so they're going to be able to safely heal while every other team
Here we
plays
go.
catch up, trying to make this
Starting to
rotation
heat up
possible.
right here.
And if you look at the zone now, it's all fine and dandy, but if we continue to move on over towards that POI,
Ooh,
eastern side towards Chisel
big kill.
Cubes, it's going to have very
Booga.
different elevation change.
Booga's
But
team.
Booga Braids pick up a elimination here, second one of the game. With how down bad they have been so far, it's great to see them starting to pick themselves back up.
See how it's gonna play out. Bouncing back. They're at 2 elims right now. 228 on the point threshold. Just holding on at this point. You know, looking at them early on, like you said, they were really struggling, but here we are in the end game. No more reboots. They seem to have found their footing, so it's as much their opportunity as anyone else's now to really take away here.
Zone pool's pretty
It is
far
8
away.
zone. They do have the launch pads. Gotta imagine Acorn has the Flowberry Fizz, so they're just not worried about this rotation too much. Let other teams start to move forward, and they're gonna deploy their launch pad down and try to just fly across these next couple of zones. Higgs and Curve, they don't have that same luxury though. Shockwaves is gonna be the name of the game for them. They let Ritual go out first, try to trap Aegis by himself. They don't successfully land that play, but they also get good information about where they're rotating to so they can try to dodge it.
I think they have really low material too. Like if you look at it, they're out of the heavy material.
There's the launch pad
Higgs and
group.
Curve not looking the hottest right now. They're definitely one of the weaker duos in contention right now. If they can, you know, pull something big through, it's gonna make all the difference for them. Let's see. Meanwhile, up top, yeah, Acorn and Bolt playing this super safe here. An extra launch pad in hand as well. It's exactly the spot you want to be in. That's how you coast your way to some placement points there. Jumping back into the conversation down in the bottom though, Peterbot Boyo, 11 elims now.
Dang, that's crazy. They going
Firing
off.
their way up. Here comes the shockwaves right into Booga's area. Don't quite go for the fight first, so that's going to be a little bit favorable for everyone here,
Ooh.
but they are going to find Chimp there in the layer above them. Can't be building in wood, not this high up. You do become a target here.
Chimp got
Top
fried a little
16
bit
though.
there.
One team needs to go down. You start to get placement points. There's 2 solo players running around, and Poyo accidentally gets shockwave outside of the zone by Peterbot, having to use a shockwave to get back. A lot of resources being dwindled down there from Peterbot and Poyo, but they're able to bypass this 9th zone. They'll touch ground in the 10th zone, maybe 11th if they play their cards right, but Booga and Braid still able to survive. Braid just has barely any HP. He's finally getting that shield back, but I think they finally ran out, just like Yam, so he's gonna go down. Josh by himself, you see him scrambling around, trying to get distracted by 2 other teams who are still fighting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Braze had just gotten that knock too, so maybe the Elim just came through, so he might actually get the HP off the Siphon. Jumping back to Sphinx and Muzz though, look at this. Sphinx is up by himself here. Higgs finds elimination onto Scare. Oh, those are some big exchanges there. Queasy's gonna be the next team to
Curve and
pretty
Higgs
much
on low
lead all
grounds.
there
Peterbot
inside the top
on
15.
high ground.
Meanwhile, high ground, Boyo and Peterbot are back
Oh
at it,
my gosh, they
looking
just
to
fried him.
set themselves up for a win here. Big pressure coming in. They find visuals there, swatted out the sky like it's nothing, and threats. It's a little greedy for Peterbot's loot here. He's not too happy about that.
Yeah, not necessarily the best, especially since they're in contention as well. A good game here can put them just outside of reach for the last game of the day, but Josh is going to go down. I think that's the end of Yamso and Josh in this game. Their fight for first is going to come down to game 8 as well, but Bugha and Braids, top 13, very, very minimal placement points.
Higgs needs a good game here.
To start this game, after they were 1 point differential
They're getting some
between
kills
the two,
though,
and
so
another elimination there as Bugha's just trying to go for the road unseen underneath. Let it open up. This could be a great play, but also this could turn into a disaster depending on where the zone actually goes.
That's rough.
Yeah, it's either going to be a trap or a genius
That's a big
strategy
kill
here,
for
but we'll
Curve.
see. Curve finds his immediate competition. That's a great elimination for Curve and Higgs right there. Braid says, I don't like it. I'm going.
Oh my gosh, he
And
almost died
out
of storm.
he goes. Ends up playing off well. At least he's still in the game right now. He's got a couple more mats to work with. Barely dodges a shot right there. How is he still in the mix here? Either way, he is standing tall and strong. I saw I am enough inside the top 10. I wonder if
Ooh, that's
Salt
not
is
good
still
for
in this
Higgs.
game. Braids though with the cheeky side angle off the Higgs. Higgs got some serious problems now. R24 down in front of him too.
Ooh,
There
Braids
goes the
goes down.
finish, but no, someone comes in from behind.
Bolts
Meanwhile,
gets
on
fried.
high ground is Bolts fighting for it, and he's gonna get a top 6 now.
15 eliminations though for Peterbot and Pollo. Top 6, good amount of placement points. But if Peterbot and Pollo could continue to get eliminations here and win this game, they can certainly continue to close that
Team
gap.
Pollo
Higgs and
winning?
Curve almost going down.
I don't know.
A huge flank by Braids. They were able to end him and
There's a lot of good
Bugha's
teams
run,
left.
291 points. This is also their chance, Monster, to start to pull away for it
Yeah,
with
Curve.
that second team that
Only
needs to go
control
to the
play.
EWC. Threats goes down. Another elimination. They're on 11
Still down.
Higgs
total.
is
One
low.
of 2 actual duos with a solo still left in this game.
Yeah, this is one of the more impressive teams that we're watching because everyone was very curious about Higgs and his
Peterbot's
fighting
still on
game and
height.
Curve. What can they do? But for the first time now, we're seeing that excel, that high level of competition
Bro,
coming out.
Peterbot's team, they got
back-to-back
so many kills.
Plus 10 over 10 elimination games is so impressive for Curve and Higgs. But now you have Peterbot and Pollo up top here. It's a 2v2. Curve goes up first. He's the healthy one. He's got to take the fight to their doorstep. It's not looking good. He has to concede to low ground.
Higgs
and
goes
he's cost
down.
himself so much damage. This is not looking too hot right now. He's got Peterbot below him. He's got Pollo up top here. Curve's got to do something big now. Can he jump down and close this one out? 3 mats. 2
Ah,
mats. Jumps down.
Peterbot
Pollo's
with the
down
dub.
the fall damage, and the shot from Pollo closes out. And they actually do that with 19 eliminations there.
Gotta see the leaderboard now.
Dude, that's a lot of
Wins.
points.
They have 3 overall. Peterbot
Well,
and Pollo, if you look at the
19
leaderboard,
eliminations
you would have
plus the
not have
win.
guessed they missed game number
That's like
1.
almost
It has
max
me scratching
points.
my head with how many eliminations and the win. Are they
Oh.
in first place? That's the biggest question that I have, Zeke.
Guys, we can't.
That's
Edgy.
insane.
Doing this.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go crazy. Wow.
Wait,
this
what
is a
did he?
statement.
I didn't even
feel
hear
like
him.
I
for Peterbot
missed
and
it.
Pollo, this is a situation where we already have a qualifying spot, right?
What
We
was-
want to
what
make
did
sure
Zeke
that
do?
when we get to EWC, wherever we pick, everyone just goes,
I don't
"Oops,
know.
that's Peterbot and Pollo." We just gotta just stay away from those guys. Why would we take the fight to them? Vivid, I can't believe this. They just dropped 19 elims. We just saw an
Dude, the fact
18
that they didn't even
elim
play
game
for the first game
out
because
of
they weren't even
the
on.
duo they just fought to win
That's
this
true.
game.
If they
Higgs
had
and
that
Curve.
one
They
first
said,
game,
well,
would
you guys
be
got 18. That's really cool.
in first.
We're just gonna go ahead and get
Oh yeah,
9.
100%. I mean, they may be in first,
I
but I'm
mean,
not
you just
100%
can't
sure.
stop it. Like,
They were
what do you
definitely
do?
close.
What do you do?
I don't know. It's crazy because, you know, high ground was kind of going crazy over the first couple of games today. And, you know, Peterbot and Pollo, props to them because they kind of switched up the strategy. They're kind of trying to take it a little bit later. But as you can see, it's kind of settled down a lot. Like Queasy and Scare, we're not seeing them kind of go up for it anymore. I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think, got shut down that game as well. And Salt and Enough aren't really joining the mix up there. So Peterbot and Pollo have obviously secured the high ground, and it's just leading to absolute domination. Like, that's 3 wins, and they've only played 6 games. They've got a 50% win rate in the qualifier right now.
Yeah, I heard Levin say earlier Shark and Teeny were the best reload team, and for everyone at EWC to watch out.
Oh my
I
God,
think
they're
NA has
first.
that crown. I think Peterbot and Pollo are the best reload team. Not even just reload, best team in the world. Because their consistency over these last few years is crazy. And they're showing it today, proving the point, going for the back-to-back.
I wonder how solos is going to be at the
reloading
end of
these
this
series
year.
wins.
And Blake, that's after missing
Oh, yeah.
game 1. They missed game
Crazy.
1, and they are doing this well. I just don't even know. Like, look, y'all are used to us talking about Peter Bon Pollo. Y'all are used to seeing this, but still, it's crazy. Now, don't forget, it's still a competition. We have one game left to go. You're gonna see these standings after after this break, okay? All right, remember, we need to be top 2 if we want to continue the run to
Where'd they
EWC.
put that one
We'll be
chick?
right back.
She had the like sharp chin.
Set ourselves
Where'd
up
she go?
for the final game.
No idea.
Don't go anywhere.
I was like, where's she at? I gotta see her.
Alrighty, I'll be right back real quick. Got 3 minutes anyway, so.
True. About polio, they just wanna dominate. They're like, yeah, fuck it. We're gonna miss one match. We're gonna get in some fucking zin and caffeine, and then we're gonna dominate this tournament. It's like we don't need that game. You know, we're the best. Hell, we could have lost 5 games. That's what we could have done. That's what they're thinking. Nicotine, caffeine.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. One game to decide it all. We're going right to the standings, okay? Obviously, you guys just saw Peter Bon Pollo drop a 19 elim victory royale. They're in first place. They've got the crown. We need to remember this little line here, okay? Right now, it's top 4. That's enough to get us through. Let's set the stage here. Higgs and Curve have had a crazy game. They, we thought 19 elims is pretty good. 18 elims and a second place is also pretty dang good. And in this last game, they actually eliminated Booga, which then suddenly pulled them out of contention. Now, the job's not done. The question becomes, Viv, can Higgs and Curve hold on? They've got one game, and they need to hold on.
200 out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the worrying thing, right? If you do take a look at their match history, they've had a couple of fumbles in there, right? 16th place, 10th place, 13th place with 0 eliminations. Like, the basis of where they currently stand on the leaderboard is just on the back foot of those giant pop-off second places, where one time they got 18th, one time they got 11 elims, right? So just 29 combined elims out of the 41 that they have in just 2 of those games. Can they have another one of those giant pop-off games, or is kind of like a decent game good enough to kind of hold off Booga and Braids?
And that's the question everybody wants the answer to, Vivid, because if they don't have one of those pop-off games and have one of those fumble games like you were talking about, Booga Braids could take over very, not easily, but it's definitely doable. This is still anyone's spot, and it's going to be an insane last game, Zeke.
That's right.
Alrighty.
And obviously, we saw Acorn and Bolts 340. They're likely locked, right? We just need just a solid game. Just put some points on the board.
Let's
We're
see
probably
who
good. We're going to
who
EWC.
clutches up.
But the question
Yeah.
becomes, can Boog and Braids, can
Last
they make
game.
the difference? Honestly, even someone like Aegis and Ritual, right? They would need the game of their lives here. But anything can happen in Fortnite, and anything will happen. The final game decide it all. Jacob PR, MDF, take it away.
When it comes to our top 2 spots, Mancha, 304 points is the goal to beat for that second spot. 258 points is the next.
Who's gonna
highest
land
placing
on
team.
who?
I
Who's gonna
gotta
agree
agree with
whose
Zeke.
game?
Way
It's
these
time to
games
find
have
out.
been going, with how aggressive they have been going, some of these teams need a game of their life.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a really close competition with the last chance here on the line. There's only one way to find out, and that's putting up the performance.
Three wins from Pete and Poyo. Acorn and Bolts got one under their belt. You even got Josh and Iamzo with one, and then Enough and Salt with 2. Not too many wins going around with multiple teams getting a couple, but it's all about those eliminations at the end of the day. We've certainly seen almost every
Dang.
single one of
This
our
guy's tagging them
qualifiers
up.
so far come down to eliminations, whether it's one or a few.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, when you have Higgs and Curve sitting at
Ooh.
304 and the gap being like 50 or so points, I mean, you just have to play really big. But not only that, you probably have to find a way to stop them.
You see that, right? You see what we're looking at? Cold, Rapid, Tyler, Agers, Dozier was there. You know who's not here? Higgs and Curve. They knew they were the second team.
Oh, yeah.
That means they are the #1 target for everybody that needs a qualifier spot. And they went ahead and played it straight down to the strategy, not even landing there. Only our observers probably even know where Higgs and Curve are currently landing. But Muzz and Sphinx end up with an early game elimination here. 20 on the other side. This could be a big fight. 20 just needs to stay alive a little bit longer, get his teammate back in the game.
See if it ends up working out here. Muzz is playing pretty fired
Dang,
up
that was a
all
rough
throughout the
fight.
day, but 20 finds the shots that matter most. End up finishing off. Muzz here buys himself a little bit more time.
Oh, he's
Here
getting
comes Boyo too. We just
pushed, though.
talked about how, again, you have Peterbot, you have Boyo that can always
Hmm.
play spoiler. They are the deciding factor sometimes if you are going to go to a LAN or not, right? They can
I kind of hope
where they want to rotate essentially and
Higgs can pull it
really
off
influence
this
how hard
game.
of a game you can have here.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Sphinx is just keeping his distance here. It seems like he doesn't want to get into too close to that fight at all.
That was a very scary situation there for a moment. Acorn, no shields. Bolts was taken down. Now we see Higgs getting rocketed by Jack and still ends up able to take that fight.
Dang.
That's a big one by Higgs. That's 3 more points for their total. And they have a decent cushion against the rest of the teams below them on that leaderboard.
just
They
need
just
to-
have to make it far in these games.
It's their
Do you
game
go
to
for the
lose.
elims? I feel like you kind of do. Like, I think the safest way for you to build a comfortable cushion is for you to kind of push to elims here. You also don't want to force yourself into a terrible position. So we'll see what Higgs and Curve end up opting to do. I mean, they definitely have had some of the bigger games here clearly on the evening. I didn't think any team was going to one-up them, but leave it to Peterbot and Boy to go for 19. So there you have it.
Ooh,
Essentially seems like they switch drops with Cold and
That's
Rapid
not
overall,
good
but
for
it becomes
Higgs.
a flying missile. Josh and Iamzo
That's
land on Higgs, get a good
tough.
first shot and solidify the actual elimination. Curve is elsewhere, so they're not going to be able to close the gap quickly, especially since he is lurking down below for towards the lead experiments, so it's not going to be hard at all for him to get Higgs back in the game. More so, it's going to be hard for Higgs to stay alive, because we've seen this song and dance before, but it doesn't look like Iamzo and Josh are going after the chase right out of the gates. They're going to wait for him to drop and then go.
Yeah, it seems like they definitely got the information they needed. Higgs manages to break loose though. Yeah, they're gonna give it up. I don't think they're gonna chase it too far ahead. Seems like Higgs is now, fully on and gone. So luckily for him, he'll have some room to work with. I'm curious what's going through Yamzo and Josh's mind here as far as like what their goals of the competition now are, right? Like, do they want to play hyper aggressive and try to push the gap to catch up to Peterbot, or are they just looking for consistency all the way through in preparation for the finals?
It's gonna be a lot of fighting in this game.
Only they can tell, but
Oh yeah.
see how it all ends up shaking out in the end.
People are desperate right now. Desperate times.
94 points for them. Even though they already have their spot secured, if you look back at the first 3 qualifiers, first, second, and third place, so far has been a downward trend from what we've seen so far. But honestly, with everything on the line, I think every player is just playing a little bit more aggressive than they typically would in normal situations. Peterbot getting another, Noxy getting an elimination onto Jack. Cold and Rapid, they already have these 2 eliminations. If they go back to the strategy that won them the actual Reload Elite Series qualifier 1, they slow down the mid game. They're very aggressive in the
Let me
early.
check the tournament
They get those
again.
natural eliminations at the end.
Curve is
Oh,
getting
look at this.
pushed
Yamzo
right
and
now.
Josh end up finding out where Curve was. Curve overstood his welcome here at the drop, and they actually end up fishing him out here.
That's tough.
This is going to be really bad now, actually, for Higgs and Curve. All things considering, you know, Higgs is playing off the scrap loot now. He didn't even get to loot the spot where he first touched base down. And now Curve's got to do the same here, but it's still very early into the tournament, you know. Only zone 3, so they have a little bit of time to work with, but definitely a major setback for them.
Yeah, and the only real silver lining is, you know, when they're eliminated, they're 12 seconds for reboot. They're not taking storm damage. So when they do fall, as you saw a Curve there, he comes back up, goes straight to the storm, has a little bit more time to work with. Braids and Booga already have a 1 elimination here. You're seeing them take that launch pad in towards the end game. And I saw this in the feed, was wondering how it played out. Yemity just trying to run away, create distance from Peterbot, but you know how hard that has been for anybody here today. Caliper ends up in the box. He gets knocked as well. I will say, even though these players are getting demolished by Peterbot and Pollo, it's only Nox, which means their teammates are still alive in the game.
Yeah, it only takes for them to really single you out, though, and get you right on the right edge of zone for it to go really bad. And then the rest of your tournament, you're just going to get farmed out. So we'll see what Peterbot and Pollo end up ultimately doing as far as repositioning is concerned.
Usually kind of stay late.
So it's either Acorn and Bolts, Josh Riley, or Peterbot.
Actually there could be Acorn and Bolts because they too fight for the backside of that zone. Yep, you can kind of see them there in the distance. It is Acorn and Bolts, and
Marking's
honestly,
good.
Acorn and
They
Bolts
get
in a
like
lot of the
insane
previous games
kills.
so far, especially the early games. Bolts
Okay,
was
they're
going
just
around
getting
looking for
kills.
eliminations.
Peterbot
But
again.
now that they already have 340 points, a decent
I think they're
cushion
locked for
over
first.
the next top 3 teams that are below them on that leaderboard. They might not necessarily be playing for the win solely as much as we did our job. Let's just hold on to our spot, and then we can worry about winning EWC later.
Yeah, meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo are just, you know, racking up different team after different team of eliminations. They just found Boji, now they're rotating back on over to him. See if he ends up finding a shot. Doesn't quite get it, but he's got the shockwaves. He's full committing too. This is crazy. It's not like he's gonna get anything for doing this. Oh, whoa, whoa, lost Pollo though, okay. RPG in return. Just gotta be careful.
All close calls right there because I'm not sure how much damage the RPG would have done, but Peterbot's taking storm damage. Finally gets the elimination onto
Dang.
Boji. That's definitely going to
That
help
was
with
risky
HP.
for
He has
Peterbot.
nothing left over, just a fizz and shockwave. So now he's just going on the chase. Jack got the elimination onto Pollo. Peterbot knows where that was last at, and he's going back on over there.
Take a look at this. Rapid and Cold, still finding theirs. Themselves in the competition. I did see AJ Ritual a few times there. Okay, so they got a couple elims, not too bad. Oh, this is pretty rough though for Curve.
No. Curve, no.
Scary team to have on your heels right now, considering how close you are to qualifying your way through. I mean, anything can happen if you fall this early, because it only takes a win for any one of these teams. And there you have it, because Curve and Higgs are not that far ahead. They've only earned a single elim worth of points this year.
Less than 7 70 points overall. So Aegis and Ritual desperately need Higgs and Curve to go down.
Dude,
This
Curve's
is something
running
they
for
tried
his
in
life.
qualifier 3. The biggest difference is Ritual stayed at his POI as they do clean up that elimination on the Curve. This time around in the last game of the day, Ritual Aegis learning from their mistakes. They're going on the hunt together as a duo. They find Curve, but they have yet to find Higgs here. And that's the team they need to take down, because as long as Higgs and Curve stay in the game, eliminations or not, all they have to do is match placement with anybody else on the leaderboard, and they will pull through.
This is a pretty tough one to be in because like Ritual and Agers, you know, their eyes must be like
This is bad for
full alert
Higgs.
right now because you know, like, oh snap,
Yeah.
we're right next to the team we need to take down. We have to hunt.
Let's see what they're fighting over back here. That launch pad. Fizz, the launch pad, can cover distance. And no matter where the zone goes for either one of these teams over at Elite Armory, that's their primary mode of rotation. As long as they have
Peterbot getting
the
more
heals
kills
to
in the
make it
feed.
possible. So Peterbot does go down. Rapid going
Oh,
down
man,
as
he's
well.
dead.
Both
Never
of them
mind,
getting
okay.
cleaned up.
Thought it was the
But
other
I
way
do like
around
to
for some
see,
reason.
Even with a lead, Peterbot and Pollo, they're not slowing down.
Pollo did get knocked too to the hands of Jack right before that, so it seems like Peterbot and Pollo have kind of lost their momentum a bit here,
Dang.
even though they have 6 eliminations.
Yeah.
You can see Mason, he just didn't even see it coming.
That Manic one
That
shot.
was way too fast.
the wood
yeah,
wall.
he tries to put a wall up and they just break right in. That's what happens when you have those wood walls, unfortunately.
Let's look at the leaderboard going in this game. 304 was the score to beat with Higgs and Kerr. Fuga and Braids right after, 258. Then we had Aegis and Ritual with 236. And then this team here with Visuals and Threats at 223 points. Threats getting 1 elimination here, so boosting them up the leaderboard ever so slowly, but they're just trying to go ahead and make it to this end game. And hopefully those teams go down early as Jack does fall. Peterbot Pollo getting a little bit of revenge here as he does get the revive onto Pollo.
Yeah, some payback there. 7 elims now for them. They needed the loadout from this duo here. These are all good things for Pollo and Peterbot.
There's Higgs.
Again,
Still
given
alive.
the amount of eliminations that they got traded back and forth on either side, so definitely needed to kind of find themselves a refresher. But look at this. Higgs and Curve. It's looking a little dicey. It still is kind of right now. You see even the mat split comes out right there. They're just trying to get each other situated here, but the lack of material going into zone 6, look how tight the storm is starting to close the map here now. This is going to be more and more difficult for you to
That's
really get situated. And
tough
a
for
ladder shot
Higgs.
comes in and lights Higgs up. This is not looking great at all.
Oh, and
no.
Reboots just disabled.
This
That
is bad.
timing was
Yeah,
horrible.
Reboots literally just turned off. No chance for
my
Higgs to get
gosh.
back
I
in
think
the
they
game.
cooked, man.
307 points. If they go down here, it's not instantaneous by any means, because remember, there's around
Oh,
a
that's
46 point gap,
tough.
and Curve goes down! A 46-point gap, and Curve and Higgs just lost the plot.
Oh my gosh, I was just gonna
That's
say, they
rough.
shockwaved right over as he was breaking down the snakes there, and they went straight into the box.
They're cooked. There
There was a
that's
weak wall
that's
there.
it for them, I think.
Oh my gosh, so now we're really gonna have to start looking at that 307-point threshold. Booga, Braves, Agers, Rituals, Visuals. I mean, enough insults. For Christ's sakes, we're also in the 200-point threshold. Everyone has a chance. But I think it's going to come down to win for the majority of those guys. If you're far down, you basically have to win because you have to jump over the other competition as well.
Yeah, either that or you gotta hope and pray eliminations go your way, and you really have to be careful because you look at the
my
side right now.
gosh.
Peterbot and Pollo poised for another high ground game. Vivid said it himself. They missed game 1 so far.
Yeah.
3 wins out of 6 games played. This is their 7th one, over a 50% win ratio so far. But this is the other team that they have to watch out for on the other side. They've not only played for high ground early, they've been known to contest for it late, and that's Acorn and Bulge. With their spot already secured, the only thing that they're looking forward to, Monster, from here on out is winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, and it's so tough because these are all like tier, like we're talking like legitimate tier 1 options, right? For this last qualification spot here. Higgs and Curve clearly now holding on to breath, but you have Booga, you have Agers, Rets, like these are all very legitimate competitors that are still in the game right now. Here we go. Ritual's busting a move here towards the end. He's in top 14. Already another team just fall. Salt actually found elimination
Dang,
there
Booga
onto
putting in
Mason.
some
Booga and
damage.
Braids have a chance now to really take off here, but again, they're going to need a lot of eliminations and plenty more placements to back it up.
But they are next in line to make it possible. Sees where the zone goes. Booga immediately start to rotate out. I'm not sure what movement they have left over, but you can see that empty item slot in Booga's inventory. Doesn't look like they have many shockwaves, crash pads, or anything of that sort. So even though this game was already hard, it just got harder, especially with the Yamato and Josh positioning themselves just one box above you. You have to be careful at all turns, because even Muzz and Finks, who have their spot secured, are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, this is really coming down to the wire now. Muzz and Sphinx, they're fighting for prizing here. And of course, reputational stake. Ritual, Agers back at it, 254 right now. Find themselves a nice little refresh right there.
Here we
Onto
go.
the hands. Also, Threats there, the full finish. So, Visuals down. Threats is down. This is perfect. If you're, of course, Ritual and Agers here, all they have to do now is find a way to jump over Booga and Braids, who I still see alive in the mid-ground. Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss starting
Dang,
to play
that guy
that.
just got.
Peter Boss
What
starting
the
to play
heck
that.
is going
Peter
on?
Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss
It's up
starting to
to
play that.
it's up
Peter
to
Boss
Josh
starting to play
Youngs
that.
to win
Peter
it
Boss
now.
starting to play that. Peter
It's
Boss starting to play
glitched.
that. Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss starting
What?
to play that. Peter
you not
Boss
see
starting
the-
to play that mid-ground though.
the thing?
It's getting a little bit
There we
closer
go.
here.
What?
Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter
Oh,
Boss
no,
starting to
it's
play that.
glitched.
Peter Boss starting to play that. Peter Boss starting to play that.
Is
Peter Boss
your
starting to
like
play that.
stream?
Peter Boss starting to
No,
play that.
yeah.
Peter
Are you
Boss
watching the
starting to
main
play that.
broadcast
Peter
or
Boss
no?
starting to play that. Peter Boss starting to play that.
Yeah.
Peter Boss starting to play that mid-ground though. It's getting a little bit closer
It kept
here.
replaying
It's
over
good,
and
right?
over
Starting to play
again.
that. Place. They need a couple more
What
placement
the heck
points
just happened?
and an elimination or two to really be solidified here. But you have Muzz and Sphinx hounding them here, fighting back.
What is this high ground?
Meanwhile, for high ground, I am enough and Salt also recognizing that if they want to go to land, they need the win here. And Peterbot and Boy, of course, don't care about what you want. They just want to fight for everything here. They're going to break out the high ground now. And he's going to send everyone flying down. They did have a Flowberry Fizz. It's going to keep them alive and in the game here still. 4 eliminations for them. 307 is the cutoff. A win can do it for them as well. Peterbot, Boyo, out of material. Boyo's down.
Oh my
Bolts is in the
gosh.
low ground. Acorn just getting blended up too. They're going to get full finish here. I think we're going to see someone else take the spot here, Jacob.
Yeah, we might have a chance here. Enough and Salt still alive down below.
Dang,
Yamato
Booga's
getting closer and closer to
close.
Peterbot and Boyo. They are literally
Booga's
less
so close.
than 10 points away from qualifying to EWC. Booga and Braids, only 2 eliminations. And if you think back, Monster, last game, Booga was
Oh,
put
that
in
was
the blender, and they
huge.
find another one onto Iyamzo. They're going to eclipse that 300-point mark, but Spray coming from down below. Braids is outside of the zone. They're both getting eaten alive.
They're
but they
tied right
find
now.
their
It's
way
over.
back. 307 points. They are on the line. 1 elimination, 1 placement can do it.
This can go either way now. Salt and enough putting major pressure down.
307 to
Meanwhile,
tie.
Skeeter lurking on the layer right above Booga and Braids. Low ground team starting to look up as well. Pressure coming from all angles and danger. Lurking
They just gotta
nearby.
stay alive.
It can go any which way. See what Braids is gonna do here. They're gonna leave one to go in and pop the med kit just to play for placements. I love this play for Booga, but the zone bounces back. A little bit of a favoritism there. And look at this, Braids is safe there. Just on the edge. Is Booga making a
over.
mistake by not taking that little bit of
Booga's
extra
gonna
seconds
qualify.
there? We'll find out. Braids gets an extra point here. If nothing else, they've done enough to jump up. But remember, the winning team still on top here. Salt and enough are still in it. Can they go for the 3-peat?
312 points right now for Booga. He's on his very last med kit. Crash pads to make it in his zone. Salt gets another elimination throughout the course of all this. Booga getting pressed in the backside of zone. Crash pad the only hope. He's trying to make his way to that mending machine. He has the gold, but he does not have the time. 312 points. I am enough. And Salt, that's 6 points for the actual eliminations. A couple more for the win. I think Booga and Braids have done it. I am enough and Salt have to play this one perfect. They're going
Nah,
first down on the Muzz.
doesn't matter.
Sphinx by himself, 297 points. They win the game, but Booga and Braids seem to have qualified.
Dang,
It
that was a
so
crazy
close.
game.
3 victory royales in a singular tournament setting for I Am Enough and Salt. And it will likely all come down to whether or not they could have pulled through just a little bit more
That's
points
crazy.
there, Jacob. Well, in the end, game 8 was phenomenal, and that's going to be wraps from us there, Zeke.
Okay. First
So who
off,
qual?
before we say anything, Gonna hold the
Booga,
seat.
right?
Booger, yeah, Booger took the last
So
spot.
here we are. MDF, thank you guys so much. Fantastic pass of the day.
Holy
Ivan
cow.
up, Salt, big moment. Another victory royale. Fantastic stuff.
Is that 5
out of
points
them.
on Higgs and Curve?
Love
No.
to see that. We saw
Yeah, it
them
was
perform
super
very well
close.
over the course of the day, right, Blake? You know, we had that moment earlier on. You were saying, hey, they're gonna push high ground, and this is still a big performance out of the duo, right?
It is a very big performance. They obviously, after that second win, kind of slowed down a little bit, but they finished strong. You know, they got to be a little bit disappointed not getting that last qual spot, but they still have something to be proud of, because this is an up-and-coming duo, and they just showed what they're capable of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A big learning experience for sure. I mean, we kind of, the conversation has been, yeah, you know, Pete and Polio, they've only queued up for 7 of these games. Right? They missed one. Feels like for Enough and Salt, they kind of missed like 4 games because they only really had 4 solid games where they actually were able to pick up, obviously, a decent amount of points. And for a long time there, I mean, they were in first place. So a crazy way to kind of end the competition here for Enough and Salt.
So let's bring up the hey, production, hit me the leaderboard. Hit me at the leaderboard.
Dang. That's crazy. Higgs was that close. Dude, that's insane.
Vivid, I cannot believe the day of I had to hold the Zekeism to this point. I was gonna just lose it, but I was like, we gotta focus on those people. The Lion.
He just quit social media. It's fucking dominating.
The amount of puzzle pieces that had to find their way to fit into this storyline perfectly
Dang.
for this one to pan out. I mean, Higgs and Curve getting shut down in the final game, just getting pushed by so many different duos like Aiders and Ritual to try to prevent them from qualifying. It ended up working. They go down with 307 points.
That was crazy. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get off for a bit.
All right. I'll still be on. So. Yeah.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Alrighty, talk to you in a bit.
Okay. See you.
Alrighty, chat. I am hopping off for a bit. Peace.